Welcome to the Timeless Tales Library, where stories unfold like silk ribbons guiding you toward peaceful dreams. I'm Oliver, your host, and tonight I'll be sharing 6 hours of soothing stories crafted just for you to ease your mind and guide you gently toward deep sleep. The Timeless Tales Library is made possible by listeners like you. If you found comfort here, please subscribe and help us continue creating these peaceful stories. As you settle in, comment below and let me know where you are in the world tonight, and share a peaceful place you dream of a story taking you to, perhaps a cozy reading nook on a rainy afternoon, a hammock beneath whispering pines, a twilight walk along a quiet beach, or a fireside armchair where time seems to slow and worries fade away. Your ideas keep our little library glowing bright. Now, close your eyes, take a deep breath, and let the worries of the day drift away. Imagine them as tiny specks of dust floating right out of the room. Tonight, you're not in your bed, you're in the Timeless Tales Library. The library is a place of infinite possibilities, where every shelf holds a different version of your life. Every book is a chance to explore a path not taken, a dream not pursued, a person you could have been. Tonight's story is your journey through the library. As we turn the first page, let your body sink into the soft comfort of your mattress. Your bed is your private reading nook in the grand, silent expanse of the library. Relax your toes, your fingers, your jaw. Feel the gentle pull of gravity, a comforting weight that grounds you and keeps you safe. Let's begin our journey. A kitty cat cottage, run by the cat caretakers. You arrive as the winter evening settles over the forest, the sky a soft grey edged with the palest violet. The air is cool and clean, carrying the scent of pine and damp earth, and somewhere in the distance you hear the gentle patter of rain beginning just a whisper at first, tapping lightly on the leaves that still cling to the branches above. The path beneath your feet is soft with moss and fallen needles, cushioning each step as you walk deeper into the woods. You've been traveling for a while, though you can't quite remember how long. Time feels different here, slower, as if the forest itself breathes at a gentler pace. The trees rise tall around you, their trunks dark and strong, their branches reaching overhead to form a canopy that filters the fading light into something softer, something kinder. And then you see it, the cottage. It sits in a small clearing, nestled among the trees as if it's always been there, as if it grew from the forest floor itself. The walls are made of weathered stone and dark wood, and the roof is covered in moss and lichen that glow faintly green even in the dimming light. Smoke rises from the chimney in a slow, lazy curl, and the windows glow with a warm golden light that seems to pulse gently, like a heartbeat. The rain begins to fall a little harder now, a soft, steady rhythm that taps against the leaves and whispers against the earth. You can feel it on your shoulders, cool and clean, and it makes the warmth radiating from the cottage seem even more inviting. As you approach, the front door opens. A figure stands in the doorway, a woman with kind eyes and a gentle smile. She's dressed in soft wool, layers of cream and grey that seem to blend with the misty air. Her hair is silver, pulled back loosely, and there's something about her presence that feels both ancient and familiar, like a memory you've always carried but never quite named. "We've been waiting for you," she says, her voice as soft as the rain. Come in from the cold." You step through the doorway, and the warmth surrounds you immediately. It's not the sharp heat of a fire burning too bright, but something gentler, a warmth that seeps into your bones slowly, melting away the chill of the journey. The door closes behind you with a quiet click, and the sound of the rain becomes muffled, a distant lullaby that hums through the walls. The interior of the cottage is dim and cozy, lit by candles and the glow of a fire crackling softly in the stone hearth. The walls are lined with shelves holding books and jars, dried herbs hanging from the ceiling beams, their scents mingling in the air, lavender, chamomile, something faintly sweet like honey and vanilla. The floor is covered in worn rugs in shades of burgundy and forest green, their patterns faded and soft beneath your feet. And then you notice the cats. They're everywhere, curled on cushions, stretched along the backs of chairs, tucked into corners and draped over window sills. Some are sleeping, their bodies rising and falling with slow, peaceful breaths. Others watch you with half-closed eyes, blinking slowly, their expressions serene and knowing. A large orange tabby lies in front of the fire, his paws tucked beneath him, his eyes golden and calm. A small grey cat with white paws sits on a shelf, her tail wrapped neatly around her body. A long-haired black cat stretches on a cushion near the window, his fur catching the firelight like silk. They're the heart of this place, the woman says, following your gaze. The cat caretakers. They watch over the cottage and over anyone who comes here seeking rest. She moves deeper into the room, her footsteps silent. And I help them. My name is Eleanor. You tell her your name, and she nods as if she's known it all along. You must be tired, she says. The journey here is always longer than it seems. She gestures toward a chair near the fire, deep and cushioned, with a soft blanket draped over one arm. Sit, rest. Let the warmth find you. You sink into the chair, and it feels less like sitting and more like being gently gathered up and held. The cushions yield beneath you with a soft, patient give, slowly molding themselves to every curve and angle of your body as if they were made specifically for this moment. There is no pressure, no sharp edge, no place that feels unsupported. Instead, everything seems to line up just right, inviting your muscles to finally let go of the quiet tension they have been carrying. When you pull the blanket over your lap, its fabric glides across your skin like a whisper, impossibly soft and warm, wrapping you in a cocoon of comfort. It holds in your heat without ever feeling heavy, as though it knows exactly how much warmth you need. Nearby, the fire crackles in a low, steady voice, the kind that never demands attention but is always reassuringly present. The flames rise and fall in slow, hypnotic patterns, folding into one another and then unfurling again, casting a golden glow across the room. With every flicker, gentle waves of warmth drift outward, touching your legs, your hands, your face, until it feels as though the entire cottage is breathing warmth into you. The orange tabby lifts his head and looks at you, his eyes calm and observant, as if he is quietly taking stock of your mood and your energy. There is something wise in his gaze, something that feels both curious and deeply accepting. After a moment, he makes a decision. With a slow, deliberate stretch, he rises to his feet, his tail curling lazily behind him as he pads across the wooden floor. His paws make almost no sound as he approaches, moving with the effortless grace of a creature completely at ease in this space. Then, with a gentle spring, he leaps onto your lap, landing as lightly as falling snow. He circles once, twice, pressing into the blanket as he searches for the perfect spot, and then he settles down, his body warm and solid against you. Almost immediately, he begins to purr a deep, steady vibration that seems to come from somewhere far inside him. You can feel it through your legs and into your chest, a soothing hum that matches the rhythm of your own heartbeat, as if the two of you have quietly agreed to move together in the same calm, unhurried tempo. Eleanor moves through the cottage with quiet, practiced ease, her footsteps soft against the floor as she goes about her small, thoughtful tasks. She lights another candle, and its flame flares briefly before settling into a gentle glow, adding another pool of warm light to the room. She adjusts a cushion, straightens a folded throw, and in each movement there is a kind of care that feels almost ceremonial, as if tending the space itself is a form of kindness. When she speaks, her voice is low and soothing, blending easily with the crackle of the fire and the soft patter of rain. "The rain will continue through the night," she says, as if sharing a small, comforting secret. "It's a good sound, isn't it? Like the earth breathing." Her words hang in the air for a moment, settling gently into the quiet, and you find that they feel true in a way that goes beyond simple description. You nod and let your attention drift outward, tuning into the rain as it wraps itself around the cottage. It has found a steady rhythm now, neither insistent nor faint, just present in a way that feels deeply reassuring. You can hear it tapping softly on the roof, sliding down the windows in thin, winding streams, and pattering through the leaves outside. Each sound layers over the next, creating a kind of natural music that fills the spaces between your thoughts. The cottage feels even more sheltered because of it, as though the rain is drawing a gentle boundary between this warm, glowing interior and the wider, colder world beyond. Inside these walls, time seems to slow, and the worries that might usually tug at you feel far away, muffled by the steady, soothing hush of falling water. Another cat approaches the small grey one with delicate white paws that stand out like little patches of snow against her soft fur. She moves with a quiet confidence, hopping lightly onto the arm of your chair and settling there as if she has always belonged in that exact spot. Her eyes are half closed, her breathing slow and even, and there is an air of peaceful contentment about her that feels contagious. After a moment, she lifts one dainty paw and reaches toward you, resting it gently on your arm. The touch is light, almost weightless, but it carries a surprising sense of connection. It feels like a wordless reassurance, a simple, tender message. You are safe here, and there is nothing you need to hold on to right now. In that small, warm contact, you feel permission to soften even more. Eleanor returns with a tray balanced carefully in her hands. On it sits a cup filled with something warm, steam rising in slow, curling spirals that catch the candlelight. She sets it down on the small table beside you, and a comforting aroma drifts upward. "Chamomile and honey," she says gently, with a touch of valerian root. "It will help you rest." The scent is floral and sweet, with a subtle earthiness beneath it, grounding and calming all at once. It fills the air around you, weaving itself into the warmth of the fire and the soft smell of wood and candle wax, until the entire space seems to breathe in quiet harmony. You wrap your hands around the cup, feeling its warmth seep into your palms and slowly travel up your wrists, like a soft glow spreading through you. The ceramic is smooth and reassuring beneath your fingers, and just holding it feels like holding a small, steady source of comfort. When you take a sip, the tea moves gently across your tongue, smooth and lightly sweet, with a delicate herbal note that feels soothing rather than sharp. It is as if you are drinking something made not just for your body, but for your nervous system as well. The flavor lingers, and with it comes a subtle wave of relaxation that drifts through your shoulders, loosening them, then flows down your arms and into your fingertips, and all the way to your toes, leaving you feeling pleasantly heavy and at ease. The fire continues its slow, mesmerizing dance, sending flickering shadows across the walls that shift and change like a quiet, living tapestry. The cats maintain their peaceful vigil around the room, some curled up and asleep, others sitting upright with half-lidded eyes, all of them present in that calm, undemanding way that makes you feel welcome without needing to do anything at all. The orange tabby on your lap keeps purring, his steady warmth and gentle vibration acting like an anchor, holding you in this moment and reminding you that there is nowhere else you need to be. The room feels alive in a soft, comforting way, full of small, steady rhythms that invite you to relax into them. The cottage has been here for a very long time, Eleanor says as she settles into the chair across from you. A black and white cat immediately hops up and claims her lap, kneading the fabric of her skirt with slow, contented paws before curling into a comfortable ball. Eleanor smiles faintly and continues, "Longer than I can remember, and I've been here many years. People find their way here when they need to, when the world has been too loud, too sharp, too much." Her voice is warm and knowing, as though she has seen this quiet miracle happen again and again. The cats always know when someone is coming. They prepare the cottage, make sure the fire is warm, the blankets are soft. They're very good at what they do. There is a gentle affection in her tone, and it makes the whole place feel even more intentional, as if this refuge has been patiently waiting just for you. You take another slow sip of the tea, feeling yourself sink deeper into the chair, deeper into the blanket, deeper into the gentle peace that fills the room. Outside, the rain continues its steady, soothing song, and without even trying, you notice your breathing beginning to follow its rhythm, slow in, slow out, like the quiet movement of the tide. Each breath feels a little easier than the last, and with every exhale, it seems as though you are letting go of something you no longer need to carry. In this warm, softly glowing cottage, surrounded by purring cats, crackling fire, and falling rain, you are held in a moment of simple, profound calm. A long-haired, cream-colored cat with blue eyes jumps onto the back of your chair and drapes herself there, her tail hanging down to brush against your shoulder. You can feel the soft tickle of her fur, the gentle weight of her presence, and it's comforting in a way you can't quite articulate. Eleanor smiles. "That's Willow," she says. "She's decided you're hers for the evening. It's quite an honor." You reach up slowly, Careful not to disturb the orange tabby on your lap, and gently stroke Willow's head. Her fur is incredibly soft, like silk or down, and she begins to purr a lighter, higher sound than the tabby's deep rumble, but no less soothing. The two purrs blend together, creating a harmony that seems to resonate in your chest, in your bones. "There's no hurry here," Eleanor says quietly. "No place you need to be, nothing you need to do. The cottage exists outside of time, in a way. A night here can feel like minutes or years, depending on what you need. But always, you wake rested. You let your head rest against the back of the chair, feeling Willow adjust herself to accommodate you. The fire's warmth bathes your face, and the tea's gentle effects continue to spread through your body, loosening muscles you didn't realize were tense, quieting thoughts you didn't know were racing. The rain shifts slightly, a little heavier now, drumming a touch more insistently on the roof, but still gentle, still rhythmic. It's the kind of rain that makes you grateful to be inside, to be warm, to be safe. "Would you like to see the rest of the cottage?" Eleanor asks. "Or would you prefer to rest here?" Something in you wants to explore, to see more of this impossible, peaceful place. You nod, and Eleanor rises, the black and white cat on her lap meowing softly in protest before relocating to the cushion she's vacated. "The orange tabby on your lap, that's Marmalade," Eleanor says, stretches and yawns, showing a pink tongue and white teeth before hopping down with casual grace. Willow slides from the back of the chair and pads after Eleanor, her tail held high. You stand slowly, the blanket falling away, and follow. Eleanor leads you through a doorway into a small kitchen. The counters are worn wood, smooth from years of use, and copper pots hang from hooks on the wall. A kettle sits on an old iron stove, steam rising gently from its spout. The scent of bread lingers in the air, yeasty and warm, mixed with herbs and the faintest hint of cinnamon. Two cats sit on the windowsill, a Russian blue with green eyes, and a tortoiseshell with a pink nose. They watch the rain sliding down the glass, their heads moving in unison, following the paths of individual drops as if it's the most fascinating thing in the world. They could watch the rain for hours, Eleanor says fondly. There's something meditative about it, I think. The way each drop is unique, but part of the whole. The way it cleanses and renews. You stand there for a moment, watching the cats watch the rain, and you feel your own breathing slow even further. The rain on the window is mesmerizing, each drop catching the faint light from inside, before sliding down to join the others, merging, becoming one with the stream that runs down to the sill. Eleanor opens a small door that leads to what she calls the winter room. It's a conservatory of sorts, though the glass is old and wavy, distorting the view of the forest beyond into something dreamlike. The rain is louder here, pattering directly on the glass overhead, and it creates a sound that surrounds you completely, a gentle, all-encompassing whisper. The room is filled with plants despite the season, ferns and ivy, jasmine trailing from hanging baskets, their white flowers glowing faintly in the dim light. The air is humid and sweet, carrying the scent of growing things, of earth and life. Several cats are in here, a white Persian sleeping in a wicker chair, a sleek Siamese walking along the edge of a raised planter, a tabby kitten playing with a fallen leaf. The kitten pounces, rolls, pounces again, her movements fluid and joyful, but somehow still quiet, as if she knows this is a place of peace. This room is special in winter, Eleanor says. When everything outside is cold and dormant, life continues here. The cats love it, the warmth, the scents, the sound of the rain on the glass. She touches a fern frond gently. It reminds them and us that rest is not the same as ending, that even in the quietest times there is still breath, still growth, still being. You find yourself drawn to a cushioned bench beneath one of the windows. You sit, and immediately a silver tabby appears from behind a pot of lavender and jumps up beside you, curling into a ball against your thigh. Her warmth seeps through the fabric of your clothes, and her breathing is so slow, so peaceful, that you find yourself matching it without trying. The rain drums overhead, a constant, nurturing sound. Through the wavy glass, you can see the dark shapes of trees, the faint glimmer of what might be stars between clouds, though the rain makes everything soft and blurred, more suggestion than certainty. Eleanor sits on another bench, and the Siamese cat walks over to her, rubbing against her leg before settling at her feet. The cottage has many visitors, she says, her voice barely above a whisper. Some stay for an hour, some for a night, some return again and again, year after year. The cats remember everyone. They have long memories, and they hold no judgments. They simply offer what they have: warmth, presence, peace. You stroke the silver tabby beside you, and she purrs in her sleep, the sound soft and intermittent, like waves lapping gently at a shore. "What brought you here?" Eleanor asks, though her tone suggests she's not really asking for an answer. What weariness, what weight, it doesn't matter really. All that matters is that you're here now, and you can let it go. The cottage holds it for you. The rain washes it away. The cats guard your rest. You realize that you can't quite remember what was troubling you before. The thoughts that seemed so important, so urgent, have faded to distant echoes. They're still there, somewhere, but they're no longer loud, no longer demanding. They've been gentled by this place, by the rain, by the quiet company of these calm, knowing creatures. Time passes, you're not sure how much. The rain continues, sometimes harder, sometimes softer, but always there, always soothing. The silver tabby sleeps on. The kitten has tired of her game and is now curled in a clay pot, her tiny chest rising and falling. Eleanor rises eventually, and you follow her back through the cottage. She shows you a small library, walls lined with books, a ladder on wheels, a reading nook with cushions, and a low table holding a candle in a glass holder. 3 cats are in here, one sleeping on a shelf, one sitting in the window watching the rain, one grooming himself meticulously on a velvet cushion. Some guests read through the night, Eleanor says. The cats don't mind, they appreciate the quiet companionship. Then she leads you up a narrow staircase, the wood worn smooth and creaking slightly under your feet. At the top is a hallway with several doors, and she opens one. The bedroom is small and perfect. The ceiling slopes slightly, following the line of the roof, and you can hear the rain more clearly here, a constant patter that feels like being held inside a heartbeat. A bed stands against one wall, piled high with quilts and pillows, the fabric soft and faded with age. A window looks out into the darkness, the rain streaming down the glass, catching the faint glow from somewhere outside, perhaps the moon behind clouds, perhaps the cottage's own gentle light reflecting back. A nightstand holds a candle, already lit, and a small vase with sprigs of lavender. The walls are painted a soft blue-grey, and the floor is covered with a rug in shades of cream and dove-grey. And on the bed, as if waiting, are two cats. One is a magnificent Maine Coon, huge and fluffy, with a ruff like a lion and eyes of gold. The other is a small tuxedo cat, neat and precise, with white whiskers and a pink nose. "That's Atlas," Eleanor says, indicating the Maine Coon, "and Mabel." The tuxedo cat blinks slowly at you. "They've prepared your bed. They'll keep watch through the night if you wish, or they'll stay elsewhere if you prefer to be alone. But you don't want to be alone." You realize, standing there in the soft candlelight with the rain singing on the roof, that the presence of these creatures is exactly what you need, not demanding, not requiring anything, just present, just being, just offering their quiet companionship. Eleanor smiles as if she understands. "Then I'll leave you to rest. The cats will take care of you. If you need anything, simply ask. They'll let me know." She pauses in the doorway. "Sleep as long as you need. The cottage will hold the space for you. The rain will sing you into dreams." And then she's gone, her footsteps soft on the stairs, fading into the quiet of the house. You're alone with the cats and the rain. You move to the window and look out. The forest is dark, the trees barely visible, but the rain is everywhere. You can see it in the faint light, silver streaks falling endlessly, peacefully. Somewhere out there, water is collecting in pools, running in streams, soaking into the earth, nurturing roots and seeds that will wake in spring. But for now, it's winter, and the rain is the world's lullaby. Atlas, the Maine Coon, makes a soft chirping sound, and you turn. He's watching you with those golden eyes, and somehow you understand it's time to rest. You change into the soft night clothes you find folded on a chair. How they got there, whose they are, you don't question. They're worn and comfortable, warmed as if they've been hanging near the fire. You blow out all the candles but one, leaving just enough light to see by, and then you climb into the bed. The quilts are heavy and soft, layers upon layers of warmth that settle over you like being wrapped in clouds. The pillows are perfect, not too firm, not too soft, and they smell faintly of lavender and clean linen. Atlas stretches, his body elongating impossibly, and then walks up the bed to settle beside you, his bulk warm and reassuring. He rests his head on the quilt near your shoulder, his purr starting up immediately, a deep, powerful sound that you can feel through the mattress, through the quilts, through your own body. Mabel, the tuxedo cat, kneads the quilt near your feet for a moment before curling into a tight ball there, her own quieter purr joining Atlas's, the two sounds weaving together into a harmony that seems to resonate with the rhythm of the rain. You let your eyes close. The darkness behind your eyelids is soft and welcoming. The bed supports you perfectly, holding you in gentle embrace. The weight of the quilts grounds you, and the warmth of the cats spreads through the covers. Atlas at your shoulder, Mabel at your feet, both of them steady presences in the dark. The rain continues its song, and you realize it's not just one sound, but many. The patter on the roof directly above, the tapping on the window glass, the drip from the eaves, the rustle as it moves through the trees. All of it together creates a symphony, complex and simple at once, and it lulls you, rocks you, pulls you gently down into softness. Your breathing slows, in and out, in and out, matching the rhythm of the rain, matching the purrs of the cats, matching some ancient, eternal rhythm that exists beneath everything. Your body relaxes, muscle by muscle. Your shoulders soften into the mattress. Your arms grow heavy. Your legs sink into the bed. Your jaw unclenches. Your forehead smooths. Even your thoughts begin to slow, to drift, to lose their edges and substance. Atlas shifts slightly, moving closer, his warmth a steady sun against your side. Mabel readjusts at your feet, her weight a gentle anchor. You drift. Somewhere in the cottage you can sense the other cats, Marmalade by the fire downstairs, Willow on her favorite windowsill, the silver tabby still in the winter room. They're all at rest, all at peace, and somehow their peace becomes yours, flowing through the cottage like water, like light, like breath. The rain whispers secrets you don't need to understand. It speaks of renewal, of cycles, of the way all things eventually return to rest, and rest to motion, in endless, gentle turning. It washes the world clean, and you with it. Your thoughts fragment into images, sensations, memories that rise and fall without weight. The golden glow of the fire, Eleanor's kind eyes, the softness of Willow's fur, the taste of chamomile and honey, the scent of pine and lavender, the sight of rain on glass, the feeling of being held, being safe, being home, and beneath it all, the purring, constant and sure, a vibration that reaches into your chest and settles there, a second heartbeat, a reminder that you are not alone, you are cared for, you are watched over. The candle flickers and goes out, but you don't notice. The darkness is complete now, soft and enveloping, like being wrapped in velvet, like being held in the gentlest arms. The rain sings on. Atlas's purr continues, Mabel's joins it, and somewhere in the cottage you imagine you can hear the other cats purring too, all of them together creating a chorus, a meditation, a prayer of peace. Your breathing is barely perceptible now, so slow, so easy. Your body has forgotten its weight. You're floating, drifting, held in the space between waking and sleep, and it's the most comfortable you've ever been, the most peaceful, the most completely, utterly safe. The cottage breathes around you, the forest breathes beyond the walls, the winter rain breathes its blessing over everything, and you let go. You release every last thread of tension, every last whisper of worry, every last shadow of urgency. You surrender to the softness, to the warmth, to the darkness, to the rain, to the cats, to the cottage that exists outside of time, waiting always for those who need to rest. Atlas's purr guides you deeper. Mabel's warmth anchors you. The rain carries you on its tide. And as you drift down, down, down into sleep, true deep, healing sleep, your last conscious thought is not a thought at all, but a feeling, a knowing. You are home, you are held, you are exactly where you need to be. The rain whispers its agreement, and the cottage, the cats, the winter night, all of it wraps around you like the softest blanket ever woven. And you sleep, and you dream, and you are, at last, at peace. The rain continues through the night, through your dreams, a lullaby that never ends, singing you deeper into rest, watching over you as the cats watch over you, as the cottage watches over you, as the forest and the winter and the night itself watches over you. And in the morning, whenever morning comes, if it comes at all, for time is soft here and flexible, you'll wake rested, renewed, restored. But for now, just this, just the rain, just the purring, just the warmth, just the peace, just sleep, deep, beautiful, untroubled sleep. And the cats, faithful guardians, keep their vigil through the darkness, their purrs never faltering, their warmth never fading, their presence a promise that you are safe, you are loved, you are watched over, forever, always, now. Sleep, sleep, sleep.
Fall asleep in minutes, whispered library, Hearthstone sleep story. The evening arrives wrapped in winter's quietest cloak, a hush that descends like a soft, invisible veil over the world, muting the distant hum of life and leaving only the intimate symphony of your own presence. You find yourself walking a path you've somehow always known but never quite remembered, a winding trail etched into the landscape of your subconscious, perhaps from childhood dreams or half-forgotten stories told by elders around flickering fires. Snow has fallen earlier in the day, blanketing the earth in a pristine layer of white that softens every edge of the world, transforming sharp branches into gentle curves and muffling every sound until the only thing you hear is your own breathing, slow and steady, matching the rhythm of your footsteps on the pale, crunching ground beneath your boots. The sky above holds that particular quality of winter twilight, not quite dark, not quite light, a soft lavender grey that seems to glow from within, as if the clouds themselves are luminous, infused with the last remnants of daylight trapped in their fluffy depths. Stars begin to peek through in faint pinpricks, hesitant at first, as though unsure if it's their time to shine. And through this gentle dimness, you notice the first drops of rain beginning to fall, so light they're barely more than mist, touching your face like cool silk threads spun from the heavens, melting the moment they meet your warm skin, leaving behind a refreshing tingle that awakens your senses without startling them. Rain in winter, the most peaceful contradiction, a marriage of cold and wet that defies the season's usual bite, instead offering a soothing balm to the soul. Each drop catches what little light remains in the sky, refracting it into tiny prisms that sparkle like distant fireflies, and you can see them falling in slow motion, as if time itself has decided to rest, to take its time, to let this moment stretch and breathe and simply be, unhurried by the demands of the clock or the world beyond. The air carries a crisp scent of pine mixed with the earthy petrichor of rain on snow, a fragrance that fills your lungs with each inhale, grounding you in the present. You follow the path as it curves between snow-dusted evergreens, their branches heavy and bowed under the weight of fresh powder, creating natural archways overhead that frame the sky like living cathedrals. The needles glisten with melting snow, and occasional clumps fall with a soft plop, adding to the serene ambience. The rain grows slightly more present now, a gentle rhythm that taps against the pine needles, creating a susurrus, a whispering chorus that seems to come from everywhere and nowhere at once, enveloping you in its subtle melody. Your shoulders drop, releasing tension you hadn't realized you carried from the day's burdens. Your jaw loosens, allowing a sigh of relief to escape. Something in your chest that you didn't know was tight begins to unfurl, petal by petal, like a flower opening in reverse, folding inward toward rest, toward a profound inner calm that feels almost sacred. And then you see it, emerging from the misty veil ahead like a beacon in the gathering dusk. The library appears as if it has always been there, as if you've been walking toward it your entire life without knowing, a sanctuary hidden in plain sight, woven into the fabric of the forest. It rises from the winter landscape like a dream taking shape. Stone walls the colour of aged honey, weathered by centuries of seasons yet standing resolute, with the ivy creeping up in delicate patterns that add to its timeless charm. Tall windows glow with the warmest amber light you've ever seen, spilling out like liquid gold onto the snow, inviting you closer with their promise of solace. Smoke curls lazily from a chimney made of stacked field stones, dissolving into the rain-misted air above, carrying hints of cedar and oak that mingle with the falling precipitation. The rain falls more steadily now, but it's the kind of rain that makes you want to be inside, safe and warm, the kind that promises comfort rather than cold, a gentle patter that cleanses the air and nourishes the earth. You can hear it beginning to patter on the library's slate roof, tiles overlapping like scales on an ancient dragon, a rhythm so ancient and familiar it might be the first lullaby, the sound that existed before sound had a name, echoing through human history as a harbinger of renewal and repose. As you approach, the drops drum against fallen leaves scattered on the path, creating miniature puddles that reflect the glowing windows like tiny mirrors. Your hand finds the great wooden door, carved from oak with intricate knots that tell stories of the tree's long life, and even before you push it open, you can feel the warmth radiating through it, a subtle heat that chases away the chill from your fingertips. The brass handle is smooth and slightly warm in your palm, as if someone held it just moments before you, as if you're expected, welcomed, known. part of a lineage of wanderers who have sought this haven through the ages. It turns with effortless grace, well-oiled hinges betraying the care taken in its maintenance. The door opens with barely a whisper, a soft creak that blends seamlessly into the rain's cadence. Inside, the air embraces you immediately. Not hot, but perfectly, precisely warm. The kind of warmth that seeps into your bones and invites every muscle to soften, to let go, to trust that you can rest here, completely, without reservation, shedding the armor of daily life. The scent reaches you next. Old paper and leather bindings mingling with the crackle of wood smoke from the hearth, and something faintly sweet, perhaps honey or vanilla from a distant kitchen, or maybe just the smell of time itself, aged into something gentle, evocative of libraries in far-off memories or imagined worlds. It's a bouquet that evokes nostalgia, stirring emotions long dormant. The library stretches before you in a way that defies the modest exterior you saw from outside. An architectural marvel where space seems to expand infinitely, perhaps through clever design or the magic of perception. Shelves rise toward a ceiling lost in soft shadow, vaulted with exposed beams that speak of craftsmanship from eras past, filled with more books than you could count in a lifetime, their spines creating a tapestry of deep burgundies and forest greens, midnight blues and rich browns, accented by gold leaf that catches the light. The floor beneath your feet is smooth stone, polished by countless footsteps, covered here and there with rugs so thick and soft, woven in intricate patterns of swirling vines and celestial motifs that your footsteps make no sound at all, allowing you to move like a ghost in this realm of quietude. And everywhere the sound of rain, a persistent yet unobtrusive companion. It falls against the windows in waves, sometimes louder like a crescendo in a symphony, sometimes softer like a whisper in the night, but always present, always there, a companion, a comfort, a constant gentle reminder that the world outside is taking care of itself, that nothing requires your attention, that you're free to simply be here, in this moment, in this warmth, in this peace. The droplets trace paths down the glass, distorting the view of the darkening forest beyond, turning it into an abstract painting of greens and greys. Lanterns hang from wooden beams overhead, their light filtered through amber glass etched with faint designs of leaves and stars, casting everything in a golden glow that seems to pulse gently, slowly, like a heartbeat, like breathing, syncing with your own vital rhythms. The shadows they create are not dark but soft, full of depth and invitation, suggesting corners where you might curl up with a tome, alcoves where you might nest among cushions, places where rest is not just possible but inevitable, a foregone conclusion in this enchanted space. You move deeper into the library, and your body seems to know where to go, following a path between the shelves that feels worn smooth by centuries of seekers, finding their way to the heart of this place. Philosophers, poets, dreamers who came before, leaving invisible imprints. The rain's rhythm shifts slightly as you walk, sometimes tapping briskly against window panes like impatient fingers, sometimes gentling to barely a whisper, a hush that lulls the mind, and you realize your breathing has synchronized with it. Slow and deep, in and out, like waves on the shore, like the tide of sleep itself beginning to rise, pulling you toward tranquility. Books surround you on every side, a vast collection spanning genres and epochs, ancient scrolls in glass cases, leather-bound classics with embossed titles, modern paperbacks nestled among them like young siblings, but you feel no pressure to read them, no urgency to understand them. They're simply there, like old friends, their presence enough, their knowledge contained but patient, willing to wait forever if necessary, guardians of wisdom that offer without demanding. Some spines are cracked with age, bearing the patina of frequent handling, others pristine, as if untouched since their binding. And on a few you can see titles written in languages you don't recognize but somehow find beautiful anyway. The shape of the letters soothing, decorative, like art rather than words, evoking mystery and allure. Your fingers trail along a shelf as you pass, and the leather and cloth bindings feel cool and smooth under your touch, grounding you, connecting you to this moment, this place, this perfect now, each texture a tactile reminder of the human hands that crafted them. And then you round a corner, navigating past a ladder leaning against a high shelf, and the heart of the library reveals itself in all its glory. A vast stone hearth dominates one wall, so large you could stand inside it, its mantle adorned with curios, old clocks, crystal orbs, dried herbs that add a subtle aroma. Within it burns a fire that might have been lit 100 years ago and simply never gone out, tended by unseen caretakers, or perhaps sustained by the library's own enchantment. The flames move in slow motion, gold and orange and the deepest red, flickering with embers that pop occasionally like distant fireworks, casting dancing light across the space, illuminating motes of dust that float like tiny stars. The warmth that radiates from them is exquisite, not fierce but tender, wrapping around you like a blanket, like arms, like love made tangible, banishing any lingering chill from your journey. Before the hearth, arranged in a half circle that encourages communal yet private repose, are chairs and sofas such as you've never seen, deep cushioned, upholstered in fabrics that might be velvet or might be something softer still, perhaps a blend of silk and wool, in shades of wine and forest and storm cloud grey that harmonize with the room's palette. Thick quilts are draped over their backs, hand-stitched with patterns of moons and rivers, and scattered among them are pillows in such abundance, plump with down, embroidered with threads of gold, that you could build a nest, a cocoon, a place to disappear into comfort completely, insulated from the world's chaos. The rain is louder here, and you realize why. Behind the hearth, a great window spans almost the entire wall, mullioned with leaded glass that adds a vintage elegance, and though it's dark outside now, You can see the rain streaming down the glass in rivulets, catching the firelight as it falls, transforming each pane into a living tapestry of gold and shadow, movement and light. A mesmerizing display that could hold your gaze for hours. You choose a chair, or perhaps it chooses you, a deep wingback positioned at an angle to both the fire and the window, offering you both warmth and the hypnotic sight of rain, its high back providing a sense of enclosure, privacy amid the openness. As you sink into it, the cushions seem to rise around you, supporting you perfectly, as if they've been waiting specifically for your shape, your weight, your particular need for rest, moulding to your form like a custom embrace. The fabric is impossibly soft against your skin, and as you settle, a quilt falls naturally into your lap, its weight comforting, inviting you to pull it up and surrender fully. In this moment, time dissolves. The rain's steady drum becomes a meditative chant, the fire's crackle a gentle underscore, and the library's essence envelops you. You close your eyes briefly, inhaling deeply, feeling layers of fatigue peel away. Perhaps you'll reach for a book nearby, its pages whispering secrets as you turn them, or maybe you'll simply sit, letting the ambience heal whatever aches your spirit carries. Here, in this winter sanctuary, peace isn't sought, it's given freely, abundantly, wrapping you in its quiet magic for as long as you wish to stay. A small table stands beside the chair, low and round, made of dark walnut whose grain has been polished by countless sleeves and elbows over decades, perhaps centuries. Its surface bears the faint rings of old cups and the soft scratches of pens laid carelessly aside. On it, steam rises in delicate spirals from a cup you don't remember seeing before, yet somehow you're not startled by its sudden presence. It feels inevitable, as though the library itself exhaled it into being the moment you settled. The porcelain is the colour of fresh cream with a hairline crack near the rim, an imperfection that makes it more precious, more lived in, more kind. You reach for it, and the ceramic is warm in your hands, the perfect temperature, neither a burn nor a chill, but the exact degree that says, "I have been waiting for you." You bring it close and breathe in. Chamomile first, sun-dried and golden, then the rounded sweetness of honey harvested from meadows you can almost see, followed by the cool breath of lavender picked at twilight. Beneath these, something subtler drifts up, something that has no name in any herbalist's book, something that smells like the moment after crying when the tears have stopped, but the heart is still open, like the hush between thunder and the return of birdsong, like peace itself might smell if peace had a fragrance and decided to pour itself into a cup for you alone. The steam brushes your face like a cat's tail, soft, deliberate, affectionate. You take a sip and the liquid is neither too hot nor too cool. It is the temperature of your own blood, as though the tea has borrowed your warmth and is now returning it, refined and gentled. It slides over your tongue, down your throat, and spreads outward in slow, deliberate waves. Warmth through your chest first, then down your arms like sunlight moving through branches into your wrists, your palms, the very tips of your fingers, until even the places that are usually cold, the hollow behind your knees, the bones of your ankles, are filled with liquid gold. Something restless inside you that you didn't even know needed settling sighs and lies down, curling like a sleepy animal at the base of your spine. The fire crackles softly, a sound like whispered conversation between old friends who no longer need to finish their sentences. Individual logs shift with a small pop, releasing a puff of sparks that rise, glow briefly, and vanish. Tiny lives lived in an instant. Beautiful because they do not cling. You watch the flames dance their slow dance, never quite the same from one moment to the next, but never jarring, never sharp, just an endless, gentle variation on the theme of warmth and light. Blues flicker at the heart of the orange, hints of violet at the edges, colours you rarely see in fire, and yet here they are, patient and unhurried, painting themselves across the stones of the hearth and across the lids of your half-closed eyes. Outside, the rain continues its patient work, washing the winter world clean of whatever it no longer needs to carry. You notice that sometimes individual drops catch the firelight in such a way that you can track their entire journey down the tall window, appearing at the top like a star being born, trembling for a moment on the sill of the pane, then beginning their descent. They gather other drops as they go, growing heavier, rounder, moving slower, tracing shining paths that twist and braid with the trails of those who fell before them, until they reach the bottom and disappear into the wooden frame, only to be replaced by another and another in an endless procession that has no beginning and no end, just continuation, just being, just the way things are when there is nowhere to go and nothing to do but fall and be caught and vanish and begin again. You take another sip from your cup, and you notice that the library has grown quieter, or perhaps you have simply settled more deeply into its quiet, the way a stone settles into a riverbed and lets the water close over it. The rain's rhythm is inside you now, matching your pulse, matching your breath, so that you can't quite tell where the sound of rain ends and the sound of your own life begins. They are woven together, inseparable, the boundary between outside and inside dissolving like sugar in warm water, like worry in warmth, like tension in time. There is no longer a window between you and the rain. There is only weather and body and the soft, permeable membrane of attention that lets one become the other. A book rests on the wide arm of your chair. You don't remember it being there before, but it seems right that it should be there now, as though the chair grew it like a fruit. The cover is leather the colour of blackberries after frost, soft and slightly tacky from years of loving hands. Gold lettering is worn away in places, leaving only the suggestion of a title, a secret shared between the book and those who held it before you. You pick it up, and it is heavier than it looks, solid, reassuring. When you open it, the pages sigh apart with the gentlest sound, the sound a bird makes when it folds its wings after flight, You open it not to any particular page, just wherever it falls open, and you find yourself looking at words written in a script so beautiful it almost doesn't matter what they say. Ink the colour of midnight sky, letters that curl and flourish like vines, like rivers seen from very high above. But you read them anyway, slowly, letting each word rest on your tongue before the next arrives. They speak of gentle things, of gardens in moonlight where silver moths drift like slow snow, of rivers that have forgotten they were ever streams, finding their way to the sea without hurry or pride, of birds settling into nests as evening falls, tucking beaks beneath wings the way you are tucking thoughts beneath silence, of all the soft and quiet ways that things come to rest when just remember they no longer need to prove anything to anyone. These sentences are long and meandering, the way thoughts are when there is no need to arrive anywhere. You read a few lines, then a few more, but your eyes are growing heavy, and you realize that you don't need to finish the thought, don't need to reach any conclusion. The words can wait. They've waited this long, centuries perhaps, curled inside this book like sleeping cats. They'll be here tomorrow or next year or whenever you need them again. There is no urgency here, no deadline, no requirement that you stay alert or pay attention or accomplish anything at all. You set the book gently back on the chair arm, and it closes itself with a soft thud that sounds like a heartbeat saying hush. You let your head rest against the high wing of the chair, angled so you can still see the fire, still see the rain, still be held by both. The wing curves protectively around your cheek like the shell of some great, gentle creature that has decided to keep you. The warmth from the fire has seeped all the way through you now. You feel it in your feet first, thawing places that have been cold since childhood winters you can't quite recall, then up through calves and thighs, belly and chest, shoulders and neck, until even the roots of your hair feel bathed in it. Every part of you is warm, safe, held. The chair seems to have moulded itself perfectly to your body over the course of this single evening, though perhaps it has been moulding itself to bodies like yours for hundreds of evenings, supporting the exact curve of your spine, cradling your head so that your neck forgets it, ever new tension. You realize you could sleep here, that sleeping here might be the most natural thing in the world, that perhaps this library exists specifically for this, not for reading or studying or seeking, but for resting, for letting go, for allowing the accumulated weight of days and months and years to finally be set down without ceremony, without guilt, without even the smallest apology. Outside, the rain shifts again, growing softer, more distant, as if it has finished its immediate work on this part of the forest, and is moving on to soothe other places that need its lullaby, its patience, its gentle insistence that all things come to rest eventually. That resistance is optional, that surrender is always available, always waiting with infinite courtesy. The fire has burned down slightly, The flames lower now, more ember than blaze, glowing with a deep and steady warmth that asks for nothing, that simply offers, that continues without effort or strain, the way breath continues even when we forget we are breathing, the way heartbeats continue long after we have stopped counting them. The logs have collapsed into a bed of ruby coals that pulse gently, in and out, like a heart that has decided to beat only for comfort tonight. Your eyelids are so heavy now. Each blink lasts a little longer, and the darkness behind your eyes is not empty but full of warmth, full of quiet, full of the sense that you are exactly where you need to be, that this moment is complete, that nothing is missing, that you lack for nothing at all. Through the narrowing slit of your vision, you watch the rain on the window, the golden trails of water catching firelight, and they begin to blur, to soften, to merge into patterns that might be letters in an unknown alphabet, or might be maps to places you'll visit only in dreams, or might simply be beauty for its own sake, requiring no interpretation, no understanding, just appreciation, just presence, just this. Your breathing has slowed to match the rain's rhythm exactly now. Long, slow breaths in that drawer in the scented air of the library, even longer breaths out that release something you didn't know you were still holding. Perhaps the last remnant of a year you're ready to lay down. Perhaps the final echo of a sorrow whose name you have forgotten. Each exhalation is a small surrender. Each inhalation, a small return to center. The boundaries are dissolving now. You're not sure if you're looking at the fire or if you've become the fire, steady and warm and contained within safe stone. You're not sure if you're hearing the rain or if you've become the rain, falling without effort, without resistance, simply following gravity, simply going where everything goes when it lets go, when it stops fighting, when it remembers that rest is not failure, but return, not ending, but homecoming. The cup is still warm in your hands, though you don't remember when you picked it up again. Or perhaps you never set it down. Or perhaps time here doesn't work the way it does elsewhere. Perhaps here all moments exist at once, like pages in a book you no longer need to turn because you are living inside the story and the story is living inside you. You take one more sip and the liquid is somehow even more perfect than before, richer, deeper, as though it has been steeping in your own relaxation and has taken on the flavor of your loosening. You realize it's because you've changed, softened, opened, and so everything you experience has softened too, has opened too, has become more itself because you've become more yourself, more relaxed, more present, more here in this impossible perfect now. The library breathes around you. You can feel it. The gentle expansion and contraction of the space itself, as if the walls and shelves and books and shadows are all part of one great lung, breathing slowly, breathing peacefully, and you're breathing with it. Synchronized, connected, part of something larger than yourself, but not lost in it. Still you, but also more than you, held and holding, resting and providing rest. The fire has burned down to pure ember now, a bed of glowing coals that pulse with their own internal light, steady as stars, warm as summer remembered in the bones, patient as stone. They'll burn through the night, these coals, requiring nothing from you, asking nothing, simply being here as you are here, companions in rest, partners in peace. And the rain, the endless faithful rain, continues its whispered song against the windows, against the roof, against the whole winter world, softening everything, gentling everything, reminding everything that water always finds its way, always returns, always flows toward rest, toward low places, toward settling, toward peace. Your eyes are closed now. You didn't decide to close them. They closed themselves, naturally, easily, like flowers folding at dusk, like birds tucking heads beneath wings, like all things do when the day is done and darkness comes not as an enemy, but as a friend, as an invitation, as a soft voice saying yes, now, here, rest. But even with your eyes closed, you can still see the fires glow through your eyelids, a warm golden red that pulses gently with your heartbeat, with your breath, with the rain's rhythm, all merged now into one great slow tide of being, of existing without effort, of living without striving, of simply allowing yourself to be held by warmth and darkness and the eternal patient presence of this place. Somewhere in the library a clock might be ticking, but you can't hear it. Or perhaps there is no clock here. Perhaps time has decided to rest too, to take a break from its endless counting, its relentless forward march. Perhaps here, in this firelit haven, in this rain-wrapped sanctuary, time moves differently, or doesn't move at all, or moves only in circles, in spirals, in patterns that always return to this moment, this breath, this perfect surrender to rest. Your body has released completely now. Your muscles remember what it feels like to not be tense, to not be ready, to not be waiting for the next thing. Your jaw hangs loose. Your shoulders have dropped so far they might be touching the earth itself, though you're nestled deep in this chair, wrapped in quilt and cushion and centuries of accumulated kindness. The rain continues, softer now, or perhaps just more distant, as if you're moving away from it, or into it, or becoming it. No longer listening to rain, but being rain, falling without fear, without resistance, trusting that the ground will rise to meet you, that every falling is really a returning, that every letting go is really a coming home. You might be dreaming now, or you might be about to dream, or perhaps there's no difference anymore. Perhaps waking and sleeping have merged into this single, continuous state of peaceful awareness, of restful presence, of being here and being gone all at once, existing and dissolving, holding on and letting go until the boundaries mean nothing, until there are no boundaries, until there's only this: warmth, darkness, rain, breath, the fire's last whisper, the windows streaming gold, your heartbeat steady and slow, slower, slower still, until it's barely a flutter, barely a ripple on the surface of a deep, still pool whose depths hold every tired thing you ever carried and have now gently laid down. And the library holds you, has always held you, will always hold you, here in winter's gentlest hour, here where rain and warmth meet, here where sleep is not an escape but an arrival, not an ending but a beginning, not a departure but the deepest, truest, most complete coming home. The rain whispers your name, or perhaps that's just rain being rain, falling as it always falls, has always fallen, will always fall, patient and eternal and utterly, utterly peaceful. And you fall with it, gently, slowly, softly, into warmth, into darkness, into sleep, into dreams where libraries are infinite and hearths never grow cold, and rain falls forever against windows that reflect only peace, only rest, only the golden light of a fire that burns without consuming, that warms without demanding, that simply is as you are, as everything is, here in this moment that has no end, this breath that has no bottom, this falling that is really flying, this sleep that is really waking, this perfect, endless, rain-wrapped now. Rest now. The library will keep watch. The fire will stay warm. The rain will sing its lullaby. And you can finally let go and sleep. Your misty path to the lighthouse, library of dreams. You arrive at the lighthouse just as twilight softens into something deeper, something that feels like the edge of sleep itself. The world here exists in shades of blue and grey, where the mist from the ocean blurs the line between water and sky, between waking and dreaming. You've been walking for some time, though you cannot quite remember when you began, only that each step has felt lighter than the last, as if the path itself were helping you along. The rain begins as a whisper, so gentle you're not certain at first if it's rain at all, or simply the mist condensing on your skin. It falls in a rhythm that seems to match your breathing, soft drops that patter against the smooth stones of the coastal path. The sound is ancient and familiar, like a lullaby your bones remember even if your mind does not. The lighthouse stands ahead, rising from the rocky shore like a pale finger pointing toward the darkening sky. Its white-painted stones are weathered smooth by decades of salt air and rain, and in the dimming light, it seems to glow with a luminescence all its own, not bright, but gentle, like moonlight caught in sea foam. A warm light circles slowly from the lantern room at its top, sweeping across the water in a patient, endless rotation. Around and around it goes, never rushing, never pausing, steady as a heartbeat, steady as breath. You follow the path closer, and the sound of the ocean grows softer here, not because it has diminished, but because it has become part of everything, part of the air, part of the mist, part of the rain that now falls a little more steadily, creating tiny rivers between the smooth stones beneath your feet. The drops are warm despite the coolness of the evening, each one a small comfort against your skin. The door to the lighthouse is painted a deep blue, the colour of the ocean at dusk, It stands slightly ajar, and through the opening you can see the golden glow of lamplight within. There is no need to knock. You place your hand on the weathered wood, feeling its smoothness, the way generations of hands have touched this same spot, and you push gently. The door swings open without a sound. Inside, the air is thick with quietness. Not silence, but a deep, soft quiet that seems to hold space for rest. The room is circular, following this curve of the lighthouse walls, and it is filled with shelves. But these are not ordinary shelves, and this is not an ordinary lighthouse. Every surface from floor to ceiling is lined with glass bottles of every size and shape imaginable. Some are small as your thumb, others large as a lantern. They are made of sea glass and clear crystal, of blue glass and green, of vessels that seem to have been shaped by the ocean itself. And inside each bottle there is light, soft coloured light that pulses gently like a breathing thing. Blues and golds, soft pinks and silvers, deep purples and the pale green of new leaves. Each light moves slowly within its glass prison, swirling like fog, like dreams themselves made visible. The rain outside has found its rhythm now, a steady percussion against the curved walls of the lighthouse, and inside you can hear it as a distant lullaby, muffled and soft. The sound wraps around you like a blanket, and you feel your shoulders dropping, the tension you didn't know you were carrying beginning to ease away like mist beneath morning sun. "You've come for a dream," a voice says, and you turn to find an old woman sitting in a chair you somehow didn't notice before. She is neither young nor ancient, existing in that timeless space that some people seem to inhabit, where age is less about years and more about the depth of knowing in their eyes. Her hair is the colour of sea foam, grey and white and silver all at once, and it falls in loose waves around her shoulders. She wears a sweater the colour of driftwood, soft and worn, and in her hands she holds a cup of tea that steams gently, filling the air with the scent of chamomile and honey and something else, something that smells like rain on warm stones. "I'm the keeper here," she says, her voice as soft as the rain, as steady as the light that circles above you. "This is the library of dreams. Each bottle holds one, a dream that someone dreamed once and chose to leave here, to be kept safe until someone else needed it. You want to ask why, how, but the questions feel too sharp for this soft space, and so instead you simply nod, feeling the rightness of this place settling into your bones. "Come," she says, rising with the gentle ease of someone who has all the time in the world. "Let's find which dream is waiting for you." She moves between the shelves with practiced grace, her fingers trailing along the bottles, and each one she passes seems to brighten slightly, as if greeting an old friend. The rain outside intensifies just a little, becoming more present, and through the small windows that circle the room, you can see the drops sliding down the glass, turning the world outside into a watercolour painting of blues and greys. "Dreams are curious things," the keeper says, her voice floating back to you as you follow her deeper into the circular room. "Most people think we create them, that they come from inside us. But I've learned in my years here that dreams are more like songs. They exist somewhere beyond us, and we simply tune into them when we sleep. Some dreams find many listeners. Others wait a long time for the right person to hear them. The bottles around you pulse with gentle light, and you notice that some seem to hum. Vibrations so low you feel them more than hear them, resonating in your chest like the purr of a contented cat. The sensation is deeply soothing, and you feel your breathing slowing further, matching the rhythm of the rain, the rhythm of the circling light above. The keeper stops at a section of shelves near one of the windows, where the rain creates a curtain of sound that feels like privacy, like shelter. The bottles here are fewer, and their lights are softer. Dreams that are quiet, dreams that whisper rather than sing. "Tell me," she says, turning to look at you with eyes that are the same grey as the mist outside. "What does rest feel like to you?" You consider this, letting the question settle. What does rest feel like? Not sleep, not unconsciousness, but true rest. That deep unwinding of everything you've been carrying. It feels like. You begin, and the words come slowly, dreamlike themselves. Like letting go, like being held, like finally being allowed to just be. The keeper nods, a small smile touching her lips. "Yes," she says softly. "Yes, I think I know which dream you need." She reaches up to a shelf at eye level, her fingers hovering over several bottles before settling on one. It is made of sea glass, the kind that has been tumbled by waves for so long it has lost all its sharp edges. The glass is the colour of sea foam at dawn, pale grey-green with hints of blue and white. The light inside moves slowly, languidly, like clouds seen from underwater, and as the keeper lifts it from the shelf, you hear a sound like distant wind chimes, like rain on leaves, like the ocean breathing. "This one," she says, holding it carefully in both hands. "This dream has been waiting for 17 years. It was left by a sailor who used to watch storms from this very lighthouse. He dreamed it on a night much like this one. Rain and mist and the ocean singing its endless song. He said it was the most resting dream he'd ever had, and when he woke he felt like he'd been remade. He wanted to share that feeling, so he brought it here." She turns the bottle slowly, and the light within spirals, casting soft shadows that dance across the curved walls. The rain outside seems to respond, finding a deeper rhythm, and you realize that your heartbeat has slowed to match it, that your breath has become as easy and natural as the tide. "Would you like to see it?" the keeper asks. You nod, and the keeper gestures to a chair by the window, a deep, plush seat draped in twilight-hued fabric, its cushions worn soft by countless dreamers. As you sink into it, the chair embraces you, moulding to your form as if overjoyed to offer comfort. The keeper draws a weathered table closer, placing the bottle upon it with care. She lights a candle, its flame unwavering despite unseen drafts in the ancient lighthouse, casting a warm glow across the bottle's surface. The air hums with anticipation, a promise of something sacred. "The dream will reveal itself," she says, Settling into her chair, her voice steady as the candlelight. Watch the light, listen to the rain, let yourself soften, let yourself open. The dream will guide you. She lifts her tea, its herbal scent blending with salt air and rain, conjuring memories of every safe haven. Childhood hideaways, quiet corners, moments of unspoken peace. Outside, the rain's percussion weaves a rhythm, harmonizing with the lighthouse's circling beam, cradling you in safety, suspended between eternal rhythms. The rhythm of the rain, a hypnotic patter against the thick glass, slows your internal rush, a gentle invitation to stillness. Each flash of the beacon, slicing through the mist and back again, anchors you to the present moment, a guardian over your transition from the waking world. You gaze at the bottle, its swirling light at first merely colour and motion. As your breathing slows, your eyes soften, and the light transforms into a vision, a world unfolding, inviting you in. The bottle becomes a portal, offering something profound. The glass seems to dissolve, leaving only the depth of the vision, a window into a truth you'd forgotten you knew. The colours, deep indigo, soft lavender, and the faint silver of moonlight, pull you forward, a silent but compelling call. A beach emerges at twilight, its dark, smooth sand glistening like obsidian, damp from the retreating tide, mirroring the sky's muted blues and purples. The ocean lies calm, its waves whispering against the shore, each a sigh of contentment. Mist softens every edge, rendering the world a dreamscape where reality and imagination intertwine. This is the edge of the world, a liminal space where the boundaries of thought dissolve and peace settles in the hollows of your mind. The air here is pure, scrubbed clean by the rain, and scented with salt and wild coastal herbs. You are there, barefoot, the cool sand yielding beneath your steps, each grain a caress. Mist kisses your skin, mingling with rain, soft as sea spray, soothing and grounding. You walk without destination, only the joy of movement, sand shifting, foam brushing your ankles. Each step is a meditation, unburdened by expectation. A lightness fills your chest, a quiet joy that stems from perfect alignment with the moment. You feel the pull of the tide, the vastness of the ocean, and the eternal comforting presence of the earth beneath your feet, all conspiring to hold you. The rain intensifies, a soft crescendo, and in the vision, droplets fall into the ocean, creating a symphony of tiny impacts, a universal lullaby. Each drop births a ripple, weaving fleeting mandalas across the water, beautiful in their impermanence. You sense others at this beach, shadowy figures in the mist, fellow dreamers. Their presence is comforting, non-intrusive. There is space for all, an unspoken understanding that this dream belongs to everyone seeking rest. There is no need for words, no social performance, only the shared deep breath of souls finding reprieve. You're not alone, yet you possess perfect solitude. Ahead, a shelter appears, crafted from driftwood and sea glass, open to the ocean, shielding from rain. It glows with inviting light, radiating warmth. Cushions and blankets await, a haven for comfort. It has been waiting for you, a timeless refuge. The structure is organic, as though grown from the sand, bearing the marks of wind and water, a testament to endurance and quiet strength. You step inside, and the shelter enfolds you, its warmth a promise, its light a vow. Here, you're safe. Here, you can rest. The subtle scent of burning cedar and dry moss completes the sense of sanctuary, a primal comfort that sinks deep into your bones. You step inside, and the rain on the driftwood roof creates a song you feel you've known your entire life. The cushions are impossibly soft, the blankets warm without being heavy. There is a window that looks out over the ocean, and you can see the rain falling into the water, see the mist rolling in and out like breath, see the darkening sky where the first stars are beginning to appear, hazy and soft through the moisture in the air. You settle onto the cushions, wrapping a blanket around your shoulders, and the feeling is so perfectly comfortable that you could weep with relief. This is what you've been seeking without knowing you were seeking it. This sense of being completely, utterly held, of being allowed to rest without guilt, without urgency, without the need to be or do anything other than simply exist in this moment. In the keeper's lighthouse, in the chair that holds you so gently, you feel your body responding to the dream. Your muscles are releasing tension you didn't know they held. Your jaw unclenches. Your shoulders drop away from your ears. Your hands, which have been gripping the armrest, slowly relax and open, palms up, receiving. The keeper's voice comes soft and low, barely distinguishable from the rain. Yes, just like that. Let the dream show you how to rest. Let it teach your body what peace feels like. In the dream vision, you watch through the window of your shelter as the rain continues to fall. The light is fading now, true night settling in, and the stars grow brighter above. The ocean continues its eternal rhythm, in and out, and you find your breath matching it, deep and slow, barely conscious of breathing at all anymore. It's simply happening, like the tide, like the rain, like the circling of the lighthouse beam above. You notice a cup sitting beside you in the shelter, steaming gently. You pick it up, and the warmth seeps into your hands, not hot enough to burn, just perfectly warm, radiating comfort up through your arms and into your chest. The scent is of chamomile and honey and rain on warm stones, the same scent that fills the keeper's lighthouse. You sip, and the warmth travels all the way down, settling in your center like a glowing ember, not of fire, but of peace. The rain finds a new rhythm now, slightly slower, slightly deeper. It sounds almost like a heartbeat, almost like a drum beat, ancient and patient and completely without urgency. Each drop is individual, precious, a small blessing. Each drop says, "You are safe, you are safe, you are safe." You set the cup down and lie back on the cushions, pulling the blanket more closely around you. Through the window, you can see more stars appearing now. Countless stars, and the mist creates halos around each one, soft and blurred. The rain continues, sometimes heavier, sometimes barely there, but always present, always keeping its steady rhythm. You think of all the dreamers who have found this place before you, their weary hearts guided to this same dream, this same beach, this same shelter nestled in the mist. You imagine their footsteps on the sand, their sighs mingling with the ocean's breath, their moments of surrender in this sacred space. You feel tethered to them across time, across space, part of an unbroken chain of souls who sought solace and found it here. There's profound comfort in this connection, in knowing your longing for peace is not solitary but shared, a thread woven into the fabric of humanity, as eternal as the tide, as inevitable as the stars. The keeper's voice drifts through the dream again, soft as a feather falling, carrying the weight of a blessing. This dream will stay with you, even after you leave this lighthouse, even after you return to your own bed, your own life. You can always come back here. This beach lives now in your memory, etched in your body's quiet knowing. Whenever you need it, you need only close your eyes, summon the sound of rain kissing water, and you'll find yourself back in this shelter, safe, held, free to rest as long as you need. Tears slip from the corners of your eyes, warm and silent, not born of sorrow, but of a relief so deep it spills over, seeking release. The dream welcomes them, absorbs them into its gentle embrace, making space for every feeling. Nothing is wrong here. Everything is as it should be, every tear a note in the dream's quiet song. You feel unburdened, as if the weight of the world has been lifted, leaving only the truth of this moment, this perfect, unhurried peace. Outside the real lighthouse, the rain has swelled into a downpour, heavy and insistent, a chorus of water meeting earth. Yet inside, the sound is softened, transformed into a lullaby that wraps around you like a blanket. The lighthouse's circling beam continues its steady rotation, a silent guardian cutting through the mist. In the bottle on the table, the dreamlight swirls more slowly now, settling like fine sediment in a still pool, its glow a quiet promise of rest. In the dream shelter, your body knows no discomfort, only a profound ease that erases the memory of tension. You are heavy with relaxation, your limbs sinking into the cushions, yet light with the absence of worry, as if your soul has been freed from gravity. Your thoughts, once a restless current, have slowed to a gentle drift. No longer urgent demands, but soft observations. The patter of rain, the sigh of the ocean, the distant shimmer of stars, the warmth enfolding you, the peace that permeates everything. The keeper begins to hum, her wordless melody weaving through the air. It feels ancient, as if drawn from the bones of the earth, yet it could be born in the very moment, crafted for you alone. The notes blend with the rain's rhythm, harmonizing in a way that transcends music, becoming a tangible presence, a cocoon of comfort that holds you close. The melody is a bridge between the dream and the world, between the shelter and the lighthouse, between your heart and the vastness of everything. It carries you deeper, softer, into a rest that feels like home. As you gaze through the window, the mist thickens, weaving a delicate tapestry where the boundary between ocean and sky dissolves into an ethereal blur. There is only softness now, a seamless blend of grey and blue punctuated by the gentle, unyielding rhythm of rain. The world beyond the glass loses its edges. You can no longer discern where one element ends and another begins. You are woven into this softness, this dissolution, becoming rain falling into the ocean, mist rising from water, the breath caught between the ceaseless ebb and flow of waves. The scene is a quiet symphony, a moment where separation ceases and you are part of the vast, tender unity. Your eyelids grow heavy, not in the lighthouse where your body rests in the worn, comfortable chair, but in the dream shelter where your dream self lies cocooned in blankets, enveloped by an unshakable peace. It feels safe to let your eyes close, as if the act is a surrender to something inevitable and right. So you do, letting them drift shut, the sound of rain swelling to fill every corner of your awareness, a lullaby that drowns out all else. The patter against the shelter's roof becomes a heartbeat, steady and eternal, pulling you deeper into rest. Even with your eyes closed, the dream remains vivid. You sense the shelter cradling you, its wooden frame a quiet protector. The blankets wrap you like a second skin, warm and grounding, while the rain sings its endless soothing song. Beneath the shelter, you feel the beach, its grains shifting softly, and beneath that the earth itself solid and ancient, holding you in its vast embrace. It's as if the entire world, ocean, sand, sky, and rain, has conspired to create this moment of perfect rest, a sanctuary where you can simply be. The keeper's voice returns, so faint it's barely a whisper, blending with the edges of your thoughts. Sleep now, dear dreamer. Sleep in the dream, sleep in the lighthouse, sleep in your own bed when you find it again. The dream will carry you, the rain will keep its vigil, and you are safe, so safe, held by everything. Her words are a gentle current, guiding you deeper into the dream's embrace, dissolving any lingering need to distinguish between worlds. The boundary between the dream in the bottle and the reality of the lighthouse has softened to nothing. You're uncertain where you are, in the chair by the window, on the beach under the shelter, or carried by the rain itself. Perhaps you exist in all these places at once, a quiet multiplicity. Perhaps this is what rest truly means. The dissolution of boundaries, the softening of the rigid edges we impose on the world, a return to the primal unity that exists before we carve it into separate pieces. In this moment, you are not confined to one place or one state. You are vast, fluid, infinite. The rain persists, its rhythm steady as a heartbeat, and your breath aligns with it, slow and deep. Your heartbeat follows, then the circling lighthouse beam, then the rolling ocean waves, until all these rhythms merge into one great gentle pulse. It moves through you, through the mist, through the stars above that grow brighter yet softer, their light filtered through gossamer curtains of mist. The beauty is overwhelming, yet you can hold it. In this state of rest, you are boundless, soft enough to receive the world's wonders without being consumed by them. The keeper's humming has faded, or perhaps it has woven itself so fully into the rain, the ocean, your breath, that you can no longer separate it. It is all one song now, a melody that holds you as you hold it, a reciprocal embrace where you're both the singer and the sung. In the dream shelter, your body has melted into the cushions, becoming part of the structure itself, driftwood smoothed by tides, sea glass polished by years, blanket and warmth indistinguishable from your own being. You are shelter and sheltered, a paradox resolved in rest. The rain softens further, never ceasing but growing gentler, each drop a deliberate note in the world's quiet lullaby. They fall larger, slower, each one a distinct blessing. Against the shelter's roof, the ocean's surface, the beach's sand. You could count them, but the thought feels unnecessary, effortful. Better to let them fall, let them carry you deeper into this stillness, this peace that asks nothing of you but to exist within it. A fleeting thought surfaces, something about duties, responsibilities, a self you are meant to be, but it holds no weight here. Like a bubble rising in water, it bursts and vanishes, leaving only the rain, the warmth, the gentle holding of this moment. The keeper's voice speaks once more, now indistinguishable from your own inner voice. The dream is yours now. You've learned its shape, its rhythm. Your body knows how to find it again whenever you need this rest, this peace. You need only remember the rain on the ocean, the mist on your skin, the shelter that welcomed you. It's always here. You're always welcome. You're always safe. Her voice merges fully with the rain, the ocean, the pulse of everything, and all separation dissolves. You're enveloped in a great soft oneness, a deep and dreamless peace that demands nothing, that simply holds you as you are. The light in the bottle dims to a faint, steady glow, like embers in their final quiet hours. The rain outside whispers on, a constant that will greet you in the morning, that will always be there when you seek it. You are heavy now, your body so relaxed it barely exists as a separate thing. Your breath is the faintest movement, your heartbeat a whisper of sound. You have become stillness itself, rest itself, the dream itself. The ocean breathes, the rain falls, the lighthouse light circles, and you, held within these rhythms, release the final thread of waking and slip into sleep, softly, easily, completely. The dream carries you. The rain keeps its vigil. In the library of sleeping stories, in this misty coastal lighthouse, another dreamer has found the rest they sought, has traced the contours of peace, has remembered how to let go. The keeper watches over you, her kind eyes unwavering, her tea never cooling. Outside, the rain sings its ancient song. Inside, you sleep, wrapped in a dream that waited 17 years to find you, cradled by a lighthouse that has sheltered countless souls, rocked by an ocean that has sung lullabies since time began. Rest now, dream now, let go now. You are safe, you are held, you are home. Fall asleep in minutes. The forgotten observatory on a snowy mountain peak. You have been walking for what feels like no time at all and also forever. The path beneath your feet is soft with fresh snow, each step muffled and gentle. as though the mountain itself is careful not to disturb the quiet that lives here. The snow crunches ever so faintly under your boots, a subtle texture that vibrates up through your soles, reminding you of the earth's hidden firmness beneath the fluffy blanket. It's not the biting cold of a harsh winter storm, but a cushioned embrace, each footprint leaving a shallow imprint that fills in slowly behind you, as if the mountain is erasing your passage with patient care. The air is cool against your face, but not cold, never cold. It touches your cheeks like a whisper, like something kind and patient waiting for you to arrive. You can feel it brushing against your eyelashes, carrying faint scents of distant frost-kissed earth and the subtle tang of ozone, as if the atmosphere itself is alive and attuned to your presence. Above you, the sky is deepening into twilight. The blue hour, some call it. That liminal time when day has not quite released its hold, and night has not yet fully arrived. The horizon still clings to a faint ribbon of lavender and gold, where the sun has dipped below the jagged peaks, leaving behind a glow that seeps into the clouds like spilled ink. The clouds are low and soft, heavy with snow that falls in slow, lazy spirals, each flake drifting down as though it has all the time in the world. You watch one flake in particular, tumbling end over end, catching glints of the fading light before it settles on the tip of your nose, melting instantly into a cool droplet that trickles down your skin. Some land on your shoulders, on your outstretched hands, melting into tiny droplets that catch what little light remains, refracting it into minuscule prisms that sparkle like forgotten jewels. And beneath the snow, so gentle you almost miss it at first, is rain. A soft, persistent rain that seems impossible in this winter place. Yet here it is, pattering quietly on the evergreen branches that line the path, trickling down through layers of white, creating a rhythm that matches the slow beating of your heart. It's a warm rain, strangely defying the chill around it, as if born from some hidden thermal spring high in the clouds. Droplets form on the needles of the pines, gathering weight until they release in a soft plink, soaking into the snow below and creating tiny craters that steam faintly in the cool air. It is not the rain of storms, but the rain of lullabies, the rain that has always known how to soothe, how to sing the world to sleep. You tilt your head back slightly, letting a few drops land on your lips, tasting the pure mineral essence of the mountain. Clean, with a hint of wild herbs that must grow in secret crevices during the brief summers. The path winds upward, but you barely notice the climb. Your legs move easily without effort, carrying you through this landscape of white and silver and deepening blue. Every so often, the trail curves around a boulder dusted with snow, its surface etched with veins of quartz that gleam like embedded stars. The incline is gradual, almost imperceptible, allowing your mind to wander freely, unburdened by physical strain. The trees here are ancient, tall pines and firs whose branches bow under the weight of accumulated snow, creating archways and tunnels of green-white silence. Their trunks are gnarled and textured, bark peeling in places to reveal smooth underlayers the colour of cinnamon, scarred by years of wind and wildlife. When the wind moves through them, and it does so rarely, it sounds like breathing. Like the mountain itself is drawing slow, peaceful breaths and inviting you to do the same. The occasional gust carries needles spiraling down, mixing with the snowflakes in a delicate ballet, and you pause to catch one, feeling its prickly softness against your palm before releasing it to continue its journey. You breathe in. The air tastes of pine resin and snow melt, of stone that has been warming all day in weak winter sun and is now releasing that warmth back into the evening. There's an undercurrent of earthiness, like damp soil unearthed after a thaw, mingled with the sharp, invigorating bite of high-altitude oxygen. You breathe out and watch your breath mingle with the falling snow, becoming part of the mountain's own exhalation. It forms a fleeting cloud that dissipates slowly, carrying with it any lingering tensions from the world below, dissolving them into the vastness. The rain continues its quiet percussion, a backdrop to everything, a gentle metronome slowing your thoughts. Drip, drop, drip, drop. It falls from branch to branch, from stone to snow, creating a music so subtle it lives beneath your conscious hearing, but your body knows it, recognizes it, begins to synchronize with it. Each drop echoes in the hollows of your ears, a rhythmic pulse that aligns with your pulse, calming it further until your heartbeat feels like an extension of the landscape itself. You imagine the rain seeping deeper, nourishing roots buried under the frozen ground, preparing for a spring that feels distant yet inevitable. As you round a bend in the path, the trees open up slightly, revealing a small clearing where wildflowers might bloom in warmer months, now blanketed in pristine white. And there, further up the mountain, perched on what seems like the very peak of the world, is a structure of pale stone. Even from this distance, you can see that it is old. Not ancient in the way of ruins, but old in the way of places that have been loved and then gently forgotten, allowed to rest. It is round, you notice, with a domed roof that catches the last of the twilight and holds it, glowing softly like a pearl. The stone walls are weathered, pockmarked with lichen in shades of sage and silver, and vines, dormant now, climb partially up its sides as if nature itself is embracing the building in a slow, eternal hug. The observatory. You knew it would be here, though you cannot quite remember how you knew. Perhaps it was a whisper from a dream, or a memory from a book read long ago, or simply an intuition that pulled you from the valleys below. It has been waiting for you, perhaps for years, perhaps for only this single perfect evening. It doesn't matter. You are here now, and that is enough. The sight of it fills you with a quiet anticipation, not urgent, but warm, like the promise of a reunion with an old friend. The path continues upward, and you follow it without hurry. There is no rush in this place. Time moves differently here, slowly, like honey, like the snow that continues to fall in its lazy spiraling dance. Each flake seems to pause mid-air, as if considering its landing spot before committing, creating a veil of white that softens the edges of the world. The rain falls with it, through it, impossible and perfect, creating a sound that is becoming part of you now, a gentle shushing, a whispered reassurance that everything is exactly as it should be. The droplets mingle with the snow on the ground, forming a slushy patina that gleams underfoot, reflecting the twilight in fractured mirrors. You pass a small stream, mostly frozen but still moving beneath the ice in some places, and where it moves, the rain joins it, adding to its quiet song. The ice is thin and translucent like frosted glass, revealing the water's lazy flow over pebbles smoothed by centuries of current. Bubbles trapped beneath the surface catch the light, sparkling like embedded diamonds. The water is so clear you can see smooth stones at the bottom, dark and rounded, like the thoughts in your mind becoming simpler, softer, easier to hold and then release. You kneel briefly, dipping a finger through a crack in the ice, feeling the shocking cold that contrasts with the rain's warmth. A reminder of the mountain's dual nature, gentle yet untamed. Further along you encounter a fallen log, half buried in snow, its surface mossy and decaying, providing a perch for tiny fungi that peek through the weed like curious eyes. You step over it carefully, feeling the give of the wood under your boot, and continue on. The trees thin as you climb higher, giving way to mountain grasses bent low with snow, their blades frozen in graceful arcs, to patches of exposed stone where the wind has swept the peak clean. These rocks are jagged in places, smooth in others, bearing the marks of glacial retreat from eons past. Scratches like ancient runes telling stories of ice ages long gone. The observatory grows larger with each step, its pale walls resolving into greater detail. You can see now that it is made of a stone you don't recognize, something between marble and moonlight, something that seems to hold illumination within itself rather than merely reflecting it. Veins of quartz run through it, pulsing faintly with the captured twilight, as if the building is breathing light. There are windows, tall and narrow, dark for now but somehow inviting rather than forbidding. They are framed in wrought iron, twisted into subtle patterns of vines and stars, hinting at the craftsmanship of its builders. And a door, arched and wooden, the wood silvered with age and weather, but still solid, still strong, still welcoming. The grain of the wood tells a story, knots like eyes, whirls like fingerprints from the tree that once stood tall on these slopes. The rain is steadier here, mingling with the snow in a way that should be strange but feels inevitable. It runs down the observatory's walls in thin, wandering rivulets, tracing patterns like veins, like the map of some slow and peaceful circulation. Each droplet follows its own path, merging and diverging, creating ephemeral artwork on the stone. The sound of it against the dome is slightly different from the sound of it against stone, creating layers of rhythm, one deep and resonant, like a distant drum, one lighter and more delicate, like fingertips tapping on silk, both weaving together into something that asks nothing of you except to listen, to let go, to be here. You stand for a moment, ear tilted toward the dome, absorbing the symphony, feeling it resonate in your chest. You reach the door and pause. Your hand rests on the iron handle, cool and smooth under your palm, its surface pitted with the patina of time, warmed slightly by the stone's inner glow. For a moment you simply stand, breathing, feeling the snow land on your hair, each flake a light kiss that melts into damp strands. Feeling the rain touch your face like fingertips, so gentle, so impossibly kind, carrying away any remnants of the day's worries like a cleansing ritual. Then you turn the handle, and the door opens without a sound, swinging inward on hinges that must be oiled by the mountain's own dew. Inside, the air is warmer, but only just. A soft warmth that wraps around you like an old blanket, worn and perfect, infused with the faint scent of aged wood and lingering smoke from fires long past. This space is circular, as you knew it would be, and much larger than it seemed from outside, the walls curving gracefully to create an intimate yet expansive chamber. The floor is stone, smooth and slightly uneven with age, each slab fitted together like a puzzle solved centuries ago, with faint grooves worn by footsteps of observers who came before. Scattered across it are things left by whoever was here before. A wooden chair near a cold fireplace, its arms polished smooth by resting elbows. Shelves lined with books whose spines are too faded to read in the dimness, but you can make out embossed titles hinting at celestial maps and forgotten lore. A table with papers held down by smooth stones collected from the mountain, their surfaces etched with natural patterns like abstract art. But it is the ceiling that draws your gaze upward. The dome. It is glass, or something like glass. Panels fitted together in a complex geometry that reminds you of a flower, of petals overlapping in a mandala of transparency. The joins are sealed with lead cane, delicate and intricate, forming a web that catches the incoming twilight and scatters it softly. And through it, even in this twilight, even through the falling snow and gentle rain, you can see the sky. The clouds are beginning to break apart, pulled slowly aside like curtains drawn by invisible hands, revealing hints of deeper blue, the first suggestions of stars twinkling like distant promises. Raindrops slide down the outer surface of the dome, creating rivulets that distort the view ever so slightly, turning the emerging stars into shimmering mirages. There is a ladder in the center of the room, iron and old, leading up to a platform beneath the highest point of the dome. Its rungs are spaced evenly, each one bearing the faint imprint of boots from climbers past, and at its base, a small rug. Faded Persian patterns in blues and golds softens the stone, and on that platform you can just make out the shape of the telescope, a long brass instrument pointed upward, patient, waiting, its surface engraved with celestial motifs, moons, comets, and swirling galaxies. But you are not ready to climb yet. Not quite. The pull is there, but so is the invitation to linger, to savour the ground level first. First, there is the fireplace. You move toward it, your footsteps whispering across the stone floor, echoing faintly in the curved space like a secret shared. Beside the fireplace is a neat stack of wood, dry, aged, perfectly preserved by the mountain air, each log split cleanly, revealing heartwood the colour of amber, and matches in a small tin box, the kind that strike anywhere, its lid embossed with a faded emblem of a flame. Your hands move without thought, selecting pieces of wood, arranging them in the grate, kindling first, thin strips of birch bark that curl like scrolls, their inner surfaces pale and fragrant with the essence of the tree's sap. Then larger pieces, laid carefully in a teepee formation, the way someone taught you long ago, or the way you've always known. The knowledge living in your hands rather than your mind, instinctive and reassuring. You strike a match, and the small flame is impossibly bright in the dimness, casting dancing shadows on the walls that mimic the snow spirals outside. You touch it to the birch bark, and the fire catches immediately, crackling softly, beginning to grow. The initial sparks leap like tiny fireworks, and the scent of burning birch fills the air, sweet and woody, evoking memories of childhood campfires or hearthside stories. Orange light spills across the stone floor, across the walls, making the whole observatory glow from within like the heart of something alive and dreaming. The flames lick upward, turning from yellow to blue at their tips, and you watch mesmerized as they consume the kindling, spreading to the logs with a satisfying pop. The warmth begins to radiate outward, a gentle wave that chases away the last traces of the mountain's chill from your bones, and you settle into the wooden chair, which creaks once, contentedly, and then holds you perfectly, its seat contoured by years of use to fit the human form just right. Outside, the rain continues its gentle tapping against the dome, against the walls, its rhythm unchanged, unchanging, a constant companion that now harmonizes with the indoor sounds. The fire adds its own voice now, the pop and whisper of burning wood, the soft collapse of logs settling into themselves, becoming ember and ash and warmth. Embers glow like captured sunsets, pulsing with heat, and occasional sparks drift upward, vanishing into the chimney with a faint sizzle. You let your eyes close for a moment, just feeling the warmth on your face like a lover's hand cupped against your cheek, the solid chair beneath you, grounding you in this sanctuary, the sound of rain and fire weaving together, creating a tapestry of audio comfort that envelops your senses. Your breathing slows, matching the pace of the rain, of the fire's gentle crackle, of something deep and fundamental in this place, a pulse that feels eternal, unchanging. When you open your eyes again, the room seems even more peaceful, even more yours. The firelight dances on every surface, highlighting details you hadn't noticed. Faint carvings on the mantelpiece depicting phases of the moon, a small hook for hanging lanterns, though none are present, shadows that play across the bookshelves, making the volumes seem to breathe. On the table, you notice now, there is a small kettle and a cup, both of simple porcelain, glazed in a soft eggshell blue that matches the twilight sky. Without questioning how they came to be there, or whether they were always there and you simply didn't see them, you rise and take the kettle to a stone basin near the wall. There is water there, cold and clean, trickling from somewhere within the mountain itself, a natural spring that feeds this forgotten place, its flow steady and musical, like a hidden brook. You fill the kettle, hearing the hollow sound shift and rise as the water level climbs, bubbles forming and popping on the surface. Back at the fireplace, you set the kettle on an iron hook that swings over the flames, its chain creaking faintly as it settles, and then you wait, sitting again, watching the fire, listening to the rain. The flames reflect in the kettle's polished surface, creating a miniature display of light and motion. The waiting is not difficult. The waiting is, in fact, perfect. It allows you to notice the way the heat builds gradually, how the room's air shifts from cool to cozy, how your own body relaxes deeper into the chair, muscles unwinding like threads from a spool. You notice details now that you missed before. The books on the shelves, some are about stars, their faded spines showing constellations in gold leaf. Titles like Celestial Mechanics or The Whispering Heavens. Others are journals, handwritten, the records of whoever spent their nights here, watching the sky, recording what they saw, sketches of nebulae, notes on comet paths, poetic musings on the infinity above. You wonder about them, this unknown observer, but the wondering is soft, without urgency. They seem like a friend you haven't met, someone kind who left this place ready for you, who made sure there would be wood for the fire and water from the spring. Perhaps they too sat in this chair, listening to the same rain, feeling the same peace. On one shelf you notice a small collection of objects, a bird's nest, long abandoned and perfectly preserved, woven from twigs and lined with down feathers, a testament to avian architecture, a piece of crystal that catches the firelight and fractures it into rainbows, scattering colours across the floor like spilled gems, a pine cone, its scales opened wide, releasing a faint resinous aroma when you lean closer, a feather, slate grey and barred with darker grey, from some mountain bird, perhaps a raven or eagle, its quill tip sharp yet delicate. These are treasures, you understand, small acknowledgements of beauty, gathered and kept, reminders that the wonders of the earth mirror those of the sky. The kettle begins to whisper, then hum, then sing, a rising note that joins the rain's percussion and the fire's soft crackling, building to a gentle whistle that signals readiness without demand. When steam begins to curl from its spout, coiling like misty serpents, you rise again and lift it from the hook, pouring water into the waiting cup with a steady stream that steams and hisses faintly. There are tea leaves in a small jar. You find them without searching, as though your hands know where everything lives in this place. the jar's lid sealed with wax to preserve freshness. The leaves are fragrant, smelling of flowers and summer despite the winter outside, despite the snow and impossible rain. Notes of lavender, chamomile, and a hint of wild mint that evokes sun-drenched meadows. You pour the water over the leaves and watch them swirl and dance, slowly unfurling, releasing their colour and scent into the liquid, turning it a pale golden hue. The steam rises, warm and herbal, carrying the aroma upward to mingle with the wood smoke, creating a sensory cocoon. You carry the cup back to the chair, cradling it in both hands, feeling its warmth seep into your palms, up your wrists, into the core of you like a liquid embrace. The first sip is perfect. Not too hot, flavoured with something between chamomile and honey and mountain flowers you cannot name. A subtle sweetness that lingers on your tongue. It slides down your throat, spreading warmth, spreading peace. You can feel your shoulders dropping. Muscles you didn't know were tense beginning to release and soften, as if the tea is a potion brewed specifically for your soul. Subsequent sips reveal layers. First the floral top notes, then an earthy base, each one drawing you deeper into relaxation. Outside, through the tall windows, you can see that full night has almost arrived. The sky has deepened to indigo, then to violet, then to the particular blue-black that only exists far from cities, far from any light but the light of stars. The glass panes frame the view like portraits, snowflakes adhering briefly before melting away, and the clouds are still parting, slowly, slowly, revealing more and more of what waits above, pinpricks of light emerging one by one, like shy performers taking the stage. The rain continues, softer now, a barely there presence, but still there, still adding its voice to the evening song, tapping lightly as if in applause for the unfolding night. The snow has gentled too, individual flakes visible now as they drift past the windows, each one catching firelight, glowing for a moment before disappearing into the darkness like fleeting fireflies. You finish your tea, taking your time, making each sip a small meditation, savouring the way the cup cools gradually in your hands. When the cup is empty, you set it aside on the table, where it clinks softly against a stone paperweight, and simply sit, watching the fire dwindle to embers, feeling the warmth linger, listening to the rain fade into whispers. There is nothing you need to do, nowhere you need to be. This moment is complete, and you are complete within it. Thoughts drift through your mind like the snow outside, gentle, unintrusive, dissolving before they can take hold. But slowly, gently, your gaze is drawn upward again to the ladder, to the platform, to the telescope waiting beneath the dome. The pull is undeniable now, a quiet curiosity blooming within you. The stars are calling, soft and patient. You rise from the chair. It takes no effort, your body light and willing, invigorated by the rest, and cross to the ladder. Your hands find the rungs, cool iron worn smooth by countless previous hands, each grip secure and familiar. You begin to climb. It is not far. A dozen rungs perhaps, each step upward lifting you closer to the dome, the air growing slightly cooler as you ascend, scented with the faint metallic tang of the glass above. The platform creaks faintly under your weight as you step onto it, a wooden expanse circled by a low railing, offering an unobstructed view of the heavens. The telescope is before you, angled upward through the clearest panel of the dome. It is beautiful, brass and wood and glass crafted with love and precision, its tube engraved with intricate designs of orbiting planets and shooting stars, the brass polished to a warm sheen despite the years, maintained by the dry mountain air and perhaps by something else, some spirit of the place that keeps what is cherished. It stands ready, its lenses clear and unmarred. You approach it and look through the eyepiece without adjusting anything, trusting its alignment. And there, perfectly framed, is a star. Not just any star, but a star so bright and clear it seems impossible. It is white with hints of blue, pulsing faintly with its own inner light, a beacon in the vastness. As you watch, hardly breathing, you see that it is part of a binary system. Two stars orbiting each other in an endless, graceful dance. They circle so slowly you can barely detect the movement, but it is there, a slow waltz written in light that has travelled for years, for decades, just to reach your eye in this moment. The companion star is slightly dimmer, tinged with gold, their paths elliptical, drawing them close and then apart in a cosmic rhythm that mirrors the rain's drip outside. Around them, the field widens to reveal a backdrop of nebulous clouds, gaseous veils in pinks and blues, birthplace of new stars, adding depth to the scene like a painted canvas. You adjust your focus slightly, and more details emerge. Faint trails of asteroids, distant galaxies spiraling in the periphery, each one a universe unto itself. The rain patters softly on the dome above, a lullaby accompaniment to this celestial spectacle, and you lose track of time, immersed in the wonder, feeling connected to the infinite. You watch them turn around each other, and something in your chest loosens, releases. The beauty of it is almost too much, but also exactly right. Exactly what you needed without knowing you needed it. You pull back from the telescope and look up through the dome with your naked eyes now. The clouds have parted completely and the sky is full, so full. The Milky Way stretches overhead like a river of light, like spilled cream, like all the beauty in the universe gathered and displayed just for you. You can see individual stars, thousands of them, millions of them, some bright and sharp, others soft and distant, all of them ancient, all of them singing their silent songs across the void. The rain continues, so gentle now, creating the faintest of percussion against the glass dome. You realize that some of the raindrops are catching starlight as they slide down the glass, each one becoming a tiny moving star itself, creating the impression that the whole dome is alive with light, that the boundary between sky and observatory has dissolved, that you are floating in space itself, held safe and warm while infinity surrounds you. You find a spot to sit on the platform, your back against a wooden railing, and you simply look up. Your breathing has slowed to almost nothing. Your thoughts have quieted completely. There is only this, the stars, the soft rain, the warmth still radiating from the fire below, the gentle darkness, the profound peace. Time passes, or perhaps it doesn't. Perhaps time has stopped here, or perhaps it was never real to begin with. Just another construct that has no meaning in this place between waking and dreaming, in this observatory that exists at the edge of sleep. You notice the constellations drifting slowly across the dome as the earth turns beneath you. Or perhaps you are still and they are moving. Or perhaps everything is moving and still simultaneously, all of it perfect, all of it right. A meteor streaks across the sky, quick and bright, gone in an instant. Then another. A shower, you realize. The universe offering gifts, little pieces of itself burning up in beauty just for the joy of it. You watch them come and go, each one a brief celebration, each one asking nothing of you except to witness, to be here, to receive. The rain slows even further, becoming the faintest whisper, becoming the sound of breath, becoming the sound of your own heartbeat, slow and steady and calm. Below, the fire has burned down to embers, glowing soft and red, asking nothing, simply being warmth, being light. You feel yourself sinking deeper into comfort, into rest. Your eyelids grow heavy, but you don't fight it. There is no reason to fight anything here. You let them close halfway, and the stars become soft points of light, blurred and gentle, like seeing the world through tears of joy. The platform beneath you feels softer now, more like a bed than wood. Or perhaps you have moved without realizing it, have found blankets stored somewhere in this magical place, have wrapped yourself in warmth and softness. It doesn't matter. What matters is that you are held, supported, safe. The rain is inside you now, its rhythm your rhythm. Your breath matches it perfectly, in and out, slow and steady, like waves on a distant shore, like the pulse of the universe itself. Each exhale releases something you no longer need, a worry, a tension, a thought that has overstayed its welcome. Each inhale brings in peace, stillness, the scent of pine and stone and snow. Above you, the stars continue their ancient dance, but they seem closer now, more present. It is as if they have been waiting for you to arrive, to finally come home to this place of rest, of peace, of perfect quiet. They welcome you with their light, with their steady presence, with their reminder that you are part of something vast and beautiful and ongoing. The meteor shower continues, each streak of light a small blessing, a tiny farewell to something that no longer serves, burning away in beauty, leaving only the darkness, only the peace, only the gentle rain and the stars and the warmth and the incomprehensible comfort of being exactly where you are, exactly who you are, exactly enough. You realize that you have been looking for this place your whole life. This observatory on its mountain peak, with its impossible rain and its generous fire and its telescope pointed toward wonder. This place that asks nothing of you except to be here, to rest, to let go. This place that was always waiting, patient and kind, knowing that eventually you would find your way up the path, through the snow, through the door, up the ladder, to this moment of complete and total peace. The rain is barely audible now, just a suggestion, a memory of sound. Your breathing has become so slow, so soft, that you can barely detect it. The stars are dimming, or perhaps your eyes are closing, and there is no difference anymore, no distinction between inner and outer, between sleeping and waking, between yourself and the universe that holds you. You are safe here. You are held. You are home. The last thing you perceive before sleep takes you fully into its gentle arms is the feeling of the mountain beneath you, solid, ancient, unmovable, and the sky above you, infinite, welcoming, full of light, and between them, you, resting in the forgotten observatory, wrapped in warmth and darkness and the quietest rain, the softest starlight, the most profound peace you have ever known. The stars keep watch above you, steady and true. The rain continues its lullaby, so quiet now it might be only the sound of the universe breathing. The fire glows on, asking nothing, giving warmth, and you finally let yourself fall into sleep, deep and dreamless and complete, knowing that when you wake, if you wake, this place will still be here, waiting, ready to welcome you home again. But for now, you sleep, and the observatory holds you, and the mountain holds the observatory, and the stars hold everything, and all is well, and all is peace, and all is gentle darkness filled with light, and all is rain and warmth, and the soft, soft fading of consciousness into rest, into dreams, into the vast and tender embrace of sleep. The last star you see is the brightest one, and it seems to pulse just once, like a benediction, like a promise, like a whispered good night from the universe itself. And then there is only the rain, so soft, so gentle, and the darkness, so kind, so welcoming. And you are falling now, falling slowly into sleep, into peace, into the most profound rest. And there is nothing to hold on to and no need to hold on. Only the letting go, the releasing, the softening into sleep, into dreams, into the forgotten observatory on the snowy mountain peak, where you will rest now, deeply and completely, held by stone and sky and stars and rain, held by this place that has always loved you, held by sleep itself, eternal and kind. Good night. Rest well. The stars are watching over you, and the rain sings you to sleep, and all is peace, and all is well, and you are home. Old books and distant foghorns, a seaside antiquarian study sleep tale. You arrive at the bookshop just as the afternoon is fading into evening, that particular hour when the light turns soft and golden, filtering through the salt-hazed air of the coast. The street is narrow and cobbled, winding down toward the harbour where masts sway gently against a sky turning the colour of pearl and lavender. You've been walking for a while, though you can't quite remember when you started or why you chose this particular route through the old town. The shop appears before you almost unexpectedly, tucked between two weathered stone buildings that lean toward each other like old friends sharing secrets. The sign above the door is hand-painted in faded gilt letters, Maritime Books and Curiosities. Beneath it, a smaller notice reads Est, 1847. The windows are deep set and mullioned, their thick glass rippling with age, and through them you can see the warm glow of lamps illuminating towers of books that reach toward shadowed ceilings. A small brass bell chimes softly as you push open the heavy wooden door, its sound clear and welcoming. The scent that greets you is immediate and enveloping. Old paper and leather, beeswax and dust, with underneath it all the faint tang of the sea. It's a smell that seems to slow time itself, that makes your shoulders drop and your breathing deepen without conscious thought. Inside, the shop stretches back farther than seems possible from the street. Shelves line every wall from floor to ceiling, packed with volumes in every size and state of preservation. Some are bound in cracked leather the colour of chocolate or wine, their spines stamped with gold that has tarnished to a soft gleam. Others are more modest, cloth-covered and sun-faded, their pages rough-cut and yellowing. There are nautical charts rolled and tied with ribbon, framed maps of coastlines that no longer exist, and glass-fronted cases displaying ships' logs written in copperplate script. The floorboards creak gently beneath your feet, old wood that has settled into its place over more than a century. Each board is slightly uneven, worn smooth by countless footsteps, and walking across them is like moving across the deck of a ship at anchor. A gentle reminder that you're never quite still when you're this close to the water. No one seems to be minding the shop. There's a desk near the front, its surface covered with stacks of books, and a brass lamp with a green glass shade. But the chair behind it is empty. A small sign propped against a brass scale reads, "Please browse freely." And so you do. You move deeper into the shop, drawn by curiosity and the peaceful atmosphere that seems to muffle the sound of the street outside. Here a narrow staircase winds upward, its banister smooth beneath your hand. You climb slowly, feeling no urgency, letting your fingers trail along the spines of books shelved at the staircase's edge. Poetry, navigation, natural history. The categories seem to blur and overlap in ways that defy conventional organization, as though the books have arranged themselves according to some older, more intuitive logic. The second floor is quieter still. The ceiling slops beneath the eaves, and dormer windows look out over rooftops toward the harbour. You can see the water from here, a wide expanse of grey-blue stretching to the horizon, stippled with the first soft drops of rain that have just begun to fall. The light is growing dimmer now, the sky deepening from pearl to silver to something darker, and lamps throughout the shop are beginning to glow more brightly in response. At the far end of this upper floor, almost hidden behind a particularly tall shelf of maritime atlases, you notice another door. It's narrower than the others, painted a soft shade of blue-grey that matches the sea outside, and it stands just slightly ajar. Warm light spills through the opening, and you catch the scent of something new. Wood smoke, perhaps, and the faint suggestion of tea. You approach slowly, not wanting to intrude, but drawn forward nonetheless. The door opens soundlessly at your gentle push, and you find yourself looking into a room that takes your breath away. It's a study, small and perfectly proportioned, occupying what must be a corner turret of the building. 3 of its walls are lined with books from floor to ceiling, but the 4th wall is almost entirely windows, tall casements that curve slightly to follow the turret's round shape. Beyond the glass, the view opens onto the harbour and the sea beyond, now beginning to blur as the rain falls more steadily, creating patterns on the window panes that catch and scatter the lamplight. The room is furnished with evident care but without pretension. There's a deep armchair upholstered in worn green velvet, positioned to face the windows, with a footstool drawn up before it. A small table stands beside the chair, its surface just large enough to hold a teacup, a pair of reading glasses, and a book left open and face down as though someone has just stepped away for a moment. Against one wall, between the bookshelves, a narrow fireplace holds a small fire that burns with steady, quiet flames, filling the room with gentle warmth and the clean scent of burning applewood. More lamps are scattered throughout, a brass floor lamp arcing over the reading chair, smaller lamps on the shelves casting pools of honey-coloured light across the book spines. The overall effect is of a place held in amber, suspended outside the regular flow of time, waiting patiently for something or someone. The rain is audible now, a soft percussion against the windows and the slate roof above. It's not a heavy rain, nothing harsh or demanding, just a steady, gentle presence that seems to wrap the room in an additional layer of quietness and privacy. And beneath the rain, so faint you almost miss it at first, comes the sound that gives this place its particular character, the distant melancholy call of a foghorn from somewhere out in the harbour. It's a sound that seems to come from very far away, muffled by rain and distance, a low note that rises, holds, and fades, then silence. Then, after a long moment, it comes again, patient, rhythmic, like the breathing of some vast, gentle creature keeping watch over the sleeping sea. You step fully into the room, and somehow you know, without needing to be told, without any sense of trespassing, that this space is meant for you, that it has been waiting for you, perhaps for a very long time. The thought should be strange, but instead it brings a deep sense of rightness, of homecoming, as though you've finally arrived at a destination you didn't know you were seeking. You move to the windows first, drawn by the view. The rain is coming down more steadily now, and the harbour below is softening into an impressionist painting, the boats becoming suggestions of shape and colour, the water a shifting grey mirror that reflects the clouded sky. The masts sway gently, almost imperceptibly, and here and there a light glows golden in a cabin window or on a dock. Farther out, where the harbour opens to the sea, you can just make out the smudged shape of the lighthouse on its rocky promontory, its lamp beginning to sweep the gathering dusk. The foghorn sounds again, and you feel it as much as hear it, a low vibration that resonates in your chest, in the old glass of the windows, in the very walls of this ancient building. It's a lonely sound, perhaps, but not a sad one. Rather, it speaks of vigilance and care, of safe harbour and guidance through the darkness. It's the sound of someone keeping watch so that others may rest. You turn from the window and let your gaze move around the room, taking in the details that make it so perfectly, impossibly welcoming. The books are old, as you'd expect in such a place, but they're arranged with clear affection. Here are volumes on tides and currents, on the migrations of seabirds, on the poetry of lighthouse keepers and the journals of Arctic explorers. There are novels too, seafaring tales certainly, but also gentler stories, books about quiet lives lived in small coastal towns, about gardens and weather and the changing seasons. On one shelf, a collection of objects serves as bookends and punctuation. A piece of sea glass in pale green, worn smooth by waves. A small brass compass in a wooden case. A photograph in a silver frame showing a three-masted ship under full sail. A perfect spiral shell that whispers of the sea when held to the ear. The fire crackles softly, settling into itself, and you realize how tired you are. Not unpleasantly so, not the exhaustion that comes from stress or difficulty, but rather the gentle tiredness that follows a long walk in clean air, the kind that makes rest feel like the most natural thing in the world. The armchair waits. You move toward it slowly, trailing your fingers along the spines of books as you pass, feeling the different textures of leather and cloth, the raised lettering of titles embossed in gold. Some of the books are warm to the touch, heated by the nearby fire. Others are cool and smooth, holding the temperature of the winter air outside. When you sink into the armchair, it receives you like an embrace. The velvet is soft beneath your hands, worn smooth in places but still plush and welcoming. The cushions yield just enough, supporting you perfectly, and you find yourself settling deeper, your body remembering what it means to truly rest. The footstool is positioned exactly right, and when you lift your feet onto it, you feel your legs relax completely, all the small tensions of walking and standing simply flowing away. Your shoulders drop, your jaw unclenches, your breathing, already slowed by the peaceful atmosphere, deepens further still. The rain continues its gentle rhythm against the windows, sometimes louder as a gust of wind drives it more firmly against the glass, sometimes softer, retreating to a whisper. The fire burns on, steady and warm. The foghorn calls, long, low, patient, and fades into silence before calling again. You notice now that there's a blanket draped over one arm of the chair. soft wool in a colour somewhere between cream and grey, the colour of sheep in morning fog. Without thinking, you pull it over yourself, spreading it across your lap and legs. It smells faintly of lavender and wood smoke, and its weight is comforting, like a gentle hand resting on your shoulder. On the small table beside you, you discover a teapot. White porcelain with a delicate pattern of blue flowers, sitting on a trivet still warm. Beside it, a cup and saucer, and when you pour, the tea that flows out is golden amber and fragrant. You can't quite identify the blend. Something floral, perhaps chamomile or linden blossom, mixed with something earthier, and underneath it all a hint of honey. It tastes like comfort, like the distillation of this entire room into a warm liquid that spreads through your chest and belly, relaxing you from the inside out. You sip slowly, holding the cup in both hands, feeling the warmth seep into your palms and fingers. Outside, the evening has deepened into true dusk, and the rain shows no sign of stopping. If anything, it has settled into a steady rhythm that seems like it could last all night. The boats in the harbour have mostly extinguished their lights now. The streets below are empty. It's as though the entire world has decided collectively to stay inside and rest. The book that was left on the table catches your eye, the one that someone had been reading left open and face down. You set your teacup aside and pick it up carefully, curious to see what sort of story belongs in a room like this. The pages are soft with age, slightly yellowed but clean and unmarked. The text is set in a typeface that speaks of another era. Elegant serifs, generous spacing, wide margins. You turn to the beginning of the chapter that had been marked and find yourself reading about a sailor who, after years at sea, retires to a cottage by the shore where he tends a small garden and watches the seasons change. There's no drama to the story, no conflict or crisis, just the gentle observations of a man who has finally found peace, who measures his days by the blooming of roses and the arrival of migrating birds. The prose is simple and clear, almost transparent, the way a tide pool at dawn is transparent. You can see every grain of sand, every fragment of shell, every slow pulse of anemone. Yet the water itself is barely there, only a trembling lens that makes the world beneath it more vivid. You read slowly, not because the sentences are difficult, but because each one asks to be tasted, held in the mouth like a sip of something rare and slightly salted. The words settle into your mind the way snow settles on a dark hedge, quietly, evenly, until the shape of your thoughts is softened and brightened at once. After only a few pages, your eyelids grow heavy, not the irritable, gritty heaviness of a sleepless week in cities, but the pleasant, honeyed kind that arrives after a long walk in cold air, the kind that feels like a promise rather than a defeat. Sleep is not yet demanding entrance. It is simply waiting in the hallway, patient as an old dog, ready to pad in whenever you open the door. You close the book. No need for a bookmark. You know you will find the page again without trying, and let your head sink into the worn hollow at the top of the chair. The cushion there has been shaped by countless heads before yours, a gentle depression that fits you as though it has been waiting decades for this exact angle of skull and neck. Above you, the ceiling beams are the colour of bittersweet chocolate, hand-hewn, scarred by adze and time, carrying faint traces of ancient smoke. Between them, the plaster is the soft cream of candle wax left in sunlight, and the lamplight pools there like warm milk. Every time the fire shifts, the shadows between the beams breathe, lengthening, shortening, swaying like kelp in a slow current. The rain has found its perfect cadence now, neither hurried nor languid, simply inevitable. It is the sound a mother's heartbeat makes inside the womb, a steady, enveloping presence you stopped noticing long ago yet never stopped needing. It taps on the roof tiles, murmurs in the copper gutter, hisses softly where it meets the hot chimney pot. Underneath it all, the foghorn keeps its ancient appointment with the dark. One low round note every 33 seconds. You have stopped counting, yet your body counts for you, a subtle relaxation arriving each time the sound rolls in across the water like a slow wave across a night beach. Your eyes drift closed, not in surrender, but in trust. The room does not vanish, it simply grows softer, as though someone has laid the finest silk scarf over every sharp corner. You can still feel the precise place where the blanket's woven edge rests against your collarbone, still taste the faint ghost of bergamot from the tea you finished an hour ago, still smell the particular alchemy of this place: yellowed paper, sea salt, applewood smoke, lamp oil, the faintest trace of lavender from a sachet tucked long ago between volumes of poetry. All of it has become hushed, the way voices hush in church, not out of fear, but out of reverence. Behind your closed lids, pictures begin to gather like guests arriving quietly for a party they know will last all night. You see the harbour as it was when whale oil still burned in street lamps, tall ships leaning together at the wharves, their rigging black lace against a pewter sky, the air thick with tar and coffee and languages you almost recognise. You see a woman in a navy cloak lighting the great lamp at the top of the lighthouse, her skirt whipping in the wind, her face calm with the certainty of those who keep promises to strangers they will never meet. You see the bookshop's first owner, an old sailor turned bookseller, sitting at the very table you leaned against earlier, polishing a brass sextant while rain drums exactly like this on the roof, humming a tune without words because all the words he needed were already printed and bound and waiting on his shelves. None of these images ask to be remembered or understood. They simply drift across the private sky of your mind the way clouds drift across the moon, luminous, weightless, temporary. Some part of you knows they are not your memories, yet they fit inside you as though your soul has always had an empty room set aside for them. Time loosens. It may be minutes or hours. The rain does not care. The fire does not care. The foghorn measures something far older than clocks. At some point the flames sink to a nest of rubies. Then, without any sense of anyone having tended it, the fire breathes itself back to steady gold, as though the house itself knows exactly how much warmth a tired traveller requires and refuses to give either too little or too much. When your eyes open again, it is only because some small, unhurried part of you wants one more look before letting go entirely. The windows have turned into living paintings, raindrops catching the lamplight and sliding down the panes like slow golden beads, each one briefly becoming a tiny lantern before it joins the rivulets racing toward the sill. Beyond the glass, the harbour lights are blurred into soft pastels, amber, rose, the occasional cold blue of a boat's running light, floating in the wet dark like paper lanterns on a midnight river. True night has arrived, the kind of darkness that feels ancestral, the darkness oceans knew before continents bothered to exist. You think without urgency about the sea itself. Out there past the stone arms of the breakwater, it is breathing in long, slow breaths that began somewhere off the coast of Portugal or Senegal, or perhaps the lip of the Antarctic shelf. Each wave carries the memory of every shore it has ever touched, every moon it has ever answered to. It does not care whether you succeed or fail, whether you are loved or forgotten. It simply is, vast and humming and older than regret. And strangely, this indifference feels like the deepest kindness the world has left to offer. The foghorn sounds again, and this time it is unmistakably a lullaby. A single, steady note that gathers the whole night into its arms and rocks it. Here, it says, here you are. Here is solid ground. Here is light for those who still have miles to go. Here you may lay down every sharp thing you have been carrying, and no one, not even you, will ask you to pick it up again tonight. Your body melts. There is no other word for it. The boundaries between chair and bones, between blanket and skin, between heartbeat and rainbeat dissolve until you're simply a soft warmth held inside a larger softness. Each breath is now a tide, slow enough to drown in gently. In, pause, out, pause. The way the sea itself breathes against the foot of the cliff below the town. The fire has settled into perfect embers, coals the colour of pomegranate seeds pulsing under grey ash, giving off a heat so even it feels like the room's own bloodstream. The applewood smoke has sweetened until it is almost edible, twining with the vanilla scent of old paper and something greener. Perhaps the ghost of ivy that once grew up the outside wall and left its memory in the plaster. Your gaze, lazy and fond, travels the room one last time. Every shelf is a small continent of stories. Every object, a chipped enamel mug, a whalebone letter opener, a bowl of sea glass, has been chosen not for display but for use, for comfort, for the quiet pleasure of hands that loved beautiful things. This is not a room that performs hospitality. It simply is hospitable, the way certain dogs or certain grandmothers are hospitable, by existing in such a way that you immediately understand you may stay forever if you wish. And in that moment, without drama, without announcement, something inside you whispers yes. Yes, you were meant to be here tonight. This chair was keeping its shape for you. These books were waiting to breathe their paper breath across your face. This rain was sent to wash the road dust from your soul. This foghorn has been calling your name across the dark water for longer than you have known your own name. You're expected. You are welcomed. You are, exactly as you are, salt-stained and road-weary and uncertain, are the guest this house has been quietly preparing for since the day its beams were raised. So, you let the last small knot of vigilance untie itself. You let the final question, what now, what next, what if, drift away on the outgoing breath. There's nothing left to guard, nothing left to prove. The night is wide and the room is kind and the sea is keeping its ancient promise to carry everything eventually, gently, back to itself. You close your eyes again, really close them this time, and the darkness behind your lids is the same, the darkness around you, warm, velvet, full of quiet gold. The rain keeps falling, the foghorn keeps singing, the fire keeps breathing, and you, finally, perfectly, are held. Outside, the night deepens further still, folding itself over the little harbour town like a thick wool blanket pulled up to the chin. The clouds have swallowed every star. There is no moon tonight, no silver spill of moonlight across the wet cobbles. Only the dense velvet black that belongs to coasts in winter. But you don't mind. You never really minded the dark, not truly. This darkness is complete and soft, the kind you could sink into the way a stone sinks slowly through still water, without resistance, without fear. It feels like the darkness inside a closed hand, cupped protectively around something small and precious, warm with the heat of living skin. The rain continues its patient song, a whispered percussion on the slate roof above you, on the bookshop's crooked gutters, on the fishing boats rocking in the harbour below. Each drop is deliberate, unhurried, as though the sky itself has all the time in the world and intends to spend every second of it here, washing salt from the air, polishing the stones, soothing every raw edge the day left behind. Beneath that steady percussion, the foghorn keeps its faithful watch out on the reef, a single bronze throat calling across the miles of black water. Once every 30 seconds it speaks, a low, mournful A that seems to come from the centre of the earth itself, rising through water and rock and bone until it vibrates gently in your sternum. You have counted it unconsciously for the last hour, the way a child counts heartbeats under the covers. 1 Mississippi, 2 Mississippi, 30 Mississippi, and there it is again, patient as tide, patient as grief, patient as forgiveness. Your eyes drift closed again, and this time you don't fight it. Don't try to stay alert or aware the way you have for so many nights in so many other places. Train stations at 3 a.m, airport lounges that smelled of disinfectant and panic, the thin, restless sleep of cheap motels where the walls pressed in and every car door slam sounded like someone coming for you. At last. There is no reason to fight tonight. There is nowhere you need to be tomorrow. Nothing you need to prove. No one waiting on the other end of a phone call to ask why you sound so tired, why you haven't answered in days, why you disappeared again. There is no audience here except the rain and the foghorn and the quiet listening books, and none of them require you to be anything other than exactly what you are in this moment. A tired traveller with salt in your hair and city dust still clinging to the cuffs of your jeans, resting at last in a safe harbour that smells of lamp oil and old paper and wood smoke. The fire in the little iron stove pops softly, sending up a brief fountain of orange sparks that die before they reach the ceiling. Its glow paints the room in shifting ambers and umbers, catching on the gold lettering of leather spines on the curved glass of a ship's decanter you haven't touched, on the fogged window panes where rain traces slow rivers. You can feel the heat of it on the left side of your face, a small private sun. The wool blanket across your lap is heavy, hand knitted in undyed yarn the colour of driftwood. Someone long ago sat in this same chair and worked those stitches while the same rain fell and the same foghorn called. The thought should feel eerie, but instead it feels like company. The last thing you're aware of before sleep takes you gently in its arms, the way a mother lifts a child who has fallen asleep mid-sentence, is the foghorn sounding one more time across the water. The note rises, low and steady and infinitely patient, swelling until it fills every corner of the night. For one suspended moment it holds everything: the rain's silver needles, the fire's quiet heartbeat, the room with its leaning towers of books, the harbour asleep under its cloak of mist, the wide black sea breathing beyond the breakwater, the small tired shape of yourself curled in the sing-back chair, and then it fades slowly, slowly, the way daylight fades at the end of a good day, the way a goodbye lingers in the air long after the door is closed. And in that fading note, you let go. You feel it happen, actually feel it. The small knot between your shoulder blades unclenches. The clenched place in your belly unfurls like a night-blooming flower. The jaw you've carried tight for months softens. You stop listening for footsteps on the stairs that will never come. Stop waiting for the phone that will not ring. Stop bracing for the next disaster. You simply rest. The chair cradles every aching joint the way good chairs do when they have held 1,000 weary bodies. The blanket weighs your legs with gentle gravity that feels benevolent instead of crushing. The rain becomes a lullaby in a language older than words, and somewhere in the last lit corridor of your mind that doesn't quite turn off even in deepest slumber, a quiet voice, maybe your own, maybe the bookshop's, maybe the sea's, whispers that you are safe, that you are held, that for once you do not have to hold everything together by sheer force of will. You are home, even if only for tonight, even if home is a single lamp-lit room above a shop that might vanish by morning like Brigadoon. The night stretches out before you, long and peaceful and entirely yours, measured not in minutes but in the slow drip of water from the eaves, in the patient heartbeat of the foghorn, in the occasional sigh of the fire settling deeper into itself. And you sleep deeply and well, dreamlessly at first, and then with the kind of dreams that feel like memories from a life you haven't lived yet. Walking barefoot along a dawn beach with gulls crying overhead, opening a door into a house full of light and the smell of coffee, being met with a smile that says, without words, you made it, you're here, stay as long as you need. The rain falls, softer now, almost tender. The foghorn calls, steady as ever. The fire glows down to a nest of rubies. The sea breathes its slow, salt breath against the harbour wall, and you rest, surrounded by all the gentleness the world can still offer when it chooses to. A circle of lamplight in the vast dark, an armchair shaped to the curve of a human back, a blanket that remembers every body it has ever warmed, shelves upon shelves of stories waiting patiently for morning fingers. This place, this tiny bookshop clinging to the edge of the continent, may exist only for moments like this, when someone who has forgotten how to stop walking finally does, when someone carrying a lifetime of almosts and not quites lays their burden down on a faded Persian rug and exhales a breath they didn't know they were holding for years. The beams overhead have held that exhale before. They know how to hold it now, and so you do. Sleep well, traveller. The morning will come when it comes. Gold on the wet stones, gulls arguing over breakfast, the smell of coffee drifting up from the tiny kitchen below. The books will still be here, spines cracked with love, pages soft as cloth, smelling of vanilla and salt in other people's dreams. The sea will still be singing its ancient song older than sorrow, older than joy. The light will return as it always does, patient and faithful as the turning of the earth itself. But for now, for this long, perfect parenthesis of a night, there is only rest and rain and the distant foghorn keeping its watch while you dream whatever dreams are waiting to find you at last. Sleep, beloved stranger. Sleep deep. Sleep well. You're not alone tonight. The whole quiet coast is breathing with you. The lighthouse keeper's rainy night, a soothing coastal sleep story. The first drops touch you while you're still only halfway up the harbour steps, those old granite slabs laid by men who have been dust for 150 years. They are so slight that for a moment you think it is only the usual sea mist, the fine haze that rises whenever wind meets warm current in this cove. But then another drop lands, deliberate and cool, right at the hollow where your collarbone dips beneath the wool of your sweater. Another kisses the back of your hand, the one gripping the iron rail, and then another, and another, until the air itself seems to exhale water. The rain has decided to begin, and once it decides, it never hesitates. You stop climbing for a breath or two, just long enough to turn your face upward. The sky is not yet dark. It is the colour of wet ash, luminous and depthless. A single band of pale gold lingers far out where the world curves away, as though the sun has left a last coin on the horizon before slipping into its pocket for the night. The rain falls through that distant light and arrives silver, each drop briefly catching the glow before it lands. From where you stand, the harbour water looks like hammered pewter, and every falling drop strikes a perfect fleeting circle that widens, touches its neighbours, and vanishes. Thousands upon thousands of small vanishings, making one continuous trembling skin across the surface. You smile, small and private, because you've been waiting for this rain all week. The forecast promised it. The gulls sensed it. The ache in your left knee confirmed it. But promises are one thing. Arrival is another. Now it is here, soft as forgiveness, and you feel something inside you unclench that you did not know was clenched. You continue upward, slowly. There is no need to rush. The lighthouse has stood on this cliff since the year the clipper ship still ruled the Atlantic, and it will stand long after tonight. Your boots know every irregularity in the steps. The place where the third stair from the top has a hollow, worn by generations of keepers. The spot where the railing is polished smooth by countless palms. Rainwater begins to gather in these small depressions, turning them into shallow mirrors that reflect the sky's slow darkening. Your reflection moves across them in fragments. An eye, a mouth, the edge of a grey beard, before the next drop falls and breaks the image. Halfway up, the wind finds you. It comes from the northwest, smelling of cold iron and deep water, carrying the voices of waves you cannot yet see. It lifts the edges of your coat, presses the wet wool against your legs, pushes your hair back from your forehead, like a mother preparing a child for sleep. You taste salt on your lips, though whether it is from the sea or the rain you no longer try to distinguish. Here, everything is salt in the end. At the final landing, the lighthouse waits exactly as it has waited every evening of your adult life. The whitewash has gone the colour of gull wings in winter, streaked with lichen the shade of old copper. The stones are dark with wet now, almost black, and the rain slides down them in shining rivulets that catch what little light remains. The tower rises above you, solid and certain, its lantern room a pale crown against the sky. Ivy clings to the lower walls, leaves glossy and trembling as the drops strike them. Somewhere inside that green mass, a wren is scolding the weather, its voice thin and fierce and quickly drowned. The door is the same sea glass blue it has been since the Coast Guard crew repainted it 6 springs ago. The brass handle is cool, slick with rain, and when you push, the hinges give their familiar half-protesting, half-welcoming creak that always sounds like the building clearing its throat. You step over the raised sill, old habit against winter storms, and pull the door closed behind you. The latch clicks with soft finality, and suddenly the rain is no longer on your skin, but all around you, a few inches away, speaking in a different voice now that it has a roof to converse with. Inside, the air is 10 degrees warmer and smells of lamp oil, beeswax, wood smoke from this morning's fire, and the particular damp stone scent that never quite leaves these walls. The change is immediate and visceral. Shoulders drop, lungs deepen. The day's small frettings begin to loosen their grip. You stand still for a long moment, letting the tower settle around you, the way a heavy quilt settles over a bed. The rain on the conical roof overhead is no longer a scattering of individual drops, but one long, continuous hush, like a mother shushing a room full of restless children. It is the sound the world makes when it decides to be gentle. The ground floor room is round and low-ceilinged, everything placed exactly where hands have placed things for decades. To your left, the small cast-iron stove you still prefer, the electric unit they installed last year. On its flat top sits the blackened kettle that once belonged to Keeper MacLeod, who retired the year you arrived. Straight ahead, the deal table with its single chair facing the largest window. On the sill, a pot of rosemary has survived another summer and is now leggy but fragrant. Books lean against one another on the shelf above. Tide tables going back to 1973, a water-stained copy of Rachel Carson, the logbook bound in green leather, 3 novels you have read so many times the pages feel like cloth. You do none of the evening chores yet. Instead, you drift to the window, palms resting on the cool sill, and look out. From here, the harbour is a small, bright comma far below, the boats tucked in like sleeping birds. Beyond them, the open sea has already surrendered its colour to night. Only the white crests of waves remain, moving lines of faint phosphorescence. Rain falls in perfectly straight silver lines, visible because the last light is directly behind them. Each drop is a needle of light. For the second it exists between sky and sea. You watch until your eyes unfocus, and the rain becomes one trembling curtain rather than countless separate drops. Only then do you move to the stove. The kettle is heavy cast iron and takes its time, but you are grateful for the ritual. You fill it from the tap. The pipes groan like an old dog turning over. Set it on the burner, strike a match. The gas lights with a soft pop. Blue flame licking the kettle's underside. While it heats, you take down the cream-coloured mug you threw yourself the winter you took up pottery. Slightly lopsided, handle a little too thick, perfect. From the tin, you spoon chamomile. You grew in the sheltered corner behind the oil house. Lavender your daughter sent from the mainland last birthday. A pinch of lemon balm that somehow self-seeded in a crack near the door. The herbs are dry and brittle and release their scent the moment they touch the hot water. Some are captured and stored against nights exactly like this. You carry the steaming mug to the chair, settle into the faded indigo cushion that has shaped itself to you over thousands of evenings, and simply sit. The window is open a hand width. Rain sound pours in. Cool air touches your face. Steam from the mug curls upward, mingling with your breath. You cup the warmth between your palms and feel it travel into your wrists, your forearms, your chest. The first sip is almost too hot, scalding the tip of your tongue, then blooming into sweetness as the honey melts. Chamomile, lavender, honey, salt air, the taste of homecoming. Outside, the world continues its quiet dissolution. The pale band on the horizon has finally given up. The sky is now one deep, even grey threaded with deeper blue. The rain has found its full voice, no longer tentative but sure, steady, endless. It is the sound water makes when it remembers it is also sky. You sit long enough for the mug to cool from scalding to warm to merely comforting. Long enough for the gulls to give up their crying and settle wherever gulls settle at night. Long enough for the day's small worries, the overdue letter, the ache in your knee, the question of whether the new LED array will really outlast you, to drift to the edges of thought and stay there, too polite to intrude. Long enough for your spine to forget it ever held tension. When the mug is empty except for the dark scatter of herbs at the bottom, you rise. The kettle has gone quiet. The stove clicks as it cools. You rinse the mug, set it upside down on the drain board, and turn toward the staircase. The spiral is iron, painted the same cream as the walls, and it rises in a perfect slow coil. You rest your hand on the center pole, cool, smooth from decades of other hands, and begin to climb. Each footfall rings softly, clang, pause, clang, a slow heartbeat in the tower's chest. The air changes as you ascend, cooler, cleaner, carrying the faint, sharp scent of ozone and glass. The rain grows louder with every turn, until on the final flight it is a steady roar just above your head. The lantern room opens around you like a flower made of windows. 8 tall panes, salt-streaked but clean enough, frame the entire world. Even on a night like this, the space feels full of light. Not the hard electric glare of noon, but the soft remainder of day gathered and held here at the top of everything. The lantern itself stands in the center, brass and glass and careful engineering, waiting for your hands the way a beloved dog waits for its person to come home. You move around it with the unthinking grace of muscle memory. Check the battery levels, though you know they are fine. Wipe a cloth across the inside of the lens, though you wiped it this morning. Adjust the rotation speed, though it does not need adjusting. These are not chores, they are love letters written in small, precise motions. When everything's ready, you pause at the western window, palms against the cool rail, and look out one last time before night fully claims the sea. Rain streaks the glass in ever-changing rivers. Beyond it there is no horizon, no land, only the place where water and sky stitch themselves together with invisible thread. The beam, not yet lit, waits inside its crystal cage like a heart that has not yet decided to beat. You strike the match. The wick catches with a soft sigh, flame blooming gold and steady. You close the glass door, engage the motor, and the great lens begins its slow, majestic turn. The first sweep of light slides across the rain, across the waves, across miles of dark water, reaching, until it thins and disappears. Then it begins again and again, a promise made every 19 seconds, for as long as ships have needed promises. Inside the lantern room, the light is gentle, reflected and refracted into warm colour that slides across your face, your hands, the brass fittings, the rain-streaked windows. It feels like being inside a golden music box, turning slowly while the storm sings outside. You stand a final look around. Everything is as it should be. The light is lit, the rain is falling, the sea is breathing. The evening at last is entirely yours. You descend the iron stairs much more slowly than you climbed them, letting the tower hold you a little longer. When you reach the ground again, the lower room is almost dark. Only the faint glow from the stove's pilot light and the soft pulse of the great beam passing overhead every 19 seconds. You leave the lamp unlit. There is enough light to see by, and more than enough darkness to rest in. You hang your coat on its peg, toe off your boots, pad across the worn rug to the small bedroom that opens off the main room. The bed is already turned down, sheets cool and smooth. You slide between them with the sigh of a man who has carried just enough weight for one day. The pillow receives your head. The blankets settle over you with exactly the right pressure. Above you, far above, the light keeps turning. Around you, the rain keeps falling. Below you, the sea keeps speaking in its slow, tireless language. You close your eyes. The day releases you completely, and the night, rain-drenched, light-wrapped, endless, opens its arms and takes you in. You stay longer than you intended in the lantern room, long after the last trace of daylight has dissolved into the rain. The beam moves across the inside of the glass like a slow searchlight looking for something it already knows is safe. Each time it passes, the falling drops ignite, tiny comets, brief sparks of pure white, before they vanish into the dark again. The sound of the rain on the dome above you is no longer merely sound. It has become a living presence, a second skin of water just inches from your head, breathing with you, exhaling coolness onto your hair. You ease yourself onto the narrow bench that circles half the room. The cushion is thin, but the folded blanket on it, the one your grandmother sent the first winter you kept the light alone, is thick Shetland wool, still holding the faint sweetness of the lavender sachets she tucked into every parcel. You pull the second blanket from the chest under the window and drape it over your shoulders. Its weight settles like forgiving hands across your back. The wool is slightly damp from the air, and it warms instantly against your skin. You let your head fall back against the curved stone wall. The chill of it seeps through your hair and down the nape of your neck, delicious, grounding, reminding you that you are held inside something ancient and unbreakable. From this perch you can see the entire night. To the west, the open Atlantic is only motion and darkness, waves rising and collapsing in slow, patient breaths. To the east, the faint necklace of lights from the village on the mainland has already gone out. People there are asleep or pretending to be. North and south there is nothing but rain and more rain, a silver curtain drawn across the world. The beam sweeps through it all, indifferent and precise. 19 seconds of brightness, 19 seconds of darkness, over and over, the heartbeat of something far larger than yourself. You close your eyes just to feel it better. Even through your lids the light arrives, a soft rose gold pulse that swells and fades, like someone laying a warm palm over your face and lifting it away again. The rhythm finds its way into your blood. Your shoulders loosen. The small knot that has lived between them since morning finally unties itself. Your hands, still curled loosely in your lap, open palm up as though waiting for the rain to fall directly into them. You think, dimly, that you could sleep here. Many keepers have. There are stories of old men found at dawn curled on this very bench like cats, faces peaceful, boots still on. The thought does not alarm you. It feels almost inviting. But the bed downstairs has been waiting all day. Sheets aired this morning, quilt turned back in silent invitation. So eventually you rise slowly, joints creaking in gentle protest, and begin the long, slow descent. The iron stairs are cool under your bare hand. Each step rings the same soft note it has rung for 150 years, a quiet bell saying, "You are home, you are home, you are home." Halfway down, the rain changes pitch again, becoming deeper, more intimate, as though you are farther from the roof now. The sound travels through the stones themselves and meets you inside your ribs. The living room below is almost completely dark, lit only by the faint red eye of the stove and the slow, golden heartbeat of the great light passing overhead every 19 seconds. You light the small oil lamp on the table anyway, turning the wick down until the flame is no more than a trembling teardrop. The glow reaches just far enough to touch the edges of the furniture, to make the books on the shelf look like sleeping animals, to gild the kettle still faintly warm from earlier. Shadows pool in the corners, thick and comforting like extra blankets. The alcove bedroom is no more than 6 paces away, but you move as though through deep water, reluctant to disturb the hush. The bed is narrow and high, built into the thick wall the way ships' bunks are built into hulls, so the mattress is cradled on 3 sides by stone. Someone, perhaps you, perhaps a kinder version of yourself from another evening, has left the window cracked 2 finger widths. Cool, rain-scented air drifts in, carrying the faintest percussion of drops on the slate sill outside. You can hear every layer now, the quick bright chatter on the copper gutter, the deeper drum on the roof, the hushed applause where rain meets sea. You undress without hurry, folding each garment over the chair the way you have done 10,000 times. Sweater, shirt, trousers, socks. The air touches your skin like a question, and your skin answers yes. I am ready to be cool, ready to be held. When you slide between the sheets, they are startlingly cold for 1 heartbeat. Then they warm so quickly it feels as though the bed itself is breathing with relief at your return. The linen is smooth, almost silken from countless washings in soft water and wind. The quilt, heavy patched velvet on one side, faded indigo cotton on the other, settles over you with perfect authority, pressing you gently into the mattress the way deep water presses a diver toward the quiet below. You lie on your back, one arm flung above your head, the other resting over your heart. The pillow is goose down and lavender. Every time you turn your head, you release another ghost of summer. Through the cracked window, the rain speaks continuously, patiently, telling the story of how water returns to water, how everything that rises must eventually fall, how falling can be the gentlest motion in the world. Your breathing slows until you can no longer tell where your breath ends and the rain begins. Each inhale draws in the cool, mineral scent of storm. Each exhale releases the last faint tension in your calves, your thighs, the small muscles around your eyes. Your body grows heavier, not with fatigue, but with trust. The mattress receives you, the stone walls receive you, the night itself receives you. Far above, the great lens keeps turning. You feel it as a pressure behind your closed eyelids. Light, dark, like a loving hand checking that you are still safely dreaming. You no longer need to count the seconds. You no longer need to guard anything. The light has its own keeper now. Electricity, gears, the patient physics of rotation. All the lives that might depend on that beam tonight are safe in hands far steadier than yours ever were. A final thought drifts across the soft surface of your mind like a gull across calm water. I am allowed to rest. Then even that thought loosens, unravels, sinks. The rain keeps falling, intimate and endless. The light keeps turning, faithful and tireless. The sea keeps breathing, vast and unhurried. And you, who once carried the weight of every ship that ever passed in the dark, let go completely. You sleep, held in the cradle of stone and wool and water, while the storm sings its oldest lullaby around you. 19 seconds of light, 19 seconds of darkness. Over and over, like a promise kept forever. The rain speaks in 1,000 voices on the roof above your head. It drums hard on the copper sheeting of the lantern deck, softer on the slate tiles, softer still on the thick stone parapet. It hisses when it hits the hot glass of the lens far above and turns to instant steam. It taps delicate fingers on the window panes beside your bed, strokes the ivy that clings to the outer wall, slaps the wild grass that grows in the cracks of the rocks below. Each surface gives the rain a different timbre, and all of them together make a chord that has played unbroken for hours. You lie in the centre of that chord, the still point around which the music turns. Your bedroom is small and round, tucked just beneath the service room, and every inch of it has been shaped by decades of your living. The walls are whitewashed stone, cool to the touch even in summer, and they breathe with the damp the way old buildings do. There is a faint scent of lamp oil that will never fully leave, no matter how many times you air the place out, mingled now with the clean, metallic smell of rain coming through the cracked window. On the dresser sits the old brass chronometer you wound every night for 30 years. Its ticking has grown slightly erratic lately, but you no longer mind. Across from the bed hangs the framed photograph of your wife on the day you brought her here as a bride. She is laughing into the wind, hair flying, and the glass is speckled with dried salt that you have never quite managed to wipe away. These things are your companions now, quiet and undemanding. The mattress beneath you is deep and forgiving. It has moulded itself to the shape of your body over countless nights, the way tide pools conform to the rocks they cradle. The sheets are heavy linen, washed until they are butter soft, and they carry the faint fragrance of the lavender sachets you still tuck into the drawers out of habit. 2 wool blankets, one navy, one the faded red your mother knit the year you took this posting, lie across you with exactly the right weight. Enough to feel held, not enough to feel trapped. Your feet are warm inside thick socks. Your shoulders are loose. There is no part of you that is fighting the bed, and the bed in turn is not fighting you. Everything has reached the agreement that tonight is for peace. Outside, the wind moves around the tower the way a cat moves around a sleeping owner's legs. Restless, familiar, unable to leave. It whistles through the railing of the gallery, moans softly in the flue of the old chimney you no longer use, flings handfuls of rain against the windows like a child demanding attention. But the tower was built in 1874 to withstand hurricanes, and this is only an ordinary December storm. The stones do not even shiver. They have stood through worse. They will stand through this. You feel their indifference in your marrow, and it is immensely comforting. Whatever happens out there in the dark, the lighthouse will remain, and so, by extension, will you. Your thoughts that used to arrive like gulls, noisy, circling, insistent, have quieted. Earlier this evening there was still the small fret about the cracked pane in the watchroom, the guilt that you have not written to your daughter in almost a month, the vague worry about the pain in your left knee that seems worse when the weather turns. But the rain has washed those thoughts downstream. They floated away on its current, growing smaller and smaller, until they vanished over the edge of waking. What remains is only sensation, the cool air on your cheek, the gentle pressure of the pillow against the back of your skull, the subtle rise and fall of your own chest. Even memory has gone soft. You're not thinking of the past or the future. You're simply here, inside this body, inside this room, inside this night. Somewhere far off, a buoy bell clangs 3 times, pause 3 times again, as the swell lifts and lifts it. The sound carries across miles of water, thin and metallic, lonely and perfect. You have heard that bell every night for decades, and it has become as familiar as your own pulse. Tonight it feels like a lullaby composed specially for you. You imagine the bell's iron tongue swinging in its cage, the barnacles on its flanks, the cold green water sliding past. The image is vivid for a moment, then it too loosens and drifts. Your eyelids are heavy, deliciously heavy. The darkness behind them is not the hard black of underground places, but a deep indigo shot through with subtle violet, the colour of the sea just before sunrise. Occasionally the beam of the lighthouse sweeps across the windows and a faint pulse of light finds its way through the curtains. Painting the inside of your lids rose for an instant before fading again. It is like being kissed gently on the forehead every 19 seconds. You no longer count the intervals the way you once did. You simply receive them. Breathing has become an act of luxury. Each inhale draws in the smell of rain and stone and old wood. Each exhale releases everything else. Your ribcage rises like a slow tide, falls like a slow tide. There is no hurry. There is no need to do anything with the breath except allow it. In, out, in, out. The rhythm is older than language, older than lighthouses, older than the idea of safety itself. It is the same rhythm the ocean uses when it speaks to the shore. I am here, I am here, I am here. You feel the moment approaching, that sweet, slippery moment when the mind finally unhooks itself from the day. It is not a dramatic surrender. There is no trumpet blast, no angelic choir. It is more like stepping off a low dock into calm water. One moment you are standing, the next you are floating, and you are not sure exactly when the change took place. The rain is louder now, or perhaps you're simply deeper inside it. The sound fills every corner of your awareness until there is nothing else. You are the sound. The sound is you. And then even that distinction dissolves. The light keeps turning above you, will still be turning when dawn comes pale and rain washed across the horizon. The gulls will come back to wheel and cry around the gallery. The kettle will need filling, the logbook will need its entry, the cracked pane will still be cracked. All of that will wait. The world is very kindly agrees to pause while you travel wherever it is. The mind goes when it's granted true rest. Perhaps you will dream of your wife laughing into the wind. Perhaps you will dream of nothing at all. Both are gifts. The rain falls without ceasing, generous and indifferent, washing the salt from the stones, feeding the tough little plants that cling to the cliffs, carrying the wide world's grief and joy alike out to sea where it can disperse into something too vast to wound. It falls on the roof above your bed, on the gallery railing, on the lens that still faithfully turns and turns. It falls on the endless moving skin of the ocean, dimpling it with a million brief kisses. It falls on you, though you no longer feel it. You're beyond weather now. You're beyond needing. The lighthouse keeps its lonely, perfect vigil. The tower stands wrapped in storm the way a mother wraps a child in a blanket, firmly, completely, without question. And you whose hands once lit the lamps, whose eyes once searched the dark for ships in distress, whose heart once carried the weight of every soul that passed this coast, sleep. You sleep as deeply as the stones. You sleep as trustingly as a gull asleep on the air. You sleep held in the cradle of rain song and light, and the ancient, unbreakable conversation between sea and shore. The rain falls and falls and falls, and you sleep.
The midnight train through winter rain. You step onto the platform as the first raindrops begin to fall. They arrive not in a hurried cascade, but slowly, almost thoughtfully, as though the sky itself is testing the air before committing to the downpour. One drop lands on the brim of your coat, cool and distinct, followed by another on the back of your hand, then a third that kisses the tip of your nose. Each one feels deliberate, like the opening notes of a lullaby played on a distant piano, one soft touch, a pause, then another, building a rhythm that is unhurried and intimate. The winter air is crisp but not biting, carrying just enough chill to make the contrast with your skin noticeable, yet not enough to drive you indoors. The rain is temperate, almost tender, falling with the same quiet certainty as your own breathing, as natural and inevitable as the slow descent of dusk over the station. The platform stretches long and empty before you, a wide expanse of weathered concrete edged by iron railings that have long since rusted into a soft, reddish patina. Only a handful of amber lamps glow along its length, old-fashioned globes perched atop curved iron posts, their light warm and diffused as it filters through the emerging veil of rain. The mist turns each lamp into a small haloed sun, floating gently in the damp air, softening every edge and blurring every line until the world feels wrapped in gauze. The wooden benches that line the platform gleam faintly with the first layer of moisture, their grain darkened and highlighted in alternating stripes of shadow and reflected light. Beyond the benches, the old brick station building stands solid and reassuring, its arched windows glowing from within with a honeyed warmth that promises shelter, tea, perhaps even conversation if you wanted it, though tonight you do not. In the distance, carried on the still air, you hear the first low rumble of the approaching train. It is not a sharp or insistent sound, but a deep, comforting note that vibrates faintly through the soles of your shoes and up into your chest. The train is not rushing, it is simply coming, drawing nearer with the patience of something that has traveled these tracks for decades and knows there is no need to hurry. The sound grows gradually, layered with the faint hiss of steam and the rhythmic clack of wheels on rails far down the line, until it becomes a presence as much as a noise, an approaching tide that will lift you gently and carry you away. You stand there for a long moment, coat collar turned up, hands in pockets, letting the rain touch your face. You tilt your head back slightly, eyes half closed, feeling each cool droplet land and linger before tracing its own path downward. Some slide along the curve of your cheek, others catch on your lashes for a heartbeat before falling. The scent of the rain is pure winter, clean and mineral rich, like the air beside a mountain stream in January, or the sharp expectant stillness just before the first snow. It fills your lungs as you breathe deeply, and with every inhalation something inside you begins to loosen tight muscles in your shoulders, a faint knot of tension behind your eyes, the accumulated weight of thoughts you have carried too long. The rain does not demand anything of you, it simply is, and in its presence you find permission to simply be. The train rounds the final curve and glides into the station on a sigh of steam and settling metal. It is not one of the sleek, modern expresses that slice through the night with impatient efficiency. This train belongs to an older time, one that understood the value of slowness and ceremony. The carriages are painted a deep midnight blue that borders on black in the dim light, their surfaces gleaming wetly under the lamps. Brass fittings, handles, nameplates, window frames catch the amber glow and hold it softly, reflecting it back in warm, muted flashes. Every window glows from within with the same inviting light you saw in the station building, promising warmth, shelter, and the particular kind of rest that only comes from being in motion while surrounded by comfort. The doors open with a soft, pneumatic whisper. You step aboard. The warmth inside embraces you immediately, not as a sudden rush of heat, but as a gradual, enveloping welcome, like walking into a house where a fire has been burning patiently for hours, tended just for your arrival. The air carries layered scents, the faint, reassuring polish of well-kept wood, the dry, papery aroma of old books stacked somewhere out of sight, a distant hint of something baking, perhaps bread or scones in a galley car far down the train, the earthy dampness of rain on wool from your own coat, and beneath it all, the subtle, indefinable fragrance of a journey about to begin. You find yourself in a narrow corridor carpeted in deep burgundy that swallows the sound of your footsteps entirely. The walls are panelled in dark walnut, the grain rich and swirling, polished to a soft sheen that reflects the light from small brass sconces spaced at perfect intervals. Each sconce holds a frosted glass shade that diffuses the glow into gentle pools, leaving soft shadows between them. Outside the windows that line one side, the platform lights streak past in elongated trails of amber and gold as the train begins its imperceptible departure. You walk slowly, letting your fingers trail lightly along the wood paneling for balance, though the train is so smooth you barely need it. The motion is almost undetectable at first, no lurch, no sudden pull, just a seamless gliding away from the station as the platform slips backward and dissolves into the rain. The sound of the rain against the windows and roof becomes a constant companion, a soft, rhythmic percussion that matches something deep within you, a cadence you had almost forgotten. Tap, 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 like a heartbeat slowed to perfect calm, like breathing measured and deep, like the oldest lullaby ever sung, passed down through generations of travelers seeking rest. Halfway down the carriage, you find your compartment. The door slides open at the lightest touch, revealing a small, perfect sanctuary. The seats are upholstered in velvet, the color of winter twilight, a deep, soft blue-gray that seems to absorb and hold the last faint light of day. Plush cushions are scattered invitingly, and a small fold-down table bears a single lamp with a pleated silk shade that casts a warm, encompassing glow over everything. One entire wall is dominated by a wide window, already streaked with rain, framing the world outside in constantly shifting patterns. You settle into the seat nearest the window, sinking deeply into the velvet as it yields and molds around you like the most forgiving embrace. The train rocks very gently now, a slow, steady sway that seems to whisper, "Rest now, let go now, be carried." Outside, the winter landscape begins to reveal itself in all its muted beauty. The rain has transformed the world into something halfway between reality and dream. Bare trees stand in open fields, their branches etched in sharp black against the heavy grey silver sky, each twig and limb outlined with a delicate tracing of rainwater that catches whatever faint light remains and fractures it into tiny prisms. The fields themselves lie fallow, sleeping peacefully under winter's quiet hand, their furrows softened and blurred by mist and falling water until they resemble gentle waves frozen in place. Here and there, a lone hedgerow or cluster of evergreens provides contrast dark solid shapes that anchor the eye amid the softness. The rain comes in waves now, sometimes intensifying into a steady drum against the glass that fills the compartment with soothing white noise, drowning out every extraneous thought, sometimes softening to a whisper that allows the deeper sounds of the train to emerge, the rhythmic pulse of wheels on rails, the faint creak of the carriage settling into its stride, the occasional distant clatter from another part of the train. You watch individual droplets race down the window pane, each one carving its own path, merging with others, separating again, creating ever-changing rivers and tributaries across the glass. Behind this living veil, the landscape continues its slow parade. A small village appears briefly on the horizon, then draws nearer. Cottages huddle close together along a winding lane, their windows glowing with warm light that spills out onto wet cobblestones. Smoke rises lazily from multiple chimneys, only to be caught and dispersed almost immediately by the rain, creating fleeting grey ghosts in the air. You glimpse a church with a tall stone steeple standing sentinel over the rooftops, and a little arched bridge of pale stone spanning a stream now swollen and dark with winter runoff. For a moment you imagine the lives inside those glowing windows, someone stirring a pot over a stove, another reading by lamplight, a child pressing their face to the glass, watching the train pass just as you watch them. Then the village slides away behind you, reclaimed by the mist, and the open fields return. As evening truly deepens, the sky cycles through deepening shades of grey until it approaches charcoal, then something closer to true darkness, yet never quite black, retaining that particular winter twilight hue when the world seems to hold its breath between day and night. The compartment lamp burns a little brighter in compensation, turning the window into a magical frame, where occasional distant lights bloom suddenly like nocturnal flowers, perhaps a farmhouse, perhaps another village, before fading again into the rain-soft distance. You realize, with a quiet sense of surprise, that you are not thinking about anything in particular. Your mind has slipped its usual tethers and begun to drift, carried along by the gentle motion of the train and the endless percussion of rain. Thoughts arise like mist, fleeting impressions of past journeys, half-remembered melodies, vague wonderings about where this track might lead, and then dissipate just as quickly, leaving no residue. This emptiness is profoundly restful, a spaciousness you did not know you craved until it arrived. A soft rattling announces the approach of the refreshment cart long before it appears, the delicate clink of porcelain cups, the muted whisper of wheels on thick carpet. When it glides into view, it is pushed by an attendant whose presence is so unobtrusive they seem almost an extension of the train itself, quiet, efficient, attuned to the atmosphere of gentle repose that pervades the carriage. Something warm, perhaps? The voice is soft, pitched perfectly not to shatter the quiet. You nod, and moments later a cup is placed on the small table before you. The liquid within is the rich color of dark honey held to lamplight, steam rising in delicate, fragrant spirals. The scent is layered and comforting, chamomile flowers, real vanilla bean, wildflower honey, and something deeper, perhaps a trace of cinnamon or clove, that evokes childhood winters and unconditional care. The attendant withdraws as silently as they arrived, leaving you alone again with the rain, the darkness gathering outside, and the warm cup cradled between your palms. You hold it for a long while without drinking, simply letting the heat seep into your skin, traveling up your wrists and forearms, spreading through your chest like slow sunlight after long clouds. Only when the warmth has reached every part of you do you raise the cup to your lips. The first sip is perfection itself, not too hot, not too sweet, but exactly balanced, as though someone far away knew precisely what your body and spirit required in this precise moment. The train carries you deeper into the winter night. The rain continues its patient ministry, and you watch, mesmerized, as the patterns on the window evolve endlessly. Forests appear now, dense stands of trees whose branches interlace overhead like the vaulted ceiling of an ancient cathedral. Even in near darkness, even through rain-blurred glass, you sense the deep stillness of the woods, the patience of centuries accumulated in trunk and root. Most trees stand bare, their limbs a complex lacework against the sky, but here and there stubborn evergreens hold their dark needles, providing depth and mystery. The sound of rain changes within the forest, filtered through layers of branches and needles. It becomes softer, more diffuse, a hushed susurration that wraps the carriage like a thick shawl. You take another slow sip of your drink, feeling the warmth pool in your stomach and radiate outward, and watch the dark trees slide past in stately procession. When the train emerges from the forest, the landscape opens dramatically. You are now traveling along the shore of a vast lake, its surface black and rippling under the impact of countless raindrops. Each drop creates its own perfect circle that spreads, overlaps, merges with others until the entire lake becomes a living meditation, circles within circles within circles, a constantly shifting pattern of motion on stillness. Across the water, the far shore is only a suggestion of deeper darkness marked by occasional pinpricks of light that could be houses, could be reflections of stars you cannot yet see, could be something else entirely. Boundaries blur in this rain-softened world. The train follows the gentle curve of the shoreline, rocking you with a rhythm as old as travel itself. You rest your forehead against the cool glass, feeling the faint vibration of the rails through it, a steady thrumming that resonates in your bones, in your slowing heartbeat, in the deepening quiet of your mind. Your eyelids grow heavy, not with exhaustion but with the pleasant weight of true relaxation. You let them drift closed for a moment, and even behind closed lids you can still perceive the rain, its sound, its cool memory on your skin, its endless lullaby. When you open your eyes again, though you are not certain how much time has passed, the rain has thinned to the finest mist, almost more vapor than water. Through this gauzy veil, the clouds are parting in slow, deliberate sections, revealing the first winter stars, bright, cold, impossibly clear, hanging closer than stars have any right to be. One by one they appear, then in clusters, until patches of sky are filled with diamond light. The train slows further, almost to a crawl, and you realize you are approaching another station. But this is nothing like the first. This is barely a station at all, just a short stretch of wooden planking with a single open-sided shelter roofed in shake shingles. Beyond the platform, a path leads away into the darkness, marked at regular intervals by old-fashioned lanterns hanging from crooked iron posts. Real flames flicker within glass chimneys, casting pools of true golden light onto the wet boards and gravel beyond. The train comes to rest with the softest possible sigh. The doors open. Something unspoken draws you to your feet. You gather your coat about you and step down onto the small platform. The air that meets you is cold, but pure, sharp with evergreen and wet earth and the clean aftermath of rain. Every surface gleams, the wooden planks dark and reflective, the lantern glass beaded with lingering droplets, even the gravel of the path shining like scattered obsidian. The rain has stopped entirely, leaving the world washed and new. Overhead, the sky has become a revelation. The clouds have parted fully now, and the stars are innumerable, spilling across the darkness in rivers and clusters and solitary sparks. The Milky Way arches overhead like a pathway of ground diamonds, visible in such clarity it takes your breath away. You walk slowly to the edge of the platform where the lantern-lit path begins. The night is perfectly still, no wind stirs the pines that crowd close on either side, no sound disturbs the silence except your own measured breathing and the occasional distant drip of water from the shelter eaves. Drip, long pause, drip, long pause, each drop a small perfect punctuation in the vast quiet. At the start of the path you pause, looking ahead. The lanterns stretch away in a gentle curve, each flame steady and bright, promising safe passage. Beyond their reach you sense rather than see tall trees, perhaps the suggestion of a building, something waiting patiently in the starlit dark. You step onto the path. The gravel is soft underfoot, already beginning to dry in the cold, dry air. Each footfall makes only the faintest crunch. The lanterns guide you past towering pines whose branches sweep low, heavy with collected rain. Occasionally a branch releases its burden and a scatter of drops falls around you like cool, whispered secrets. The air you breathe is sharp and invigorating, filling your lungs with resonant starlight and the particular clarity that only comes after rain. The path curves gently to the left, then opens into a small clearing, and there it is. A cabin, small, perfect, built of dark logs that have weathered to a rich silver brown. Its windows glow warmly from within, light spilling out in soft rectangles onto a narrow porch. A single steady column of smoke rises from the fieldstone chimney, climbing straight up into the star-filled sky before dispersing among the branches overhead. The front door is painted a deep, welcoming red, and it stands slightly ajar, as though someone inside has been expecting you for a very long time. You climb the 3 broad steps to the porch. The wood rail is smooth under your palm, worn by years of weather and gentle hands into something soft and reassuring. You push the door fully open and step inside. The warmth that greets you is immediate but never overpowering, like the embrace of an old friend who knows exactly how tightly to hold you. The space is small, one main room with a compact kitchen area in one corner, and a narrow staircase, suggesting a sleeping loft above, but it contains everything essential and nothing superfluous. A river stone fireplace dominates one wall, and within it a fire burns low and steady, flames moving in that slow, contented dance they perform when they have been well laid, and will burn contentedly for hours without tending. Logs pop occasionally, sending up small showers of sparks that die before they reach the hearth. The walls are lined with shelves holding quiet treasures, leather-bound books whose spines suggest long companionship, smooth river stones in shades of grey and rose, small carvings of birds and animals in pale wood, a collection of pine cones arranged by size, a few feathers, hawk, owl, crow tucked into a glass jar. The floor is covered in overlapping rugs of deep burgundy, navy, and forest green, thick and soft underfoot. A single deep armchair sits angled toward the fire, upholstered in faded velvet the color of storm clouds, with a thick wool blanket in soft cream draped over one arm. Beside it, a small round table holds a lantern with a cracked amber glass shade and a short stack of books whose titles you cannot yet read. But it is the far wall that stops you in your tracks. Almost the entire wall is glass, a single expansive window looking out over a small wooden deck, and, beyond it, the lake. You cross the room slowly, drawn as if by gravity. The view is breathtaking in its quiet perfection. The lake stretches away into starlit darkness, its surface now perfectly calm, reflecting the sky above with mirror clarity. Stars above and stars below, doubled and infinite, until it is impossible to tell where water ends and sky begins. The world has become one vast sphere of starlight, with you suspended gently at its center, the cabin a small, warm arc floating in an ocean of night. A glass door set into the window wall leads out onto the deck. You open it and step through. The cold night air meets you again, but this time it feels invigorating rather than harsh, clean, honest, alive. The deck is wide and sturdy, built of the same weathered wood as the cabin. Several Adirondack chairs are arranged along the railing, each with a thick folded blanket waiting on the seat. In the center, a stone-lined fire pit holds the glowing embers of an earlier fire, still radiating faint warmth into the night. You choose the chair that faces directly out over the lake and unfold the blanket across your lap. It is impossibly soft, perhaps cashmere or fine wool, and carries the faint, comforting scents of cedar and lavender. You settle back, and the chair seems to adjust itself to your body, supporting every curve and angle, inviting complete release. Above you, the stars are beyond counting. Winter constellations blaze with cold fire, Orion striding across the sky, Taurus charging, the Pleiades a tight cluster of diamonds. Fainter stars fill every gap until the sky becomes a solid field of light broken only by the dark silhouettes of distant mountains. The Milky Way sweeps overhead in a broad, luminous band, a river of star souls or cosmic dust, or all the dreams ever dreamed made visible at last. And below, the lake returns the gift in perfect symmetry. Every star, every faint glow, every shimmering band has its twin in the water, creating a sphere of light with no top or bottom, no beginning or end. You are held gently between mirror and original, earth and heaven, darkness and illumination. A sound so soft you almost miss it breaks the silence. A single raindrop falls onto the deck railing nearby. Then, after a long pause, another. The rain has begun again, but this is a different rain entirely. These drops fall at vast intervals, each one distinct and deliberate. One lands on the blanket over your knee. You count slowly to 10 before the next touches the wooden arm of your chair. Another long breath, and a third falls into the fire pit with a tiny hiss among the embers. The rhythm is exquisite. Drop, long stillness. Drop, long stillness. It matches your breathing perfectly, or perhaps your breathing has slowed to match the rain. In this moment, the world has synchronized itself to your innermost cadence, or you have finally aligned yourself with the world's ancient, patient pulse. You sit wrapped in blanket and starlight and the gentlest rain imaginable, held in a silence so complete it feels like the hush before creation. The journey that began with the first raindrops on a lonely platform has carried you not merely across miles, but into a deeper stillness, a place where time loosens its grip and the boundaries between self and world dissolve into reflected light. Here, beneath infinite stars and their infinite reflections, with the cabin's warm glow at your back and the vast night embracing you, you understand that you have arrived not at a destination, but at a beginning. The rain falls softly, slowly, endlessly, counting out the measure of a peace so complete it feels like home. Tap, breathe, tap, breathe. The raindrops fall onto the lake surface, each one creating a perfect circle that expands outward, disturbing the reflection of stars just slightly before settling again. The pattern is mesmerizing, the stars steady and eternal above, their reflections constantly rippling and reforming below, the rain creating an endless dance between permanence and change. You realize you're not thinking anymore. There's nothing to think about. All the concerns that seemed so important, all the worries that filled your days, have been washed away by the rain, dissolved in the darkness, released into the vast space between the stars. There's only this moment, this breath, this gentle falling of rain in the night. Your eyes grow heavy again, but this time you don't fight it. You let your gaze soften, let the stars blur slightly, let the boundary between waking and sleeping begin to dissolve. The blanket holds you, the chair supports you, the rain falls in its patient rhythm. Tap, breathe, tap, breathe. Through half-closed eyes, you watch the stars reflected in the water. They seem to pulse slightly, to breathe with their own rhythm, and you realize that everything is breathing. The rain, the stars, the lake, the winter night itself, all of it inhaling and exhaling in perfect synchronicity, and you are part of that rhythm, held within it, moved by it like a leaf on the surface of a calm pond. The rain continues, slow and steady, not the rain of storms and urgency, but the rain of deep winter nights, the rain that falls when the world is sleeping, when even the rain itself seems to be dreaming. Each drop is a small blessing, a tiny gift of water returning to water, of all things returning to their source. Your breathing deepens, slows, the spaces between each breath grow longer, more peaceful. The chair holds you like hands, like love, like everything safe and warm and good in the world. The blanket is a cocoon, a nest, a place of absolute security. Beyond the deck, the lake continues its meditation, reflecting stars and rain and darkness in equal measure. Somewhere far away, you hear the train whistle low and long and infinitely gentle, like a lullaby carried on the night air. It's not calling you back. It's simply saying, rest now, rest now, rest now, and you do. The stars wheel slowly overhead in their ancient patterns. The rain falls. The lake receives each drop and reflects each star, and you are held between them, surrounded by the soft percussion of rain on wood, on water, on the whole quiet world. Your eyes close completely now. You could open them if you wanted, but there's no need. The stars are still there, you can feel them. The rain is still there, you can hear it. The night is still there, holding you gently in its vast, tender darkness. Tap, breathe, tap, breathe. The rhythm is perfect, eternal. It was here before you arrived and will be here after you've gone, but right now In this moment, it's just for you, this rain, these stars, this quiet peace that fills every corner of the night. You sink deeper into the chair, into the blanket, into the softness that surrounds you. Your body is heavy now, completely relaxed, every muscle releasing, every tension dissolving like sugar in water, like stars in daylight, like all things that were never meant to last. The rain continues its gentle conversation with the lake. Tap, tap, tap. Such a simple sound, but it contains everything, all comfort, all peace, all rest. It's the sound of water finding water, of everything returning home, and you are going home too, not to a place but to a state, to that deep quiet that lives beneath all things, that was there before you were born and will be there after, that patient darkness that asks nothing and gives everything. The stars blur further, the rain softens to barely a whisper. The world grows dim and distant, not disappearing but transforming, becoming something softer, something dreamlike, something perfectly, utterly safe. And as you drift across that threshold between waking and sleeping, between the world and dreams, you carry with you the sound of rain on water, the image of stars reflected in darkness, the feeling of being held by something vast and gentle and infinitely kind. The train waits, patient and silent, on its rails, but there's no hurry. There has never been any hurry. The journey is complete. You have arrived at the place you were always heading, the place that was waiting all along this moment of perfect peace, this breath, this heartbeat, this gentle falling of rain in the winter night. Tap, breathe, tap, breathe. The stars shine on, the rain falls. The lake receives and reflects and holds everything in its dark, calm surface. And you rest finally, completely, wrapped in blankets and darkness and the soft percussion of rain, drifting now into sleep, as gentle and inevitable as the tide, as natural and easy as stars appearing in the evening sky, as peaceful as winter rain falling on quiet water, falling and falling and falling, endless and patient and soft, carrying you down, down, down into the deep, sweet darkness where there is nothing to do and nothing to be except exactly this, breathing, resting, sleeping, home. The entire story of Greek mythology, boring for deep sleep. In the beginning, before anything you might recognize, there is only chaos, not a storm or a clash, but a gentle void, a soft darkness, an emptiness as comfortable as closing your eyes. You float here, weightless, in this tender nothingness. There is no up or down, no light or shadow, only the quiet hum of potential and the softest sound of rain beginning somewhere far away, each drop falling through infinite space. And from this drowsy void something stirs, not suddenly, but gradually, the way morning arrives. Gaia emerges, Mother Earth, and she is warm beneath you. You rest upon her, and she is soft like moss, like the gentlest earth after rain. She breathes slowly, and you breathe with her. Her presence is ancient and patient, and she asks nothing of you but to rest. Above you, so high and distant, Uranus forms farther sky. He is vast and quiet, a blanket of deepening twilight, scattered with the earliest stars. Rain falls from him in the gentlest mist, touching your face like a blessing, and you feel held between earth and sky, safe in this first cradle of the world. Time moves differently here. The Titans are born, one after another, not with cries but with sighs, great beings of mountain and ocean, of memory and light. They emerge slowly from Gaia, and each one settles into the world like stones sinking softly into still water. Cronus, Rhea, Oceanus, Tethys, Hyperion, Thea, their names are like a lullaby, and you need not remember them all. They simply are, as rain simply falls, as night simply comes. There is a moment, distant and dreamlike, when Uranus must part from Gaia. It happens gently, inevitably, like the natural turning of seasons. Cronus, with a blade forged from Gaia's own substance, reaches up through the soft rain and separates sky from earth. It is not violent in this telling, it is simply the way things must unfold, the way night must sometimes part from day. Uranus rises higher, becomes more distant, and the space between heaven and earth grows into the vast, comfortable space where clouds gather and rain is born. And from this parting, from the rain-touched sea foam, something beautiful will later emerge, but that is for another quiet moment in your journey. Cronus rises now to rule the gentle world. You watch from your resting place as he moves across the land like a slow tide. Time itself seems to pulse with his heartbeat steady, rhythmic, as reliable as rain falling on leaves. He takes Rhea as his partner, and together they exist in a kind of dream, neither happy nor sad, simply being. But Cronus has heard whispers on the wind, soft prophecies that one of his children will someday ease him into rest, into a quieter role. And so, when each child is born, Hestia, Demeter, Hera, Hades, Poseidon, he swallows them, not with malice but with a strange, somber gentleness, the way the earth swallows rain. They rest inside him, waiting, sleeping, dreaming their own slow dreams. Rhea's heart grows heavy, heavy like clouds before rain. When her last child is about to be born, she travels to Crete, to a cave where rain drips peacefully from limestone, where the air is cool and smells of ancient stone and wild herbs. There, surrounded by the soft patter of water on rock, she gives birth to Zeus. The child's first breath mingles with the mist of the cave, and already he seems part of the rain itself. Rhea wraps a stone in swaddling clothes, a smooth, river-worn stone that fits perfectly in her arms. She brings it to Cronus, and he, in his dreaming state, swallows it without question, thinking it his son. The stone settles inside him, cool and quiet, and Zeus meanwhile sleeps in his cave on Crete, watched over by gentle nymphs and the soft goat Amalthea, whose milk is warm and sweet. You rest here with the infant god for a while. Rain falls outside the cave, creating a curtain of silver between the world and this sacred space. Time passes, years feel like moments, or perhaps moments feel like years. Zeus grows slowly, in the way of dreams, and you grow drowsy watching him. When Zeus is grown and you can hardly remember the growing, it happens so softly he knows it is time to help his siblings. He finds Cronus in a garden where rain falls on olive trees, and he offers him a cup, just a simple cup of nectar, nothing frightening. Cronus drinks, and gently, one by one, he releases Zeus's siblings, first the stone, then Poseidon, Hades, Hera, Demeter, and Hestia. They emerge slowly, blinking like people waking from a long, peaceful sleep. There is no violence here, only the natural order of things unfolding like petals opening in the rain. Now comes what is called the Titanomachy, the War of the Titans. But even this is distant and dreamlike in your telling. You watch from far away, from a hill where rain falls steadily and thunder rumbles soft and low like a lullaby. The gods and titans meet on a vast plain, and their conflict is more like a slow dance than a battle, more like the eternal conversation between wave and shore. For 10 years they move back and forth, and you watch through the rain, counting the rhythm of their steps, feeling sleepier with each passing season. Zeus finds allies, the Cyclopes, who emerge from deep places in the earth, blinking in the soft light. They are gentle giants with single eyes that seem sad and wise, and they forge thunderbolts in their quiet workshops deep underground, the ringing of their hammers like distant bells heard through rain. They give these gifts to Zeus, not weapons really, but symbols, tools of balance. And the hecatontures, the 100-handed ones, rise from the depths, but you see them as beings of strange grace, their many arms moving like anemones in gentle currents, their voices humming in harmony. The Titans, at last, grow tired. They sink into rest, into a deep place called Tartarus, which is not a prison but a place of profound sleep, far beneath the earth where the sound of rain never reaches, where silence is absolute and strangely comforting. Cronus and his siblings settle there into their long dream, and above, the world grows quiet again. But there is one more stirring before the peace fully settles. The earth, Gaia, still dreaming her slow dreams, brings forth the giants, not small beings but vast ones, born from rain-soaked earth and ancient stone. The gigantomachy unfolds like a slow storm passing over distant mountains. You watch the gods and giants meet, and again it is all so far away, so softened by rain and mist that you can barely make out the details. The giants are weary even as they wake, and the gods are patient, and slowly, gradually, the giants too find their rest, sinking back into the earth from which they came, becoming mountains and hills where rain will fall for eternity. And then Typhon rises, the last challenge, the deadliest monster, but even he appears to you through sheets of rain, more like a fever dream than a terror. He is vast beyond measure, with 100 serpent heads, but they sway gently like kelp in water, hissing softly like wind through grass. Zeus meets him with those thunderbolts, and the sound is like very distant thunder, the kind that helps you sleep. Typhon falls at last, not defeated but calmed, and Zeus places him beneath Mount Etna, where he sleeps even now, his breathing creating gentle warmth, his dreams stirring the mountain to soft rumbles that are almost soothing. Now the world can be divided. Zeus, Poseidon, and Hades draw lots. You imagine them drawing straws by a stream where rain creates soft circles on the water. Zeus receives the sky and becomes king of the gods. Poseidon receives the oceans. Hades receives the underworld. They accept their roles with quiet dignity, and each departs to their realm as rain continues to fall, connecting all three kingdoms with its gentle presence. Mount Olympus rises through the mist, its peak lost in clouds where rain is born. It is not a harsh mountain, but a gentle slope wreathed in soft fog. The gods build their dwellings there, and each home is warm and dry inside, filled with gentle light. You walk slowly up the winding path, in no hurry, rain dripping from leaves onto your shoulders, and you feel welcome here. Zeus reigns from a throne of cloud and polished stone. He is king but not harsh, more like a grandfather who has seen everything and judges little. His beard is wet with rain, and his eyes are kind and distant. When he speaks, it is with the low rumble of summer thunder that makes you want to curl up and sleep. He watches over the world with patience, and you feel that patience extending to you, telling you it is all right to rest, to let go, to simply be. Hera sits beside him, Queen of Olympus, and she is regal but not cold. Imagine her as a woman gazing out at rain falling over hills, her thoughts somewhere distant and peaceful. She presides over marriage and home, over the quiet bonds that hold things together. Her presence is like the feeling of being safe indoors while rain patters on the roof. She asks nothing of you, but that you be comfortable. Poseidon dwells beneath the waves, in a palace of coral and pearl where everything moves in slow motion. You dive down to visit him, but the water is warm and the descent is easy. Kelp sways around you, fish drift past like dreams, and Poseidon himself reclines on a throne of living reef. His trident rests beside him, more decoration than weapon. The sound of the ocean here is like the sound of rain, the same endless rhythm, and you feel yourself rocking gently in the current, safe and warm and so very drowsy. Hades sits in his quiet kingdom beneath the earth, and it is not frightening but rather the most peaceful place of all. Soft light comes from somewhere, perhaps luminescent stones or gentle fungi, and the air is cool and still. Hades himself is gentle, quiet, a being of few words and great patience. His realm is where all things eventually come to rest, and rest is what he offers. The river Styx winds through his kingdom, dark and smooth as silk, and rain from the world above seeps down through stone to feed it. Souls arrive on Charon's boat, and Charon is an old ferryman with kind eyes, who asks only a small coin, and then rows with smooth, steady strokes that match your breathing. Cerberus, the three-headed dog, guards the gates, but all three heads are sleepy, and he thumps his tail when you approach, and each head wants to be petted, and his fur is warm and soft. The dead walk slowly through the underworld. Some go to the fields of Elysium, where it is always a perfect drowsy afternoon, where rain falls gently on meadows of asphodel, and there is nothing to do but rest and remember pleasant things. Others go to the asphodel meadows, which are not punishment, but simply a place of gentle forgetting, where souls wander peacefully through mist. And far below, Tartarus waits, that deep place of silence where the Titans sleep, but you do not go there. You stay in the comfortable regions, listening to the soft drip of water through stone. Demeter walks the earth above, goddess of harvest and grain. She moves through fields in the soft rain of spring, and wherever she steps, things grow slowly, patiently. The seasons turn at her command, but the turning is gentle. Winter flows into spring like one breath flowing into another. She teaches the mortals to plant wheat and barley, and the work is not hard but meditative. Hands in soil, rain on your back, the slow miracle of growth. Hestia, the eldest, tends the hearth at the center of Olympus and at the center of every home. She is the quietest of the gods, preferring the soft crackle of fire to conversation. You sit by her hearth now, and the fire is low and warm, more ember than flame, and rain drums softly on the roof above, and you have never felt so safe, so completely at peace. Athena was born from Zeus's head, not violently, but like a thought becoming real, like the moment between sleep and waking. She emerged fully grown, but even her birth was peaceful, like a flower opening. She is wisdom and strategic war, but her wisdom is the kind that prevents war, that finds peaceful solutions. She walks through the olive groves she gifted to Athens, rain dripping from silver green leaves, and she thinks deep, slow thoughts that would take years to fully think. You walk beside her, saying nothing, and her presence is like the feeling of understanding something without words. Apollo drives the sun across the sky, but you hardly notice because the day is overcast, the sun a soft glow behind clouds, gentle and not too bright. He plays his lyre in the evening, and the music is simple and repetitive, the kind of melody that helps you sleep. He sits on a hillside where rain has just stopped, and mist rises from the wet grass, and his song is about nothing in particular, just notes following notes, like raindrops following raindrops. Artemis roams the forests with her hunting nymphs, but they hunt only in the dreamlike way of myths, tracking deer through silver woods, where rain makes everything soft and quiet. She is the moon's keeper, and the moon you see is always gentle, a crescent or gibbous, never too bright, always softened by thin clouds. Her arrows are more like thoughts, they fly, and then they've already arrived, and the deer they touch simply fall asleep and dream themselves into stars. Ares is the god of war, but here, in this dream, even he is subdued. He sits alone polishing armor that will never be worn, in a hall where rain echoes from a high ceiling. His aggression has nowhere to go, and so it simply dissipates like morning mist. He seems almost sad, almost peaceful, and you feel pity for him rather than fear. Aphrodite was born from sea foam where Uranus's essence fell into the ocean. You watch her birth as if through gauze she rises from gentle waves, not dramatically but slowly, water streaming from her hair like rain. She is beauty itself, but it's the beauty of a rainy day, of soft light and muted colors. She drifts to shore on a scallop shell, and waiting nymphs wrap her in cloth as soft as cloud. She presides over love, but the gentle kind, the love that is comfortable and lasting, like the love of rain for earth. Hephaestus works in his forge beneath volcanoes, but you hear only the distant ring of his hammer, rhythmic and soothing. He was born less beautiful than the other gods, and perhaps this made him kind. He creates wondrous things not for glory, but simply because creation is its own reward. You watch him work through the window of his workshop, seeing the fire reflected in rain-slicked stone, and the rhythm of his hammer is like a heartbeat, and you feel your own heart slowing to match it. Hermes is the messenger, and he moves between worlds with winged sandals, but he never hurries. He drifts more than flies, and wherever he goes, He brings dreams and soft whispers. He carries a caduceus wound with serpents, but the serpents are drowsy, their eyes half closed. Hermes speaks in a low, soothing voice, and he tells you it's all right to rest, that messages can wait, that the world will still be there when you wake. Dionysus, youngest of the Olympians, wanders through vineyards where rain falls on heavy grapes. He is the god of wine and revelry, but here he brings only the pleasant drowsiness of a single cup, the kind that makes your limbs heavy and your thoughts slow. He teaches mortals to make wine, but the process is slow planting, waiting, harvest, pressing, aging, and each step is meditation. He is accompanied by satyrs and maenads, but they dance slowly, barely moving, swaying like trees in a gentle wind. Deep in caves and ancient forges, the Cyclopes continue their work. You hear their hammers from far away, a steady rhythm that could be rain on stone or heartbeats in your ears. They are craftsmen of thunder and lightning, of tridents and helmets of invisibility, but they work without urgency, taking centuries to perfect each piece. The hecatoncheires, the 100-handed giants, rest now in the deep places. Their many arms move slowly through their sleep, rearranging stones, and this is how mountains sometimes tremble, not with violence, but with the sleep stirrings of these ancient beings. Prometheus, whose name means forethought, once brought fire to humanity. You watch this as a memory, as a dream of a dream. He climbs Olympus in soft rain, takes a coal from the sacred fire, it glows warm in his hands but does not burn, and brings it down to mortals huddled in caves. He shows them how to keep it alive, how to feed it with dry wood and breath, and the mortals gather around this new light, warming their hands, and the fire crackles softly like rain on leaves. But fire was meant to be a gift of the gods alone, and so Prometheus must be punished. Zeus chains him to a mountain, but the chains are loose enough that he can shift his weight, and the mountain rock is smooth beneath him. An eagle comes each day to eat his liver, which regenerates each night, but this is all so distant and dreamlike that it seems more like a story someone is telling you as you fall asleep, a story you'll barely remember. And eventually, much later, Heracles will free him, and Prometheus will walk down from the mountain in soft rain, his punishment ended, forgiven and forgiving. Epimetheus, whose name means afterthought, receives a gift, Pandora, the first woman, created by the gods from clay and rain. She is beautiful and curious, and she carries a jar, not a box, but the word has changed in the telling. She is told not to open it, but curiosity is natural as rain falling. And so one quiet evening, as rain patters outside, she lifts the lid. Out drift all the hardships of the world, sickness, sorrow, envy, pain, but they drift like dandelion seeds, slowly, inevitably, spreading into the world so gently that you hardly notice. And at the bottom, last to emerge, comes hope. And hope settles over everything like a soft blanket, like the promise that rain will always end and begin again. Mortals live through 5 ages in this drowsy world. First the Golden Age, when humans lived like gods, never aging, never working, simply existing in perpetual spring, where rain fed all growing things. Then the Silver Age, longer lived but harder, with seasons now appearing. The Bronze Age brought stronger humans who worked metal and built great things, all in slow motion through rain and time. The Heroic Age follows, and the Age of Iron, and each age is a gradual dimming, like the light fading at day's end, but not frightening, natural, expected, the way things must be. Deucalion's flood comes, but even this is gentle. Zeus sends rain to cleanse the world, and it rains and rains, but slowly, steadily, giving time. Deucalion and Pyrrha build an ark not in panic, but with careful planning, gathering food and animals in the patient rhythm of preparation. The flood rises like a bathtub filling, and they float on it peacefully, rocking in their boat, watching rain fall on water, the sound everywhere and nowhere. When the waters recede so slowly you barely notice they step onto muddy Parnassus and throw stones over their shoulders as instructed, and the stones become people, and the world begins again, fresh and clean, washed by rain. The underworld holds many wonders beyond Cerberus and Charon. The river Styx is not the only river, there is also Lethe, the river of forgetting, whose waters taste cool and pure, and one sip erases all memory of pain. There is Acheron, the river of woe, but its waters are calm and dark, and its woe is a distant thing. Cocytus is the river of lamentation, but even tears here are quiet and oddly peaceful. And Phlegethon burns with fire, but the fire is strange and does not consume, it simply is. Persephone, daughter of Demeter, gathers flowers in a meadow after spring rain. The flowers are wet with dew, and their petals are soft. She sees a narcissus of particular beauty and reaches for it. The earth opens not with violence, but like a curtain parting, and Hades emerges in his chariot, drawn by black horses that step carefully, that toss their manes gently. He takes Persephone to his realm, and she is frightened at first, but he shows her his quiet kingdom, shows her the fields of asphodel and the gentle souls, and slowly she becomes comfortable there. He offers her food 6 pomegranate seeds, and she eats them thoughtfully, one by one, and each seed is cool and sweet. Above, Demeter grieves, but her grief is the soft grief of rain, and nothing grows while she mourns. Zeus must mediate, and eventually they reach a balance. Persephone will spend part of the year below and part above, and so the seasons are born. When Persephone descends, winter comes, and the world rests. When she returns, spring arrives, and the world wakes slowly from its sleep. It is a perfect rhythm, like breathing, like the cycle of sleep and waking, and you feel yourself following this rhythm, sinking with her into the underworld, into rest. The Eleusinian mysteries honor this cycle. Initiates gather in the sanctuary at Eleusis, and they experience something that can never be told, something that happens in darkness and silence, something about death and rebirth, about seeds that sleep in earth and rise again. You participate in this mystery, and it is not frightening but profoundly peaceful, and when you emerge, you understand something without words, something about how rest and activity, darkness and light, are one eternal rhythm, gentle as rain. Eros, the god of love, has his own story with a mortal named Psyche. She is so beautiful that people forget to honor Aphrodite, and so Aphrodite sends Eros to make Psyche fall in love with something unworthy. But Eros, seeing Psyche, falls in love himself. He takes her to a palace in the clouds. You can visit it now, its halls filled with soft light, and he comes to her only at night, asking that she never look upon him. For a time they are happy, and you feel their happiness like a warm blanket. But Psyche's sisters plant doubts, and one night she lights a lamp to see her lover. A drop of hot oil falls on Eros and wakes him, and he flees, hurt not by the oil but by the broken trust. Psyche must complete tasks to win him back, but the tasks happen in slow motion, sorting seeds, gathering golden fleece, fetching water from a high stream. Each task takes its time, and you help her in your dream, moving slowly, deliberately. In the end she completes them all and becomes immortal, and she and Eros reunite in a garden where rain falls softly on roses, and their story ends not with passion but with deep, comfortable love. Heracles, or Hercules, is the greatest hero, and his 12 labors span years, but you experience them all as one long, drowsy afternoon. First, the Nemean lion, whose hide cannot be pierced. Heracles wrestles it in a cave where rain echoes from stone, and the wrestling is slow, a test of endurance, not violence, and eventually the lion sleeps, and Heracles skins it gently and wears the pelt as a cloak. Next, the Lernaean hydra, a serpent with many heads that grow back when cut. Heracles and his nephew Iolaus face it in a swamp where mist rises and rain falls into murky water. Each head they sever, Iolaus cauterizes with fire, and the work is repetitive, meditative, like a task that helps you stop thinking. The hydra eventually succumbs, and its poison becomes useful, its blood coating arrows. More labors follow, each bleeding into the next, capturing the golden hind of Artemis, a deer so swift it seems to flicker in and out of sight, but Heracles tracks it patiently through rain-soaked forests for a year, and when he finally catches it, he holds it gently and releases it again after showing it to the king. The Erymanthian boar, massive and fierce, is chased through snow, but snow is just frozen rain, and it falls as softly and eventually driven into a snowbank, where it tires and allows itself to be carried away. The Augean stables, filled with years of filth, are cleaned by diverting a river. You watch the water flow, steady and relentless and cleansing, washing everything clean. The Stymphalian birds, with bronze beaks and feathers, are startled into flight by a rattle, and they fly away like a murmuration, their wings catching rain. The Cretan bull, the mares of Diomedes, the belt of Hippolyta, the cattle of Geryon, the apples of the Hesperides, and finally, bringing Cerberus from the underworld. Each labor is a meditation, a repetition, and by the end, Heracles is so tired, so ready to rest, and you are too. Perseus, another hero, must slay Medusa, the Gorgon whose gaze turns beings to stone. But Perseus approaches in a dream, watching her reflection in his polished shield, seeing her backward through rain. She sleeps in a cave, and her serpent hair hisses softly, and when he takes her head, there is no fear, only the strange, sad beauty of the act. From her severed neck springs Pegasus, the winged horse, who rises into rainy skies and disappears into clouds. Later, Bellerophon will ride Pegasus to fight the Chimera, a creature of lion, goat, and serpent, but the fight is distant and unreal, glimpsed through mist. Theseus volunteers to be sent to Crete, as tribute to be fed to the Minotaur, the half-bull creature that dwells in the labyrinth. The labyrinth is not frightening, but rather like a dream, where you walk corridors that all look the same, turning and turning, never quite lost, because lost is all there is. Ariadne, daughter of King Minos, falls in love with Theseus and gives him a ball of thread. He ties one end at the entrance and unwinds it as he walks, and the thread is like a lifeline, like the thin connection between waking and sleeping. He finds the Minotaur at the center, not a monster, but a sad, tired creature, lonely in its maze. They meet, and what happens is obscured by shadow and time, but Theseus emerges, following the thread back, and the Minotaur is free now, free to rest at last. In that same Cretan palace, Daedalus the craftsman builds the labyrinth. He is so clever that afterward, King Minos imprisons him to keep his secrets. Daedalus fashions wings of feathers and wax for himself and his son Icarus. They wait for the right day, overcast, gentle wind, soft rain in the distance. Daedalus warns Icarus not to fly too high or too low, to stay in the middle path. They take flight, and the world below becomes small and peaceful. But Icarus, in his dreamy flight, drifts higher, drawn to the pale sun behind clouds. The wax softens, the feathers loosen, and he falls, but it is a slow fall, like a feather itself falling, spiraling down to the sea, which receives him gently, and he becomes part of the water, part of the rain cycle, forever young, forever flying in memory. Jason and his Argonauts seek the golden fleece, sailing on the Argo across seas that are sometimes calm, sometimes stormy, but always seem distant. The crew includes heroes, Heracles for a time, Orpheus the musician, the twins Castor and Pollux, and they row in rhythm, oars dipping into water like pendulums. They face challenges, the clashing rocks that crush ships, but they send a dove through first, and then row with all their might, and the rocks close just behind them, missing by a breath, they meet the Harpies tormenting blind Phineus, but the winged Boreads chase the Harpies away over the horizon. They arrive at Colchis, where King Aeetes possesses the fleece, hung in a grove guarded by a sleepless dragon. Medea, the king's daughter and a sorceress, falls in love with Jason. She gives him ointment that protects him from fire and the brazen bulls he must yoke, from the dragon teeth he must sow that sprout into warriors. Jason completes each task in slow motion, ploughing with the fire-breathing bulls, sowing the teeth, watching the warriors spring up from the soil. Medea tells him to throw a stone among them, and they turn on each other, fighting until none remain, and the work is done. Medea then charms the dragon to sleep with herbs and song. You hear her singing a wordless melody, and the dragon's eyes close, one by one if it has many, and it sleeps. Jason takes the fleece, golden and soft, warm as if it's just been washed in sunlight and dried by rain, and they sail away. All these stories turn now toward Troy, toward one judgment that sets everything in motion. The goddess Eris, not invited to a wedding, tosses a golden apple inscribed, "For the fairest," among the guests. 3 goddesses claim it: Hera, Athena, Aphrodite. They ask Zeus to judge, but he is too wise for that and sends them to Paris, a prince of Troy, living as a shepherd on Mount Ida. You watch through rain as the 3 goddesses appear before him, each offering a bribe. Hera offers power, Athena offers wisdom and victory in war, Aphrodite offers the love of the most beautiful woman in the world. Paris, in his youth and innocence, chooses Aphrodite, and the apple is hers. This choice, made so simply in rain-wet grass, will topple a kingdom. The most beautiful woman is Helen, wife of Menelaus, king of Sparta. Paris travels there and is welcomed as a guest. He and Helen meet, and whether Aphrodite compels her or Helen chooses freely, she leaves with Paris for Troy. The abduction or elopement is quiet, almost dreamlike. They board a ship at night and sail across wine-dark seas, and behind them rage begins to build, but you are far away from the rage, watching from a peaceful shore. Menelaus calls upon all the Greek kings to honor their oath to defend Helen's marriage. Ships gather at Aulis, 1,000 ships, the story says, but you see them arriving slowly, one by one, their sails like wings in mist. Agamemnon leads them, and with him comes his brother Menelaus, and Odysseus, and Ajax, and Achilles. Achilles brings his Myrmidons, warriors loyal unto death, but even they seem tired before they begin, ready for this to be over. The fleet sails to Troy, and the war begins. But even war here is filtered through dream. For 9 years they besiege the city, and those 9 years are like one long rainy season. You watch from the walls sometimes from the Greek camps, and nothing really changes. Men fight in the day, but at night both sides sleep, and rain falls on them equally, on Greek and Trojan alike. The fighting is ritualized, formal, men meeting in single combat while armies watch. There is tragedy, but it is distant. Achilles, the greatest warrior, nurses his wrath against Agamemnon who has slighted him. He refuses to fight, and without him the Greeks struggle. His wrath is cold and quiet, not hot rage, but the deep anger of wounded pride. He sits in his tent while rain drums on fabric, and his companion Patroclus tries to comfort him. Eventually, Patroclus asks to wear Achilles' armor and fight in his place. Achilles agrees, reluctant. Patroclus enters battle and drives the Trojans back, but he pushes too far, and Hector, prince of Troy, slays him. The news reaches Achilles like rain reaching earth, inevitable, crushing. His rage transforms into grief, and grief into a need to act. He returns to battle, and you see him moving through rain, his new armor forged by Hephaestus catching what little light there is. He meets Hector outside Troy's walls. Hector knows he will die. He has seen it in dreams, in the patterns of birds, in the way rain falls. He faces Achilles anyway because there is no other choice, and their duel is not quite a fight, but more like a dance whose end is known. When Hector falls, Achilles' rage still isn't satisfied. He drags the body behind his chariot, but even this is slow, dreamlike, and eventually Hector's father, King Priam, comes to Achilles' tent to beg for his son's body. The old king kneels, kisses the hand that killed his son, and something breaks in Achilles, not violently but like ice melting in sun. He gives back the body, and they weep together, Greek and Trojan. And you understand that grief is the same in any language, in any story. But Achilles will die too, an arrow to his heel, and he will die young as prophecy foretold. Paris shoots the arrow, or Apollo guides it, and Achilles falls, and the greatest warrior becomes a shade in Hades' kingdom, walking the asphodel fields forever. And when Odysseus later meets him there in the underworld, Achilles says he would rather be a living slave than a dead king, but his voice is soft, accepting, and he asks about his son. Troy falls at last through trickery. Odysseus conceives the wooden horse, and the Greeks build it slowly over many days, carving and fitting the planks. They leave it outside Troy's gates and sail away, hiding nearby. The Trojans debate should they burn it, push it into the sea, bring it inside. They choose to bring it in, this gift from the gods, they think. That night, as rain begins to fall, the Greeks emerge from the horse's belly, open the gates, and the hidden army returns. Troy burns, but you see the fire through rain, the flames hissing and steaming, and by morning the great city is ruins, and the war is over, and everyone is so very tired. Odysseus begins his long journey home, the Odyssey, 10 years of wandering to match the 10 years of war. His ship sails through rainy seas, and you are aboard with him and his men. First, they stop at the land of the Lotus Eaters, where the people offer them strange fruit that makes them forget their homes, forget their purpose. Some of the crew eat and must be dragged back to the ship, and they weep to leave. But you understand that forgetting can be sweet, that sometimes memory is the heavier burden. Next, they encounter Polyphemus the Cyclops, a giant with one eye who traps them in his cave. Odysseus blinds him to escape, but even this is muted, seen as if through rain-streaked glass. The giant's cries are like distant thunder. They sail away, Polyphemus hurling boulders that fall into the sea with great splashes, and then he is behind them, fading into mist. Circe, the sorceress, lives on the island of Aea, and she transforms Odysseus's men into pigs, but gentle pigs, content pigs, rooting in mud and sleeping in the sun. Odysseus, protected by a magic herb, resists her spell, and she restores his men. She is not evil, only lonely, and Odysseus stays with her for a year, and the year passes like a day, and you rest in her hall, where wine flows and rain patters on stone, and there is no urgency, no need to be anywhere else. The sirens sing as they sail past, but Odysseus has his men plug their ears with wax and tie him to the mast. You hear the siren's song from far away. It is beautiful but also sleepy, a lullaby about rest and peace and never having to struggle again. Odysseus strains against his bonds, but the ship passes and the song fades, and part of you is sad to leave it behind. Between Scylla and Charybdis, they must choose which danger to face, the six-headed monster or the whirlpool. Odysseus chooses Scylla and loses 6 men, but even this loss is muted, quick, barely seen. The ship sails on through the rain. Calypso the nymph lives on the island of Ogygia, and she keeps Odysseus there for 7 years. Her island is paradise fruit, always ripe, weather always gentle, soft rain in the afternoons. She offers him immortality if he'll stay forever, and for 7 years he almost accepts, but finally his longing for home wins out. Calypso lets him go, sad but understanding, and helps him build a raft. He sails away, and you feel the bitter sweetness of leaving peace behind for uncertain struggle. More trials, more delays, but finally Odysseus reaches Ithaca, home at last. He arrives disguised as a beggar, and his own palace is filled with suitors who want to marry his wife Penelope, who has waited 20 years. She has put them off by weaving a shroud by day and unraveling it by night. Endless work, a meditation like the rain that falls and evaporates and falls again. Odysseus reveals himself, and there is conflict with the suitors, but it is resolved, and the important part is the reunion. Odysseus and Penelope together after so long, sitting by a fire while rain falls outside, telling each other their stories, both changed, both older, both finally at rest. Other tales echo through the rain. King Midas wishes that everything he touches turns to gold, and his wish is granted, and at first it seems wonderful, but then he cannot eat, cannot drink, and he realizes the folly. He prays for release, and Dionysus tells him to bathe in the river Pactolus, and he does, washing the gift away, and the river's sands turn gold, and Midas returns to his life, grateful for simple things, bread and water, and the touch of his daughter's hand. Orpheus, the greatest musician, loses his wife Eurydice to a serpent bite on their wedding day. His grief is so profound that his music makes stones weep. He descends to the underworld, playing his lyre, and even the dead pause to listen. Hades and Persephone are moved and agree to let Eurydice return, but on one condition. Orpheus must not look back at her until they reach the surface. They climb through the dim tunnels, and you climb with them, hearing only their footsteps and his breathing. But at the very threshold of the living world, doubt overcomes him. Is she really there? And he looks back. For one moment he sees her, her hand reaching for him, and then she fades like mist, gone forever. Orpheus wanders the world after, his music now so sad that it stills the wind, and eventually he joins her in death, and they walk together in the asphodel fields, and he looks at her as much as he wants, and they have eternity. Narcissus, most beautiful of youths, sees his reflection in a pool and falls in love with it. He cannot look away, cannot leave. Echo, a nymph cursed to only repeat others' words, loves him but cannot tell him. She fades away to just a voice, and Narcissus fades too, staring at himself until he transforms into a flower that grows by the water's edge, white and yellow, nodding in the rain. Pygmalion, a sculptor, carves a statue of a woman so beautiful that he falls in love with it. He prays to Aphrodite, and she, understanding loneliness, brings the statue to life. Galatea opens her eyes, and the ivory of her skin becomes warm flesh, and she and Pygmalion live happily, and their love is proof that love itself can create life. In the underworld, some are punished eternally, but even these punishments have a strange meditative quality. Sisyphus rolls his boulder up a hill, and just before the top it rolls back down. He descends, rolls it up again and again, forever. But there is something almost peaceful about it, the same task, repeated, no decisions to make, no uncertainty, just the boulder and the hill and his own breath and effort. Tantalus stands in water that recedes when he tries to drink, beneath fruit branches that rise when he reaches for them. He is eternally hungry and thirsty, but his torment is more like the feeling of wanting to remember something that's just out of reach, frustrating but not unbearable, a meditation on desire itself. The fates spin the threads of life, Clotho spins, Lachesis measures, Atropos cuts. You watch them work in a quiet room where rain sounds far away. They do not speak, do not judge, simply spin and measure and cut, and every thread is treated the same, mortal and God alike, all part of the same great tapestry. There is something comforting about their neutrality, their indifference. Your life is a thread in their hands, and it will be whatever length it will be, and fighting this truth is like fighting rain. The Muses inspire artists, 9 sisters, each presiding over a different art. They live on Mount Helicon, near a spring that grants inspiration. You hear them sometimes, singing in harmony, their voices like rain on different surfaces. Calliope's epic poetry, Clio's history, Erato's love poetry, Euterpe's music, Melpomene's tragedy, Polyhymnia's hymns, Terpsichore's dance, Thalia's comedy, Urania's astronomy. Their songs blend into one gentle sound that seems to come from everywhere and nowhere. The Graces, 3 sisters, bring beauty and charm. Euphrosyne is joy, Aglaia is elegance, Thalia is festivity, but their gifts are gentle, not wild joy, but quiet contentment, not show elegance, but simple grace, not loud festivity, but warm gathering. They dance slowly, holding hands, in a circle that never ends. The Furies, also called the Erinyes, punish the guilty, but even they have their place in the peace of things. They are Alecto, Megaera, and Tisiphone, and they pursue oath-breakers and murderers, but their pursuit is inevitable rather than violent, like rain that will find every crevice that cannot be escaped. When their justice is done, they rest. Pan and the satyrs roam forests, playing panpipes, but their music is not frenzied, it is the sound of wind in reeds, of brooks over stones. Pan causes panic sometimes, but it is the useful panic that tells deer when to run, that keeps prey alert, that is part of nature's balance. Mostly, he naps in the shade, while rain drips through leaves. The centaurs are half human, half horse, and most are wild and chaotic. But Chiron is different, wise, gentle, skilled in medicine and teaching. He tutors heroes in a cave on Mount Pelion, and his lessons are patient, repetitive. He teaches them to set bones, to recognize healing herbs, to move in balance with the world. Even though he is immortal, he is accidentally poisoned by Heracles and suffers greatly. In his pain, he chooses to give up immortality and die, and this is presented as a gift, the gift of ending, of rest. His students mourn him, but he becomes the constellation Centaurus, forever in the sky, watching over them. The Gorgons Medusa and her sisters Theno and Eurino have snakes for hair and gazes that turn beings to stone, but Medusa at least was not born a monster. She was beautiful once, and some say she was punished for being violated in Athena's temple, turned into something terrible through no fault of her own. Her story is sad, not scary, and when Perseus takes her head, you feel pity more than triumph. The Graeae, sisters to the Gorgons, share one eye and one tooth between them, passing them back and forth. They are ancient, wrinkled as dried apples, and they know secrets of where things are. Perseus tricks them to learn where Medusa lives, and they cackle but are not really angry. They have lived too long to hold grudges. The Harpies, wind spirits with women's faces and birds' bodies, snatch food and bring storms, but even they are just doing what nature designed them to do. They are not evil, just hungry, just wild. The Sphinx sits outside Thebes, asking her riddle, what walks on 4 legs in the morning, 2 legs at noon, and 3 legs in the evening? Many try to answer and fail, and the Sphinx devours them, but this happens in shadow, quickly, and is over. Oedipus answers correctly. Man crawling as a baby, walking as an adult, using a cane in old age. The Sphinx, her purpose fulfilled, throws herself from her rock, and her story is done. Oedipus himself has a terrible fate, prophesied to kill his father and marry his mother. He tries to escape this fate, but fate is like rain, it finds a way. He does indeed kill his father at a crossroads, not knowing who he is, and marries Jocasta, his mother, not knowing who she is. When the truth is revealed, Jocasta hangs herself, and Oedipus blinds himself. But even this horror is distant, muted. He wanders, led by his daughter Antigone, and eventually finds peace at Colonus, where he is welcomed by the land itself, and he simply disappears, absorbed into the earth, his suffering ended. Antigone, who led her blind father, later defies her uncle Creon by burying her brother Polynices against orders. She is sealed in a tomb as punishment, and she hangs herself, and her fiancé and his mother also die, and it is all very sad, but also it is the completion of a cycle, the working out of a curse, and when it is done, there is strange peace, like after a long storm. The 7 against Thebes, 7 champions, attacking 7 gates, is a story of pride and conflict, but it happens far away, and you need not understand all the details. Warriors fight, brothers kill each other, a city is besieged, and then it is over, and the dead are buried, and life continues. Cadmus, founder of Thebes, once sowed dragon's teeth that sprouted into warriors who fought each other until only 5 remained. These 5 helped him build the city. Later, in old age, Cadmus and his wife Harmonia are transformed into serpents, and they slither away into the forest, and this is not a curse but a kind of peace, becoming part of nature, shedding the troubles of human form. Atalanta, raised by a bear, becomes the fastest mortal. She agrees to marry only if a suitor can beat her in a race. Those who fail die. Hippomenes challenges her, and Aphrodite gives him 3 golden apples. During the race, he drops them one by one, and Atalanta, compelled by their beauty, stops to pick them up. He wins, they marry, but the race itself is beautiful. 2 figures running through meadows in rain, golden apples gleaming in wet grass. Meleager hunts the Caledonian boar, a massive beast sent by Artemis to ravage the land. Heroes gather, Atalanta among them, and they chase the boar through forests where rain makes tracking easy. Atalanta draws first blood, Meleager kills it, and he gives her the hide. But there is argument and death follows, as it always does in these stories. But the boar itself is magnificent, and when it falls, there is a moment of silence for its wild majesty. The Amazons, warrior women, live far away in Themyscira, and they are fierce but also just living their lives, training, fighting, raising daughters, honoring Artemis. Penthesilea, their queen, comes to Troy to fight on the Trojan side. She meets Achilles in battle, and he kills her. But as her helmet falls away and he sees her beauty, he feels sudden love and grief. It is too late, and her story ends. But she lived fully, fought bravely, and that is enough. Hippolyta, another Amazon queen, is visited by Heracles, who must obtain her girdle as one of his labors. She would give it to him willingly, but misunderstanding and conflict arise, and in the end she dies, but the girdle is obtained, and Heracles moves on to his next labor, and everything continues. Ganymede, most beautiful of mortals, is taken by Zeus, in the form of an eagle, to Olympus, to be cupbearer to the gods. He serves nectar in golden cups, and he ages slowly or not at all, and he lives among the gods, and this is presented as honor, though he might miss his home sometimes. But Olympus is comfortable, and the gods are kind to him, and he has the best wine, the best food, and rain-washed terraces where he can gaze at the mortal world below. Selene, the moon, falls in love with the shepherd Endymion. She asks Zeus to grant him eternal sleep so he will never age, never leave her. Zeus agrees, and Endymion sleeps forever in a cave while Selene visits him each night. And you imagine this must be the most peaceful sleep, dreamless and deep, with the moon's light falling softly on his face. Helios drives the sun's chariot across the sky each day, pulled by 4 horses, Pyrois, Eos, Aethon, and Phlegon. It is hard work, keeping the horses on track, but it is steady work, reliable, and Helios does it without complaint, day after day, and there is peace in such routine. Phaethon, Helios's son, begs to drive the chariot for one day. Helios reluctantly agrees. Phaethon cannot control the horses. They pull him too close to earth, scorching it, then too far, freezing it. Zeus must strike him down with a thunderbolt to save the world. Phaethon falls into the river Eridanus, and his sisters, weeping, are transformed into poplar trees, their tears becoming amber. It is tragic, but the poplars still stand, and amber is beautiful, and Phaethon burned bright for one day before his fall. Eos, the dawn, falls in love with Tithonus, and asks Zeus to make him immortal. Zeus grants this, but she forgets to ask for eternal youth. Tithonus ages and ages, withering but never dying, until Eos, in pity, turns him into a cicada, whose voice still greets each dawn. The Pleiades, 7 sisters, are pursued by Orion the hunter and transformed into stars. Now they rise in the spring and set in the fall, and you can see them glittering through clouds, and they are safe there, forever beyond reach, forever together. Orion the hunter is a giant placed among the stars, and he hunts eternal prey across the night sky. Some say he was stung by a scorpion sent by Artemis or Apollo, and now he and the Scorpius constellation chase each other eternally, never meeting, forever separated by the turning heavens. Callisto, one of Artemis's followers, catches Zeus's eye. She bears his son Arcas, and Hera, in jealousy, transforms her into a bear. Years later, Arcas, now grown, nearly kills his mother while hunting, not recognizing her. Zeus intervenes, placing both in the sky as Ursa Major and Ursa Minor, the great and little bear, circling the pole eternally, never setting, always visible. Actaeon, a hunter, stumbles upon Artemis bathing. Foreseeing the goddess nude, she transforms him into a stag, and his own hounds, not recognizing him, tear him apart. It happens quickly, in shadow and confusion, and is sad but also a reminder to respect boundaries, to honor privacy, to be careful where you wander. Adonis is loved by Aphrodite. He is so beautiful that even the goddess of beauty is smitten, but he loves hunting, and one day a boar gores him. Aphrodite tries to save him, but he dies in her arms, his blood staining the earth. Where his blood falls, anemones grow, red and delicate, blooming each spring and dying each summer, like his life brief, beautiful, cyclical. Hero is a priestess of Aphrodite who lives in a tower by the sea. Leander sees her and falls in love. Each night he swims the Hellespont to be with her, guided by a lamp she lights in her window. They have many nights together, the swim becomes routine, and he is strong. But one stormy night, the waves are too rough, the lamp is blown out, and Leander drowns. When Hero finds his body washed ashore at dawn, she throws herself from the tower into the sea. They are reunited in death, two souls wandering the shore together as mist, as rain falling on waves. Baucis and Philemon, an elderly couple, live simply in their cottage. When Zeus and Hermes visit the region disguised as travelers, every door is closed to them except one Baucis and Philemon's. The couple shares their humble meal, their small amount of wine, and as they eat, they notice the wine jug never empties. They realize their guests are gods. Zeus and Hermes reward them by transforming their cottage into a temple and granting their wish that neither outlive the other. When death comes, it comes simultaneously, and they transform into trees growing from a single trunk, an oak and a linden intertwined forever, their branches touching, leaves rustling together in the rain. The apple of discord, thrown by Eris at that wedding, started everything leading to Troy. You've already seen this, but now you understand its full weight. One golden apple, one word inscribed, one choice made in rain-wet grass, and kingdoms fall. But kingdoms always fall eventually, don't they? And from ruins, new growth comes. Niobe, proud of her 14 children, boasts that she is greater than Leto, who has only 2, Apollo and Artemis. The twin gods take offense and slay all of Niobe's children with their arrows. Niobe weeps and weeps until she transforms into a stone on Mount Sipylus, and even as stone she weeps, water running down the rock face like tears, like rain, forever mourning. The Erinyes, those furies, pursue Orestes for killing his mother Clytemnestra, but she had killed his father Agamemnon, and he was avenging that death, caught in a cycle of vengeance. The Erinyes chase him across the world, relentless, until finally Athena establishes a court in Athens to try him. He is acquitted, and the Furies are transformed into the Eumenides, the kindly ones, no longer pursuers but protectors. Their rage is transformed into watchfulness, their fury into justice, and they find peace in this new role. The curse of the house of Atreus Orestes' family goes back generations. Tantalus, his ancestor, offended the gods. His son Pelops won a bride through trickery. Pelops's sons, Atreus and Thyestes, feuded terribly. Atreus served Thyestes his own children in a stew. Thyestes' surviving son fathered Aegisthus, who seduced Clytemnestra. Clytemnestra and Aegisthus killed Agamemnon. Orestes killed Clytemnestra, on and on, blood calling for blood, until finally, with Athena's intervention, the curse is broken, the cycle ends. Rain falls on the house of Atreus, washing away old blood, and the family can rest at last. At Delphi, there is an oracle, the most famous in all of Greece. Before Apollo claimed it, a monstrous serpent called Python guarded the site. Apollo, still young, slew Python with his arrows, but even this slaying is soft in your dream, arrows flying through rain, the serpent coiling and then going still. Apollo establishes his oracle there, and pilgrims come from everywhere seeking prophecy. The Pythia, a priestess, inhales vapors rising from a chasm in the earth, and in her trance she speaks Apollo's truth, though often in riddles. You visit her now, climbing the slopes of Parnassus in gentle rain, and you ask your question, whatever question your sleepy mind forms, and her answer is vague, soothing, open to interpretation, and somehow this is more comforting than clarity would be. Asclepius, son of Apollo, becomes the god of medicine. He is so skilled that he can bring the dead back to life. Zeus, worried this will disrupt the natural order, strikes Asclepius down with a thunderbolt. But his legacy continues. His daughters Hygeia and Panacea represent health and healing, and his staff with a serpent coiled around it becomes the symbol of medicine. Temples to Asclepius are places of rest and healing, where the sick sleep and dream, and in their dreams Asclepius visits them, offering cures, comfort, hope. You rest in such a temple now, lying on a simple cot, rain drumming on the roof, and you feel Asclepius's presence, not seeing him but feeling a gentle hand on your forehead, cool and reassuring, and you know you will wake feeling better. Nemesis is the goddess of retribution, but not vindictive. She simply ensures that balance is maintained, that excessive pride is humbled, that things return to equilibrium. She is like gravity, like rain falling from clouds that rose too high. You need not fear her if you remain humble, if you accept your place in the order of things. Nike is victory, and she is depicted with wings, always in motion, but in your dream she has landed and folded her wings. She is resting on a hillside, watching rain fall over a valley where no battles are being fought. Victory, you realize, can also mean having nothing left to fight for, no more need to win, only peace. Iris, the rainbow goddess and messenger, creates rainbows wherever she goes, but they are soft rainbows, barely visible, more like mother of pearl, shimmers in mist than bright arcs. She delivers messages between gods and mortals, speaking in a quiet voice, never urgent, always gentle. The winds, the anemoi, are four brothers, Boreas the north wind, cold and blustery, Notus the south wind, warm and wet, Eurus the east wind, bringing storms, and Zephyrus the west wind, gentle and favorable. You feel them now, all four, but they are tired, just breezes really, barely stirring the air. They have blown for so long. They are ready to rest, and the world grows still, holding its breath. At the end of his life, after his labors and his trials, Heracles is given a poisoned cloak by his wife Deianira, who was tricked into thinking it was a love charm. The poison burns him terribly. Rather than die slowly, he builds his own funeral pyre on Mount Oeta. He lies on it, and it is lit, and the flames consume his mortal body. But, as they do, Zeus lifts him up to Olympus, and Heracles becomes a god, immortal at last. His apotheosis is not dramatic, but rather like falling asleep by a warm fire and waking in a better place. On Olympus he is reconciled with Hera, who opposed him in life. He marries Hebe, goddess of youth, and his struggles are over. He has earned his rest. You have journeyed so far now, through so many stories, and they all begin to blur together in the gentlest way. Names become sounds, events become feelings, and all of it, all of Greek mythology, becomes one long, peaceful dream. You find yourself on a hillside as evening deepens. The rain has softened to the lightest mist, barely more than the air itself. Below you stretches a valley filled with olive trees, their leaves silver green, turned upward to catch the last moisture. In the distance you can see a temple, white marble columns soft in the mist, and beyond that the sea, calm and grey, merging with the grey sky so you can't tell where one ends and the other begins. You are not alone. The gods are here, but they are quiet, resting. Zeus sits on a smooth stone, his thunderbolts set aside, watching the rain. Hera stands near him, and they are not arguing, just being together. Athena reads a scroll, her lips moving slightly. Apollo's lyre leans against a tree, silent. Artemis has removed her bow, and is simply watching deer move through the mist below. All the gods, all the heroes, all the creatures, they are here in spirit, resting, done with their stories. You have a cup in your hands. When did that appear? Filled with warm nectar, or perhaps just honey-sweetened wine, or maybe chamomile tea. You sip it slowly, and it warms you from the inside. The taste is golden, soothing, and with each sip you feel heavier, more relaxed, more ready to let go. The rain begins again, just a little, soft drops falling on your face, on your hands, on the earth around you. Each drop contains a story, and the stories are falling everywhere, seeping into the ground, feeding the roots of trees, flowing into streams that flow, into rivers that flow into the sea. And the sea will give the water back to the clouds, and the clouds will rain again, and the cycle will continue forever. You realize that you are part of this cycle. You are made of water, mostly, and you are part of the rain. Your breath is mist, your tears are rain, your blood is the ocean. You are not separate from these stories, you are in them, you are one of them. Another thread in the tapestry the fates are weaving. The stars are beginning to appear, one by one, as the clouds thin. You see the constellations Orion with his belt, the Pleiades clustered together, Ursa Major turning around the pole. Each star is a story you've heard tonight, each constellation a reminder, but you don't need to remember them all. They will be there tomorrow night, and the night after, steady and patient. Someone, perhaps Hermes, perhaps Morpheus, god of dreams, whispers that it's time to sleep now. You've heard all the stories, walked all the paths, met all the gods and heroes. The journey is complete. Now comes the reward rest. You lie back on the soft grass, still warm from the day. The ground beneath you is the body of Gaia, and she is holding you, cradling you like a child. The sky above is Uranus, distant but protective, his stars watching over you. And between earth and sky, you rest, safe and held. Your breathing slows, matching the rhythm of the rain. In, out, slow and steady, as the tide, as the turning of seasons, as the eternal cycle of stories told and retold. Your heartbeat slows, finding its own deep rhythm, the drum that has beat since the world began, that will beat long after, the pulse of existence itself. Your eyes close. When did they close? It doesn't matter. Behind your eyelids, you see the stories playing out one more time, but faster now, softer, blurring together. Chaos and Gaia and the Titans and Zeus and all the gods and all the heroes and all the monsters and all the mortals, all of it flowing together like watercolors in rain, like clouds moving across the sky, like thoughts dissolving as sleep approaches. The rain continues, and you are barely aware of it now, just a distant sound, a lullaby older than time. Somewhere, in some story, someone is being born. Somewhere, someone is falling in love. Somewhere, someone is fighting, dying, being transformed. But all of it is far away, none of it is urgent, and none of it requires anything of you. You are so heavy now, so comfortable, so deeply, profoundly relaxed. Every muscle has released its tension, every joint is loose. Your jaw is slack, your tongue is soft, your eyes are still beneath their lids. Even your thoughts have slowed to almost nothing, just the occasional wisp of awareness drifting through the vast, warm darkness that is filling you. The last thing you're aware of is the rain, or perhaps it's your own breathing, or perhaps there's no difference anymore. The sound goes on, steady and eternal, and profoundly peaceful, and you go down into it, down into sleep, down into the deep place where dreams are born, where stories come from, where everything begins and ends, and begins again. And there, in that place beyond story, beyond myth, beyond even the gods themselves, you finally, completely, perfectly rest. The rain falls, the world turns, the stories sleep, and so do you.